The Cowboy's Secret Christmas, Cowboys at Christmas Tree Ranch, Book 3, by Danae Little. 1. It's amazing how one choice can change the entire course of your future. Tillie stood at her desk, surveying the classroom full of the bent heads of her students as they read. Silent reading time was one of her favorite parts of the day. Not because it finally gave her a moment of peace, but because she could see the joy of reading in her students' expressions as they lost themselves in a fictional world. She sighed, a sound full of happiness, and the realization made her smile. Whoever would have thought she would find her happiness in Christmas Tree Hill, as a fourth-grade teacher of all things. Yet as she memorized all the faces in her room, a longing bit at her. She would miss this class. They had grown into her heart. A quiet knock sounded at the door, and she motioned for the students to continue reading, and made her way to answer it. Jewel stood to the side of the door where the students wouldn't see her, cradling her new baby in her arms. "Ah," Tillie whispered, before glancing back at the curious stares of her students. Well, they're students. This was actually Jewel's class, but when she went out on maternity leave after Christmas break, Tillie took over. "Is right now an okay time?" Jewel asked. "I think they would love it. We can put art on the back burner this afternoon." Tillie reached out a finger to touch the tiny hand of the infant. "He's already grown so much, and yet he's still so small." "They do grow fast, but you'll have seen that with Timmy's daughter, right?" Tillie smiled. "Oh yes. Charlotte is so precious. Her hair is as red as her mama's, and her eyes are just as blue. Maybe little Parker here and my niece will be friends." "Well, growing up in this small town, it would be difficult if they weren't." Jewel laughed, bringing Tillie's eyes off the baby to see the woman's bright features. "You look amazing. Motherhood suits me even more than teaching, which surprised me, but I love it. I do miss my students though." Jewel peeked around the corner. "Well, let me have them put their books away, and we'll surprise them." Tillie bounced as she turned, and leaving the door ajar, called the class's attention with the signal Jewel had taught her. This time she used the shish, 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 shish one, and the students repeated the call, glancing up at her. "It's time to put your books away, because I have a surprise for you." The students whispered excitedly as they put away their books, then looked up expectantly. Tillie walked to the door and held it open to let Jewel walk in, as the students collectively gasped, ending the sound with a universal "ah." Jewel stayed for the last hour of the day, and stood alongside Tillie as the kids went to either board the bus or find their parents. When everyone was picked up, and all the other teachers had stopped by to coo over the baby, they made their way back to the classroom. "You're great with the class, Tillie," Jewel said as she changed little Parker's diaper. "No one would ever know you had been a pre-med student." Tillie laughed. "I changed my major so many times, it surprised me I had enough credits in one area to earn my degree in liberal arts." "So, what do you think? You going to keep teaching?" Jewel bent down to blow raspberries on her baby's tummy, eliciting a goofy, gummy smile from the infant. "I'm not sure, maybe. The kids are amazing. I didn't once get bored, and that's saying a lot," Tillie said with a smile. "Well, you know my plans. I just got the okay from hubby, and I'm going to let the school know I'm stepping out, at least for a few years." She gazed lovingly down at her baby. "I just can't stand the idea of leaving him even for an hour, much less all day." "I don't blame you," Tillie said, smiling down and cooing at little Parker. "If it were me, I don't think I could either." "And what about you? Have any beaux? Looking to settle down?" Jewel raised her eyebrows while bringing Parker back into her arms. "Oh no, well, I guess I'm just waiting for the right one." She turned away as the thought went through her, or more like waiting for the right one to make a move. The thought of Logan Cooper tended to make her cheeks fill with heat, so she kept her back turned, wiping down the whiteboard as an excuse. "Well, there are a few still available around here, though it might take leaving the county to find one. That's what I had to do. Thankfully, he was willing to come back to town with me." Jewel pulled the diaper bag over her shoulder. "I should get going, but think about next year. I'll recommend you if that's what you want." You have 2 weeks to decide. That's when I'm meeting with Darnell down at Human Resources. I'll put some serious thought into it. Thanks, Jewel. Tillie walked her to the door. Oh, will you be making it to Timmy's wedding? We'll be there. Maybe you'll have an answer for me by then. She winked, then gave a slight wave before leaving the room. Tillie turned back to the classroom again. It always felt so empty at the end of the day. She walked around the room, picking up stray pencils and collecting papers from the rack to grade. Next year, her nephew Caden would start kindergarten. It would be nice to be here at the school with him. He was such a cool kid. Everyone in the family knew he was special, even more so because he was the last remaining link to her sister. Tillie's throat swelled as she thought of Tammy. It had been a year and a half since she had gone to heaven, and 4.5 since Tillie had seen her. She wiped at her eyes before the tears hit her students' math assignments, and sat back, thinking that with all the babies and weddings, her emotions were getting the better of her. Her phone chimed with a text, and she picked it up to read the message from her brother, Tanner. Hey sis. You still coming to help Ember with the flowers? Ember's twin sister, Sparky, was Ember's maid of honor, or matron now that she eloped to Vegas, but with Sparky gone so much, Tillie had happily filled in the gaps. You know it. Just closing up shop. Cool. Hey, Logan asked if you could bring his niece's sweater. His sister said she left it on her chair. Tillie glanced at where Violet sat. I see it. Will do. So, Logan is at the ranch again. It made sense that Logan was around as much as he was, being Tanner's best friend and all, but she couldn't help feeling like he was there more often since she had returned to town. She blew out a breath as she organized the papers she needed to grade into her bag. Was it wrong that knowing she would see Logan put an extra bounce in her step? Thank you, Violet, for forgetting your sweater again. Tillie clutched the teal sweater to her as she locked up her classroom and headed to the ranch. Christmas Tree Ranch, even the name of her grandparents' ranch made her smile. So simple and yet spoke of so much, just like Gramps and Grams. She had stayed with them in the little room off the kitchen since she had returned from college. It seemed a silly expense to rent a place in town, not to mention lonely. The hustle and bustle of ranch life always made her feel at home. Besides, it meant she could help them out more. It felt good to be happy to come home every day. She pondered the thought as happiness filled her on the long drive up the forest line driveway. The ranch was less than a 10-minute drive from downtown Christmas Tree Hill, but it felt like a whole different environment. The horses welcomed her with soft neighs from the corrals, and Tanner poked his head out of the barn to wave as she pulled her bags from the car. Tanner, with Logan following, met her before she reached the porch steps. You boys don't look as busy as I expected, she said, placing her free hand on her hip. We're just taking a break for one of Graham's cookies, that's all, Tanner said, lifting his nose to inhale, and Tillie realized the air smelled heavenly of Graham's famous chocolate chip cookies. Well, it is a big tease to work in that heavenly scent and not get one fresh out of the oven. Tillie's stomach rumbled in expectation as she started into the ranch house, doing her best not to stare at Logan, though he didn't give her the same consideration. It was hard not to be aware of the muscle-bound man with a cocky smile that he wore just about as well as he wore his cowboy hat. It may have been years since he rode in the ring, but he still walked with that swagger as if he had just hopped off the prize bull at the county fair. No, there was no way not to be aware of his presence. They paused in the entryway to take off their boots and hats, and as she stood up, a flash of soft teal peeked out of her teacher bag. Oh, I almost forgot, she said, pulling out the sweater to hand to Logan. Thanks. I swear that girl would forget her pigtails if they weren't attached. Logan smiled that cocky side smile which made Tillie's heart gallop. I'm quite fond of her pigtails, so I'm glad they're attached. Tillie pulled her bag back up to her shoulder. Well, all she talks about anymore is Miss Johnson this and Miss Johnson that. Logan laid the sweater on top of his hat and joined them as they walked toward the kitchen. Ah, my sis, all grown up and now a teacher, Tanner said, wrapping her in a headlock. She pulled out and pushed him off her. Grow up, she said, but she laughed as she did. Never, Tanner said. Daddy. Caden ran from the kitchen, chocolate smeared across his face. Hey, Cowboy. Tanner scooped him up, grunting as he did. How many of those cookies did you eat, son? You must weigh 100 pounds. Caden laughed. Only 44, Daddy. Joy, Tanner's wife, held open the swinging kitchen door as they walked into the kitchen. Dr. Myers gave him a clean bill of health and said he's in the 90% range for his height. I'm gonna be tall, just like you, Daddy. Caden drew up to his full height. Tillie's heart stung as she realized just how much he looked like Tammy at that moment. Tammy used to always compare herself to Tanner as well. Guess being twins did that. Tillie glanced at her brother, wondering if he saw Tammy in Caden during moments like this. Tanner and Joy had adopted Caden after Tammy passed, a true second-chance love story if she had ever heard one. Looking at them as they stared into each other's eyes made anyone believe in everlasting love. She couldn't help but stare as Tanner rubbed Joy's expanding belly and whispered words of love in her ear. Tillie pulled her eyes away, feeling like she was intruding on a private moment, only to be pulled into the gaze of Logan Cooper with an intensity she couldn't quite comprehend. He'd been doing that more lately, staring at her in a way that made looking away nearly impossible, in a way that seemed to speak volumes, but in a language she couldn't understand. Part of her wanted to confront him, to ask what his deal was, but the other part of her was terrified at the thought. She swallowed, trying to wet her throat that had suddenly gone dry, asking herself instead, "What game are you playing at, Logan?" Logan kicked back from his overflowing desk in the feed store's office, stretching as he had a difficult time focusing on the task at hand. As summer closed in, he knew he'd have to get creative to see Tillie. It had felt like divine intervention that his niece was in her class. Thank you, Violet. He thought of his pigtailed niece, who looked so much like his sister at that age that they could have been twins. Somehow his sister, Lila, knew what he was up to and had relied on Logan to help a lot more with his niece at school and when she forgot things. He had never known how forgetful Violet was until this year. Then again, maybe Lila was up to something herself. As if thinking of her made the call come through, his phone rang with Lila's smile lighting up the screen. Hey sis, what's up? Logan asked, pushing back the paperwork from his desk. The office work was what he hated the most about their family feed store, but he had to show his dad he could do it all. Where you at? She asked, her voice sounding warbly as her youngest son lightly fussed. He recognized his nephew's sounds and knew he would fall asleep while his sister bounced him in her arms. At the store, he said. How's your little future bull rider? Hey, I told you, Willie isn't gonna ride bulls. I had a hard enough time watching you being flung off those massive creatures. I wouldn't live through seeing my son do that. Maybe roping then, that's pretty safe, Logan said, his lips curling while teasing his sis. We'll see, but speaking of rodeo, that's why I'm calling. Oh? Logan sat up, his interest piqued. Well, Violet has her heart set on barrel racing, but I'm in no place to teach her right now. Do you think that Tillie Johnson might be willing? She competed, didn't she? Logan hesitated, wondering if his prayers had just been answered or if it would seem like he was trying too hard. She did. Well, do you think she would? I mean, you two are friends, right? You could ask her? Lila's voice held her lightly teasing tone. Why do I feel like it's not Violet behind this? He pushed his cowboy hat back on his head, pondering how he thought Tillie might react. I don't know what you're talking about, little brother. Violet has been wanting to barrel race for a while. And you know just as well as I do that there are other teachers out there who teach that for a living. Yeah, but she wants Miss Johnson. She's all my little girl talks about anymore. Lila soothed Willie, her voice quieting as she spoke again. Would you just ask Bubba? She pulled the Bubba card, and Logan inwardly groaned, but really, maybe this was what he needed after all. He just hated asking. Sure, sis. I'll ask her. Great. Tell her we'll talk about it at the wedding. Her excitement started Willie into a small wail. Oops, I got to go. Willie is teething and super fussy today. Thanks, Bubba. Love you. Love you too, sis, Logan said, ending the call. He ran a hand through his hair before replacing his hat and focusing on finishing the paperwork so he could meet up with Tillie at the ranch when she got home from school. Tillie always had to put hot irons into situations. He should have had another year to get things settled with the store before she came back from college, but now. He sighed as he thought over all the work to be done. He had to step it up in 2 areas of his life at once, or he could lose his chance of proving to his dad that he was ready to inherit the family business, and lose the 1 gallon that had him wishing for a settled life. He turned off his phone and focused on the work in front of him. There wasn't a choice about picking one or the other. He needed them both. The warm sun was still high in the sky as he left the office, paperwork finished and organized, and bills in his hands to drop off at the post office on his way to the ranch. The first thing he would do when the feed store was his would be to hire an assistant to do all the paperwork for him. Why his dad never did was beyond him. The heat of the day soon burned out all of his irritability from being stuck in an office all day, and he whistled as he drove up the long driveway to the Christmas tree ranch. He had practically grown up here, like all the Johnsons. Being Tanner's best friend since kindergarten, the Johnson family had treated him as one of their own, which made it difficult when he realized he had fallen in love with Tanner's little sister, the one girl who probably saw him as more of a brother than anyone other than Lila. He always had the hope that maybe Tillie would see him as more than that one of these days, and every once in a while he caught an unguarded glance from her that grew that hope. It wasn't all that weird anyway. Look at Tanner and Joy. Joy was Tammy's best friend. So why couldn't it work for Logan and Tillie? Poor Tammy. His heart always felt crushed when he thought about Tanner's twin. He had loved Tammy as a sister. She was a firecracker, not quite like Tillie, more headstrong and determined and, well, a bit more self-centered. Tillie was carefree, but her family always came first, and she had a heart of gold. When Tammy had first left home, towing Joy along with her, Logan had worried for his best friend. To lose his twin as well as his high school sweetheart almost killed the guy. He hadn't been the same until Joy came back with little Caden. Of course that took time too. Logan shook his head, realizing he still sat in his truck in front of the ranch house long enough that several of the Johnsons stopped to stare at him with furrowed brows. Tillie came bounding down the steps, a sly smile coming to her lips as she stopped at his truck. So, there's a bet going on inside about why you've just been sitting in your truck staring at nothing. A bet, huh? He stepped out and leaned against his truck as well, standing just a few feet away from her fruity, flirty scent. Yeah, Gramps is worried that you aren't eating enough. Gramps says it's girl trouble. She waggled her brows, though her lips tightened. From Tanner's expression, she nodded toward the barn where Tanner watched them as he loaded up bales of hay to set up for the wedding. He's worried you're going to flake on him. And what about you? He asked, realizing how low his voice sounded as he did. I think you've got a lot on your mind with your own business, and that everyone has a right to ponder their secrets in solitude. She met his eyes in that forthright way of hers that made his tongue stick to the roof of his mouth. He swallowed. Well, I appreciate the respect for my secrets, he said with a wink to lighten the mood. You know what's going on with my business? Sure I do. Think I don't listen while you boys talk as we're all working together? She arched an eyebrow. I'm touched that you care enough to listen, he said with a laugh. So, is that what's bothering you? Her voice took on that soft tone it did when she spoke to kids or those she loved, who were hurting. A bit, but really, I was sitting there figuring out a way to ask you something. He watched her closely, noting her posture instantly going rigid, her pulse racing in her throat, and her gorgeous green eyes widening. And? She choked out the word in a breathy sort of way that made him want to ask her what he had been dying to ask her for years now. What's going on? Tanner stepped up to the party, instantly making Logan's thoughts complete a full U-turn. His heart lurched like it did while on the bulls he rode when they spun and kicked at the same time. Logan hadn't taken his eyes off Tillie. She glared at her brother, yet her posture relaxed as if she could breathe again. Logan wished he had that luxury. Am I not allowed to talk to your friends without something going on? Tillie fisted her hands onto her hips, staring hard at her brother. Tanner's brows scrunched. I just meant what's up, like hey? He peered closer at her. What's your deal, sis? Were the kids hard on you today? Tillie lowered her arms, and her cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink. No. They were wonderful, as always. It's just that I only have 2 more weeks with them. Guess it's making me a bit reactive, sorry. She barely met Logan's eyes before she turned away, starting toward the area where they were setting things up for the wedding. Wait, Logan called out, and she turned, glancing at Tanner before meeting his eyes with a determination like she wouldn't back down from a fight. I need to ask you if, he glanced at Tanner, who gave him a curious expression. I mean, well, Lila asked if you might be willing to give Violet barrel racing lessons. Tillie's expression went through a variety of movements from confused to hurt to relief to what was she feeling at the end, joy. He tried to read her features, hoping he guessed correctly. You mean over summer? She asked, a lightness entering her voice. Yeah, I'm guessing. She adores you, and Lila just had little Willie, as you know, and isn't feeling up to riding just yet. Logan shrugged. What do you say? Tanner slapped Logan's back, a wide smile pulling at his lips. That'd be great, don't you think, sis? You were just saying you were going to miss your students. It'd give you something to do over the summer, besides getting in my way. Hey, if you don't want help, all you got to do is say it. Tillie crossed her arms, but the life had returned to her eyes, as if whatever had just passed between Logan and her had never happened. Lila said she'd talk to you about it during the wedding if that's okay with you. Logan felt the heat filling his chest and expanding up his neck. He didn't know if he should feel relieved that Tanner walked up when he did, or scared to death that something had almost just happened. The more he watched Tillie, the more he didn't think it was all his imagination. Sounds good. That will give me time to think it over, Tillie said, turning back to him with a look that he swore could see straight through him. Why was that so hard to ask? Well, you do a lot for Violet already. I don't like to use our, he swallowed, friendship to get Lila what she wants. Tanner waved that away. What are friends for, right, sis? He threw an arm around Tillie's shoulders and nodded for Logan to follow. Now, we're having a quandary about where to put the hay bales versus the flowers, and you're just the person to help. Logan followed the brother and sister, swallowing to wet his dry mouth and breathing in deeply to ease his tight heart. Time was closing in, and he didn't know how long he could keep his secret private. He appreciated Tillie thinking he had a right to keep his thoughts to himself, but soon he would have to share his burden with her, one way or another. 2. Tillie put one last curl in the beautiful red hair before standing back to inspect Ember, who looked splendid in her wedding dress. In the last 6 months, Tillie had become quite close to her soon-to-be sister-in-law. Her eyes stung as they filled with tears. You look amazing, Em, Tillie said, carefully bringing the woman into her arms. I thought it was the bride that was supposed to get all emotional? Joy waddled into the room, holding her enormous stomach. Tillie let go of Ember long enough to bring Joy into the hug. I don't think I've ever been hugged as much in my life as I have since coming here, Ember said, her voice muffled. Tillie pulled back and checked Ember's makeup for smudges. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's a wedding, silly. We're supposed to get emotional, Joy said, wiping her eyes delicately so as not to smear her mascara. Well, you have an excuse. Tillie nodded at Joy's expanding belly. I'm not sure you're gonna make July, sis. Not with them both pushing to outgrow the other. Joy smiled and rubbed soothing hands over the tight fabric of her dress. I still can't wrap my mind around you having twins, Ember said, her voice trailing off in what sounded like fear. Well, Tanner and Tammy were twins, so it makes sense, though I heard it often skips generations. Tillie cocked her head, regarding Joy. Well, let's hope that it skips generations in my family, Ember said. Tillie squeezed Ember's hand. Well, it did for Sparky. Ember's twin sister, Sparky, had given birth to a beautiful little girl back in January. Tillie still felt her eyes sting whenever she remembered last Christmas, when Sparky had asked Ember to adopt her soon-to-be-born baby. "What about me?" Sparky asked, coming into the room while bouncing little Charlotte in her arms. "I don't know how you do this full-time, sis. My arms are killing me." Sparky looked up then. "Oh, Ember. You are stunning." "Or striking if you use Timmy's words," Tillie said with a sigh. "Charlie, look at your beautiful mommy." Tillie watched Sparky, who stepped into the role of being an aunt with her own child. It was weird to Tillie. She didn't understand how a mother could give up her child. Many times Tillie had searched Sparky's expression, looking for sadness as she handed the baby off to her sister. "Come here, Pumpkin." Ember picked her daughter up and rocked her. "Careful, you don't want to get spit up all over that gorgeous dress," Sparky said, placing a burp cloth under Charlotte. "Oh, it would just add to the special occasion." Ember laughed. The sound of a male clearing his throat had them all turning toward the door. "You beautiful gals, almost ready?" Gramps stood, snazzy in his best suit, and smiling at them with a glow of loving pride shining from his eyes. "We're ready," Tillie said, taking one last glimpse in the mirror to make sure her weeping eyes hadn't caused her mascara to run. She turned to the other gals, inspecting their dresses and makeup as well. "Right? I'll take the baby down to Gammy and get into position." Sparky took Charlotte from Ember and left the room. "I better hit the bathroom one last time. These two love jumping on my bladder." Joy waddled toward the restroom, hugging Gramps on her way out. "It doesn't seem like that long ago that it was me you walked down the aisle. One of the best days in my life, sweetheart." He kissed her temple, then turned to Ember. "And today is another." Tillie dabbed at her eyes. "Next it will be yours," Ember said to Tillie. "What? Mine?" Tillie shook her head and let out a nervous laugh. "You have to find a man to get married." Ember raised an eyebrow, but she kept her lips sealed. That was one thing about Ember. You could trust her with any secret, and she would keep it under lock and key. "Well, I better go make sure everyone is in place." She met Ember's eyes. "He's going to flip when he sees you." She gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, and left the room before her eyes leaked again. Tillie hopped down the stairs and snuck into the kitchen to peek out the window where she could see the arbor. The vines and flowers that she and Joy had woven through it yesterday looked so pretty, with the hay bales and tall vases of the same white flowers. Everyone mingled together in little clusters around the ceremony area as they waited for the wedding to start. Timmy stood pale-faced under the arbor, talking with his friend from the city, Neil. The guy looked city with his slick-back hair and fancy clothes, and out of place, but he had seemed nice enough when she met him earlier. Next to them, her brothers laughed as they probably teased each other. They all jumped to attention as their mom hollered at them to come back to the house and walk the girls. Tillie continued to scan the crowd, looking for one particular cowboy in the sea of cowboy hats. She squeaked in surprise when she heard a deep voice behind her. "Looking for someone?" Logan said with that cocky side smile, turning her knees into jelly. "So what if I was?" She turned to him, pushing her fists onto her hips. He hooked his thumbs in his belt loops and met her stare down with an amused glint in his hazel eyes. "I'm expecting you to save a dance for me." "You always expect that," she said, though her voice softened and she relaxed her arms. "Well, I did have a part in teaching you how to dance." He rocked up to his toes, his smile deepening his dimples. "I figure you owe me." "I won't argue. It will keep Johnny's sweaty hands off me, at least part of the time." She passed by him, close enough to smell the spicy, fresh-cut cedar scent that always surrounded him. As she made it to the door, he said, "By the way, Till, you look?" He whistled. Tillie laughed to cover the heat filling her cheeks. His flirtatious teasing wasn't something new, but the way it made her feel was becoming more apparent. It was no one else's business to know about her crush, least of all the cowboy she had a crush on. She felt his eyes on her all the way out to where she stood, waiting with the rest of the bridal party. To distract herself, she fiddled with Joy's green satin dress that looked almost the same as hers, but more accommodating for the babies due in less than 6 weeks. Tillie had always secretly coveted what Tanner and Tammy had, that closeness and bond of being a twin. As she smoothed the fabric over Joy's baby bump, she said a silent prayer, hoping these two would also have that special bond. The other twins came into the foyer, shoving each other and snorting with laughter. She knew her little brothers had a special bond as well, special enough that one was going into the Navy to allow the other the college of his dreams. "Boys," Grams admonished, "aren't you old enough to know how to act properly on a day like this?" Tegan and Ty hung their heads, but their eyes found each other, and Tillie saw the glint of a promise for more roughhousing in the near future. "Yes, Grams," they said together, their voices melding beautifully. "If only you two could sing," Tillie said with a sigh, squeezing both of their arms. "Now come on. Ty, you're with Joy, Tegan, you're with me." Tanner came in from somewhere in the house and kissed Joy on the cheek. "And I've got Sparky." "Shouldn't you be walking your wife down the aisle?" Sparky shifted nervously. "I did, and made her mine," Tanner said, taking Sparky's hand and placing it in the crook of his elbow, giving it a little pat. "You're the maid, or matron of honor, and I'm the best man. It's just the lineup." Sparky nodded. "I'm not so good at this type of stuff. That's why me and Alex just went to Vegas." "You'll be fine, sis," Ember said, squeezing her hand after sneaking down the stairs. Sparky nodded. "You've done so much for me, Em. I can do this for you." "Thank you," Ember said, her eyes taking in everyone. Tillie's own eyes smarted as she saw Ember's fill with tears. "Thank you all." Everyone waved away her gratitude, but Tillie knew how much they meant to her. Ember hadn't had a single person to count on for more than a decade, and now she had all the Johnsons, as well as her sister, back because of them. That fact filled Tillie with pride. That was her family. Tillie's mom, with little Charlotte in her arms, and Grams walked down the aisle. Tillie peered out the window, watching everyone settle, turning to watch the wedding procession. "Okay, Ty, you and Joy first, but take it slow. Joy can't walk that fast right now," Tillie said. "I'm not an invalid," Joy said, but she sighed. "Though I do feel like it at times." "You're beautiful and you're carrying 2 miracles. Now get out there and show them off." Tillie gave Ty a little prod to get them going, then turned to Tanner. "You wait until we reach the aisle, then you come too." "Yes, boss lady," Tanner quipped, but he gave her a wink as he held Sparky's hand firmly on his arm as if he feared she would flee. "Oops, Tegan, we got to go." She grabbed Tegan's arm with one last wave to Ember, who looked even paler than normal but was glowing simultaneously. Tegan pulled her closer, removing her hand and placing it inside the crook of his elbow. "Chill, sissy," he whispered. "They got this." Her little brother's outgoing personality shone as they made their way down the aisle. Thank goodness for his steadfast confidence, because the moment her eyes met Logan's standing near the front in an aisle seat, her knees almost buckled. Tegan glanced down at her, held her arm tighter, and carried her on with his strength. As she passed Logan, she did her best to avoid his gaze, riveting her focus on the procession despite the weight of his attention on her. When the music shifted and Gramps led Ember out, all focus turned where it should, on the woman of the day. A collective gasp swam through the crowd. Ember was the picture of a woodland goddess, her red flowing hair partially up with curls hanging down. The baby's breath flowers that Tillie had woven through Ember's locks completed the look. Her dress, not your typical princess dress but a more natural flowing fabric, only enhanced the fantasy feel of the moment. Tillie snuck a look at Timmy, and was glad she did. She would forever remember the look of absolute wonder that filled his features. For a split second, she wondered if she'd ever find a man who would look at her that way. During the rest of the ceremony, Tillie had to dab her eyes as Timmy and Ember blurred in her vision. Internally, she laughed at herself, remembering how she had made fun of Joy and the others when they got all emotional at Joy's wedding. How much she had changed over the last year. She felt the pull from a certain cowboy in the crowd, but she kept her eyes focused, pushing away that need to look until after the preacher announced it was time to kiss the bride. The crowd cheered as the happy, newly married couple walked down the aisle to a loud uproar of celebration. It was then that she finally gave in to the pull and locked eyes with Logan. The strength of the connection zapped through her like an electric shock. He looked at her with such intensity that her heart skipped a beat and then went into overdrive. "Sissy," Tegan hissed, then pulled her arm. "What's gotten into you today?" Tillie shook her head as Tegan's hand waved in front of it. She took his arm and let him lead her down the aisle, but the whole time she couldn't stop wondering what had just happened between her and Logan. Was it her imagination? Or had his gaze really spoken of something that went beyond little sister feelings? Logan leaned against the barn as he watched the wedding party pictures. The photographer looked just as exasperated as she did during Tanner's wedding. His lips quirked into a tight smile. The Johnsons were a great family, but their constant teasing and inside jokes didn't make them easy to work with, unless you became one of them. He felt like one of them in many ways, but not in all the ways he wanted. He was known as Tanner's wild best friend. Did they have any idea that he wanted to be more? "What's up, Bubba?" Lila glided over, holding baby Willie in her arms. He slept soundly, his tiny infant mouth parted in that peaceful milk-filled way. "He seems to be past the teething." Logan leaned over his nephew, unable to stop the smile that lingered on his lips. "He's a strong little dude. Going to make a great cowboy." "Well, Mitchell's hoping so." Lila glanced at her husband, dancing with their daughter on the makeshift dance floor. "He'll have a helper in no time," Logan said. "It's about time you guys got him." He gave his sister a tight squeeze. The last several years had been filled with heartache for his sister, as she repeatedly had early miscarriages, until they finally found the culprit. It was amazing that his niece had made it without the daily injections his sister had had to take throughout her pregnancy with Willie. "He's a miracle for sure," Lila cooed down to the sleeping infant. "And he has a strong mama." He cleared his throat and looked away as his chest tightened. Of course, his eyes landed on Tillie, head thrown back in a carefree laugh as she joked with her siblings. "Why don't you just tell her?" Lila asked, her voice quiet but exasperated. "What?" Logan jolted, blinking and pulling his gaze off Tillie to land on his sister. Lila rolled her eyes. "The Johnsons may be blind, but I'm not. Don't you think you've waited long enough? Or are you just a glutton for punishment?" I don't know what you're talking about," he said, pulling at the tightness of his dress shirt collar. "Whatever." She humphed, but then she turned back to him with a determination in her eyes. "I know you better than you probably know yourself, Logan Daniel Cooper." If she hadn't held Willie, he knew she would have shoved her finger into his chest right then. "You may fool others that you're still the wild, cocky bull rider you were as a kid, but that's not you anymore. You're a hard-working man and the most loyal friend I have ever known, but don't let that loyalty stand in the way of your happiness." Logan opened his mouth to retort something, but found his tongue stuck and dry with nothing to say. "If Tanner is half the friend you are to him, then he would welcome you with open arms as a brother." She blew out her breath in a huff, bouncing Willie as he started to stir. "Okay, I've said my piece." At the expression on his sister's face, he couldn't stop the small smile tugging on his lips. "Thanks for your belief in me, sis." "Well, someone had to say it," she said gruffly. He glanced at Tillie again, their eyes meeting momentarily before she was pulled away for another round of pictures. He turned back to his sister, wrapping an arm around her and leading her back toward the rest of the party. "Am I really that obvious?" "To me, but no, I doubt many others notice. You've always been a part of the Johnsons, but now that you mention it, I've seen Ember glancing between the two of you." Lila glanced back at the bride, then nudged into him. "It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks." "Oh, it doesn't?" He raised an eyebrow, looking down at her. "I think Tillie might have something to say about that." "I think Tillie always has a lot to say, but she's kind-hearted." "She is. So much so that if I told her, she would feel obligated to say something back, whether or not she felt it." Logan sighed, realizing that was one of his greatest fears. "Oh, Bubba. You don't think enough of yourself. You're a prize catch." Besides, I've seen the way she looks at you. I think you should give her the chance to make her own decision." Lila squeezed his arm as they came up to Violet and Mitchell coming off the dance floor. "You won't know until you try." "But what if I try too early and ruin everything?" Logan shifted his weight, watching as the bridal party broke up as the photographer shook her head and wandered away. He held his breath as they headed toward the dance area, but let it out as Tillie veered off toward the ranch house. Of course, she would see if Grams needed any help. That was who she was. He would have to bide his time. Unfortunately, that time took a lot longer than he desired, and Nancy Harmon found him. Ever since Timmy's engagement, she had been more attentive to Logan. The poor gal was losing prospective husbands left and right. After the third dance with her, though, he wanted to ride off into the sunset alone. He begged for refreshment, and she followed on his heels, her bird-like chatter never ceasing. While sipping some punch, he scanned the crowd for escape and found it in the soft green eyes of Tillie. A smile tugged on his lips, and nodding to Nancy in what he thought was a farewell, he filled up another cup of punch and headed toward Tillie where she stood with Ember and Joy. "Hey," he said as he came up to her. "Hey," she said back, glancing to the side of him. "Hi, Nancy." He started. He had gotten so used to tuning the gal out that he hadn't realized she followed him. When she wrapped her hands around his arm as if in possession, he tensed and glanced back at Tillie with a plea for help. Tillie covered her mouth, but it didn't hide the amusement dancing in her eyes. She turned to Ember, waiting for Nancy to pause in her babble long enough for her to say something. "Ember, has Nancy met Timmy's business partner yet?" Ember's eyes widened, then settled with a knowing, almost conspiratorial glint. "No, I don't believe I've had the chance to introduce them. Nancy, you've got to meet Neil. He's kind of shy, but I bet you're just the person to help him find his dancing feet." Nancy looked between Ember and Logan. Logan freed his arm from her grasp. "Go on, Nancy. I owe Tillie a dance anyway, and if you can help a man out, you should." Nancy looked a little shell-shocked as Ember took her arm. "You are going to love him. He's so smart and has a very bright future, if you know what I mean. He's a techie, and a good one. Even now he's working on an app for one of the top tech companies in the States." "Oh," Nancy exclaimed, and Logan sighed, knowing he was forgotten, at least for now. "You saved me," Logan said dramatically. "Poor Nancy," Tillie said, not meeting his eyes, but watching Nancy and Ember walking toward a tall, lanky guy who looked everything like a tech dude. "Why?" "Because that guy looks like he never held a shovel in his life?" Logan leaned against the post next to her, shoving his thumbs into his pockets. "No, he's actually a really nice guy." Tillie turned toward him. "Because every cowboy she sets her heart on doesn't want her. It shows her tenacity that she hasn't given up yet, but it makes me sad for her." "It is sad. She's a nice gal, just too about sums it up." Logan smiled at her. "You have compassion for just about anyone, don't you?" Her lips parted and he knew he surprised her. "Well, I just feel for people, that's all. And animals and cars, and just about anything." Her eyes hardened and she crossed her arms. "I save your booty, and you make fun of me? That's not very generous, Logan Daniel." "I'm not teasing. I'm stating facts." He stood upright. "Why is it you always use my middle name when you're mad at me?" "I'm not mad," she said, but her arms tightened. "Oh, really?" He smiled, his heart thumping as if he were about to jump on a bull. "Then dance with me." Her arms dropped, in shock or disbelief at his audacity. He didn't know, but he took that moment to grasp her hand and lead her to the dance floor right as a slow country love song blared on the speakers. It didn't take long for Tillie to relax. She was a natural dancer, and as he felt the hard stares of several cowboys, also a coveted dance partner. He knew he'd have to fight to get at least one dance in, but now that she was in his arms, he decided he wouldn't let her go. They remained quiet through the first dance, and he let her body ease into the rhythm of the song. He wasn't too shabby of a dancer himself. A bull rider knew how to control his body, and usually had the confidence to do it in front of others. So when the next song picked up the beat, and she started to walk away with her eyes glazed, he grasped her hand and pulled her back to him in a spin until her back settled against his chest. Angling her head, she looked up at him. The glaze vanished and a spark flashed in its place. "Oh, it's like that, is it?" "It is." "What are you gonna do about it?" he teased, his senses going crazy with her fruity, flirty scent. She spun back out, not wrenching her hand from his grasp but cocking her head. "You think you can outdance me?" He drew her closer, their bodies moving with the music in a flirtatious motion that had his entire body tingling and his mind foolishly filling with hope. "I'm not sure about that, but I know I can keep up." "Guess we'll see," she said, her green eyes flashing in a dare. He hadn't planned on daring her to dance with him more, but he should have. Tillie, though sweet, could never pass up on a dare. He had actually had to rescue her a few times, not that she would admit it, when Tanner had dared her to do things he shouldn't have. Several of those times led to the only real squabbles between his best friend and himself. Though, as he watched Tillie moving with him, he had a feeling Tanner would have something to say about tonight, and even more to say if he knew the truth. Logan lost count of how many fast songs had slipped by them, but when the next song began, slow and mellow, relief flooded through him. Tillie didn't fight him when he drew her against him, their chests heaving together. "Oh, thank goodness," she said, her breath making the words come out in a way that had him breathing all the harder. "What? The invincible Tillie has a weakness?" "Me? No," she said, giggling. "I was worried you'd have a heart attack if a slow song didn't happen soon." "A heart attack?" He leaned back to look at her. "I'm not that old." She giggled again, settling back against his chest. "Well, you are older than me." "I would hardly say 2 years makes all that much of a difference," he countered, unable to resist the urge to run his hand down her hair and rest on her lower back. "Oh, so you admit it now?" Her words sounded even more breathless than they had before. "I'm not admitting anything," he said, though his words came slowly, and he wondered just how much he'd be willing to admit if she promised to stay in his arms all night. Someone came up to them and cleared their throat. Logan spun them to look over her head to find Johnny, with his hair slicked back, wiping his hands on his pants. "You've hogged her long enough, Cooper. Time to share." Tillie loosened her hold on him, her head slightly dropping, and Logan remembered her comment about Johnny's sweating hands. Logan tightened his hold on Tillie, crushing her back against his chest. "I think not, Johnny. Go find your own gal, Tillie's with me tonight." Tillie stiffened slightly in his arms, but she kept her face buried against his chest. Her breath came out in warm puffs through his shirt. Johnny stood there with his mouth open for several moments. Then he closed it and licked his lips. "Is that right, Tillie? You gonna let this hotshot speak for you? Or are you joining the Cooper chicks?" Logan let go of Tillie, to stand face to face with Johnny. "Listen, man, the Johnsons are my family. I don't want to ruin Timmy's wedding, but if you talk like that to Tillie again, you'll leave me no choice." Johnny glared, then swiped a fist across his face, and glanced around the people now watching them. "Not worth it," he said, then turned with a sneer, stomping off to the parking area. Logan's fists had clenched in readiness. Now he shook them out, glaring at everyone staring at him, until his eyes met Tillie's. His heart softened then, as he tried to read her expression. He reached for her hand. "I'm sorry if I overstepped," he said. His apology softened the hardness of her lips, but she didn't step closer to him. "I think," she swallowed, glancing at the people still staring but starting to move again. "I think I need a drink." Logan nodded, but he didn't let go of her hand until he could wrap an arm around her shoulders and guide her to the punch table. With his arm around her, anyone could think that he was showing brotherly affection, like normal. At least that's what he convinced himself. Tanner met them at the table. What was that about? Logan didn't say anything until he filled a cup of punch for Tillie, who wouldn't meet his eyes. Then he looked at his best friend. "Tillie has mentioned she doesn't like Johnny's attention, and I won't stand by while someone talks that way about her." "Oh," Tanner said, glancing between them. He slapped Logan's back. I should have known I could count on you to protect our little sis. Now come on, we're starting a game of horseshoes. You guys can play me and Tegan. Tillie followed her brother automatically, and Logan filed in behind her. Something had shifted in the moment he confronted Johnny, and he had a horrible feeling it hadn't shifted in the direction he wanted it to. 3. Tillie set the last dish in the cupboard and stood back to make a sweep of the kitchen, ensuring that everything from breakfast was cleaned and put away. A shiver went through her, and she hugged her arms around herself. She couldn't shake off the memory of last night. Laughter drew her attention out the window, where her brothers goofed off while putting the last of the wedding decorations away. She stiffened as Logan threw the last hay bale onto the truck bed. An odd vibrating sensation traveled through her as he swept off the hay from his pants. Then, as if he could feel her watching him, he lifted his head and looked right at her from under his hat brim. Tillie stepped back with a gasp, even though she knew the probability of him seeing her was slim. The sun reflected off the window at this time of day. Yet her heart still raced. Why did she fear he would catch her staring at him? She shook out her hands, pacing the kitchen and looking for something to do. Her grandma's squeaky shoes announced her before the door swung open. Well, see what happens when I leave you alone for 2 minutes? Grams nodded with approval as she glanced around the room. Thank you, sweet girl. Tillie shrugged. That's what family does. How are the guys doing? She swallowed and straightened the dish rags hanging on the oven door handle. Oh, they're just about done. I came in to tackle the rest of the dishes before making lunch. She patted Tillie's arm as she passed. You saved me that trouble. Well, I'll help with lunch. We're warming up the leftovers, right? I thought we could make sandwiches from the leftover tri-tip, and there's still a bunch of salads left too. How about we just get it all out and see what we have? Grams opened the fridge and handed things to Tillie. So what has you all quiet, dear? Huh? Tillie said, smiling innocently. Don't give me that hug, girl. The only time you aren't gabbing away is because your mind has you in turmoil. Grams eyed her. Ouch. Am I really that bad? Tillie sucked in her cheeks, thinking of her own judging of Nancy Harmon. Could she be that annoying? No, it's not bad at all, dear. You're just talkative. You share just about everything. It's a cheerful chatter. Grams handed her the platter of tri-tip and gave her a sweet smile. And it's not like you're a monologue as some girls are. You're a great conversationalist. Thanks, Grams, she said, adding the items to the table, her stomach grumbling with the savory sense of last night's big wedding meal. I bet Timmy and Ember will have a great time on the coast. Now you're just trying too hard. Grams took out a bowl of macaroni salad and shut the fridge. I think that's all of it. Oh, and the rolls? We could make sandwiches on those. Good idea. Grams set everything out in a more orderly fashion, adding spoons to the bowls, and then took the meat to the counter to slice. So, you're not ready to talk about it? Talk about what? Tillie took the meat she sliced and placed it on a platter. Grams turned to her with a raised eyebrow. You're worried about what happened between Johnny and Logan last night. Worried wasn't exactly the word she would have used. Well, at least not worried about the altercation. Johnny was senseless. His ego was too wrapped up in himself for what happened last night to come to anything. Grams' heavy gaze weighed on her, and she stuck a small bit of the meat into her mouth with a smile. Yum? You sure know how to season tri-tip, Grams. Grams said, going back to the slicing. You know Logan was just watching out after you, don't you? Of course, he's always acted like a third big brother, Tillie said, hearing the thick annoyance in her voice. Grams stopped, knife in midair as she scrutinized Tillie. She opened her mouth to say something, then shut it without uttering a word, going right back to slicing the tri-tip. Tillie kept her mouth shut too, especially since the heat traveled from her chest and up her neck right into her cheeks. She couldn't face Grams anyway. Well, we're just about ready. Why don't you call the men in? Grams looked at her as she took the cutting board to the sink. "You know, Tillie, there are worse things than having so many people care for you." Tillie opened her mouth, freezing as she reached for the door. I know, Grams." Grams nodded as if that settled the matter, then turned on the faucet. Tillie slid out of the kitchen, her insides quivering with the fear that Grams thought her ungrateful. It wasn't that she was ungrateful for what Logan did. She hadn't wanted to dance with Johnny, and it warmed her heart that Logan told him not to talk to her that way, but she escaped to the warm air of the almost summer, stepping out onto the porch and breathing in the scents of the ranch. The peace the place brought her always calmed her tumultuous moods. Though as she sensed the heavy gaze of the one person she wished she could avoid today, the peace didn't last as long. With a sigh, she reached up to ring the triangle bell to call the men in for lunch. The whoops and hollers started before she finished, and by the time she let go of the ringing stick, the twins were at the bottom of the stairs. "That was fast," Ty said, smiling at her. "I thought my stomach would eat itself alive if I had to wait another minute," Tegan said, teasingly pulling her hair before he dashed into the house. "I'm not sure you're ever going to grow up, Tegan Isaac," she hollered after him. Heavy steps hit the stairs. "So I'm not the only one you use middle names with," Logan said, a quasi-smile dancing on his lips. The semi-smile stopped her, and she tried to figure out why until she realized it was the lack of cockiness in his smile. They held each other's gaze until Tanner knocked shoulders with Logan on his way in. "She uses that on everyone, man. That's her way of showing she cares." Tanner laughed and rumpled her hair as he passed her. She scowled after him as she smoothed her wild hair into place. "I swear, one of these days I'm going to cut this all off so they can't mess with it." "Don't do that," Logan said, pulling her eyes back toward him. "I mean, it wouldn't be worth it. Your hair is beautiful, long like you wear it. You wouldn't want it short, well?" Tillie stared at Logan, feeling like she didn't know the guy. For the last few weeks, he'd been stumbling over words and losing his cocky smile. "What's gotten into you?" She shoved out the words she'd been holding on to for so long. "Me?" Logan looked around as if she could be talking to someone else. "It's you that you're mad at me." Tillie narrowed her eyes. "I never said that." "You don't have to, and you know it." He took a step closer to her. "Look, I'm sorry if I overstepped. You had said you didn't want to dance with Johnny. You're usually not one to say things you don't mean." "I didn't want to dance with Johnny," she said, folding her arms across herself more for protection than out of anger. Logan's eyes widened slightly, fixating on her. "Then what did I do wrong? You expect me to stand there while someone puts down you? You're what? Your little sister?" She dropped her hands and took a step closer, her anger fueling her words. "Look, Logan Daniel. I already have 2 protective older brothers, and the younger ones are getting just as bad. I don't need another." Logan opened his mouth, but she didn't stay to find out if he would get the words out or not. She shoved past him, taking the steps 2 at a time. What about lunch?" he called after her. "Lunch? Really? Only a man would think of his stomach at a moment like this. I'm not hungry." She threw the words over her shoulder and strode across the grounds to the barn. Her refuge. Her solace. The horses greeted her with nickers, and she slowed her steps until they barely made a sound on the hay-lined floor. Snickers stuck his nose out of his stall, whinnying in hopes of an apple or a carrot. She veered to the scrap bucket, pulling out an apple that had gotten soft and taking it to him. "That's a boy," she said, rubbing a hand down his neck and soothing herself with the sharp, musty scent of horse, the world's most calming scent ever. "Why didn't they make candles smell like this?" She sighed and nuzzled into him as she lifted the latch and slipped into the stall, closing the gate behind her. Smoothing her hand down his back to tell him what she was about to do, she grabbed hold of his mane and in one smooth movement was on his back, lying on her stomach and wrapping her arms around his neck like she used to do when she was younger. She instantly felt better. "How did you learn to do that?" Sparky said, awe in her voice. Tillie startled, sitting up straight, but Snickers only nodded his head in greeting. Of course, he had known she was there all along. I don't know. Been doing it since I was a kid. It was amazing. Could you show me how? Sparky slid a hand down Snickers' soft muzzle. I mean, maybe not now. Still a little tender from birth, you know. Tillie slid off Snickers and leaned against him as she regarded Ember's sister. She was someone she didn't quite get, didn't understand, but she was nice enough. You're giving me that look, Sparky said, not quite meeting her eyes, keeping them on the horse instead. That look? Tillie asked. Yeah, your whole family does it. They don't understand how I could give up Charlotte. Sparky shrugged. I don't think they know. Tillie tried to find words that would be kind, but ended up just meeting her eyes. Why did you? Ha! Sparky shouted, making Snickers lift his head, startled. Sorry, boy. Then she met Tillie's eyes. Finally, someone with enough guts to come out and ask. Tillie smiled, feeling shy, but hoping that she hadn't offended Sparky. I'm sorry. No, not at all. I appreciate it. Sparky stopped petting Snickers and sat on a hay bale, nodding for Tillie to join her. You know what Ember and I went through, right? Yes, she shared it with me. Tillie weaved her hands together. Well, she handled it a lot better than I did. She's strong and nurturing like that. Me, I went a little crazy, always trying to find that replacement, that one person who would take all the pain away, make it all better, you know? Tillie watched the girl, not too much older than herself, her heart aching at the tough and lonely life she had lived. That must have been rough. I don't have her strength. Nope. Ember is, well, she's amazing. I knew she'd make a great mom. She sure tried with me, but you can't mother your twin. Just isn't the same. Sparky shrugged. I'm not a mother. God just didn't put that skill in me. I knew it, but I couldn't abandon the baby. Tillie nodded. You all think that's what I'm doing, don't you? You think I'm abandoning Charlotte? Tillie shook her head. No, I don't. I think you are leaving her where you feel she will be safest. Sparky nodded over and over. Exactly. I love Charlotte even with her scrunched up face, but she cries and my anxiety goes sky high. I can't give her what she needs, but Ember, you see how natural it is for Ember? I do, Tillie said, gentling her voice. I see it now. You are doing the most loving thing you could think of for your daughter. Sparky's eyes widened and then filled. You do understand. She drew Tillie into a hug. Thank you. I so needed to hear that. I'm glad I could help, Tillie said, sitting up straight again and finally feeling like she might be able to eat. Lunch is ready. You hungry? Yeah, but hold on a sec. You helped me, now I want to help you. Tillie cocked her head, looking at the red-haired mirror image of Ember, except Sparky had shorter hair and a mischievous gleam in her eye that Ember never would. What do you mean? That guy Logan, right? Your brother's best friend? Yeah, Tillie said hesitantly. You're gonna have to be the one to make the first move, Sparky said, smiling and rubbing her hands together. Oh, what do you mean? He can't by all rights. He's your big brother's friend, you know, so in his eyes, making a move would ruin everything if you didn't feel the same way, you know? No, I don't know, Tillie said cautiously. Sparky rolled her eyes. Don't tell me you don't know. She took Tillie's shoulders in her hands. The guy's in love with you. You gotta see that, right? Tillie shook her head. No, he's just being a protective big brother just like he always has. She stepped back, disbelief flooding her at the same time as memories of the long stairs and the feeling of being in his arms, the way his hand had slid up and down her back. Sparky lifted an eyebrow. Now, once you get that into your head, you reach out, and I'll tell you what to do next. She patted Tillie on the arm as she went past toward the house, leaving Tillie standing in shock and wonder. Could her brother's best friend, the guy she had crushed on since junior high, really be in love with her? Finally, she shook her head, dispelling the thought and blaming Sparky's lack of family dynamic understanding to have come to that conclusion. There was no way Logan Cooper loved her like that, a sister, yeah. Romantically? She shook her head again and followed Sparky to lunch. The next month flew by without a chance to talk with Tillie, at least alone. Her standoff attitude left his stomach roiling, whether or not he was at the ranch. He paced his sister's front porch, waiting for his niece to get ready for her first lesson with Tillie. The 2 weeks after Timmy's wedding, he hardly saw Tillie as she finished the school year. Then, in the next 2 weeks, everyone focused on Ty leaving. He shook his head, still not believing the shy little brother joined the Navy. Ty would be good at it. The kid listened better than most, but man. With a glance toward the heavens, he sent a silent prayer for Ty's protection. The Johnsons felt just as much family as his sister, who now came out the door with his pigtailed niece. Now tell your uncle. Lila looked sternly down at her daughter. Violet's lip trembled, but she met his eyes. I'm sorry to have made us late, Uncle Logie. Next time, I will focus better and be ready when you get here. Logan dropped her pink cowgirl hat on her head and smiled. I know you will. Ready now? Yes, sir. Violet shouted and covered her mouth. Sorry, Mama. Hope I didn't wake up Bubba. Lila brought the girl into her arms. He's going to have to learn to sleep through things. Have a great time, and listen to Miss Johnson. Violet kissed her mom and took Logan's hand. I always do, Mama. Love you. Love you too, Lila said, blowing a kiss. Keep her safe, Bubba. He turned back to her with a smile. I always do, sissy. On the drive out to the Christmas tree ranch, he didn't have time to worry about Tillie. His niece kept him busy asking questions about the rodeo life, and telling him how she wanted to go all the way to nationals and be the youngest gal to win. Logan laughed as he pulled up into his normal parking spot at the ranch. Well, let's start with the basics before you get all big-headed. Hey, my hat still fits, she said, unbuckling and sliding out of the truck before he could get there to help her. Miss Johnson. Tillie smiled from the round pen where she had her horse, Snickers, warming up on a slow lope. She drew Snickers to a stop and released him before coming to the fencing. Well, good morning, Violet. You ready to learn to barrel race? Yes, Miss Johnson. Violet bounced up on her toes, making her 2 braids flop to her back. Well, first off, it's summer, so you can call me Tillie. Tillie tapped Violet's hat, barely glancing at Logan. Oh no. Violet shook her head, pushing her hat back out of her eyes. Mama says I can't call an adult by their first names. It's disrespectful. I have to call them Miss or Mrs. or Mr., and their last name or aunt or uncle. Oh, Tillie said, this time holding Logan's eyes for a moment, at least long enough for him to nod in acknowledgement of what his niece said. It's how we grew up, Logan said. So that's why you still call my parents Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. Tillie smiled. Yep, Violet answered for him. So it's Miss Johnson or Aunt Tillie. Tillie went rigid as Violet said Aunt Tillie, then her cheeks pinked in that beautiful way that faded out her freckles. Oh, well, which do you prefer? Well, I'm used to Miss Johnson, Violet started, cocking her head as she thought. Then she glanced at Logan and smiled widely. But I think I would prefer Aunt Tillie. After all, you kind of are like my aunt. Tillie hesitated, avoiding Logan's eyes as she led Violet to the gate. I am? Well, yeah. Uncle Logan and you are really close. Tillie glanced sharply at him, and he bit the inside of his cheeks to keep from smiling. Instead, he shrugged innocently. Besides, I already call your brother Uncle Tanner, so it all makes sense, Violet ended reasonably. Oh yes, okay, I see, Tillie said. Well, if that's what you want. It is, Aunt Tillie. Oh, I like the sound of that, don't you? Violet smiled up at her. Is that the horse I get to ride? What's his name? Is he the horse you raced when you did the rodeo? Tillie laughed. Well, Violet, you sure have a lot of enthusiasm. This is Snickers, and yes, you get to ride him, and yes, he is the horse I raced in the rodeos. Violet clapped her hands. Well, I'm all geared up. I've got on my riding boots and my hat and helmet, Tillie said, shaking her head and handing Violet a small purple riding helmet. But none of the racers I see at the rodeo are wearing helmets. Violet stuck her lower lip out. Your mom's orders, Logan said, taking the helmet from Tillie and coming over to his niece. Hat off. He held out his hand and took the hat she solemnly offered him. Then he placed the helmet on her head and tightened it to fit. You look just as beautiful. He touched the tip of her nose. Thank you, Uncle Logie. Tillie held her hand out. Okay, come on. Let's meet Snickers. Logan tipped his hat at Tillie when she glanced back, as she led Violet to the horse, who calmly nibbled at the grass growing around the fence post at the other end of the round pen. Their eyes held across the distance until she looked down to respond to his niece. That was the first time she had fully met his eyes and held them since the wedding. Progress. He turned with a smile to find Tanner shoveling out the last stall. Morning, Logan said, leaning against the barn wall. First lesson, huh? Tanner said with a grunt as he dumped the shovel on the wheelbarrow. Yep. Logan looked over his shoulder, watching as Violet showed Tillie she knew how to check the horse's hooves. Well, it'll be good for them both. Tillie likes to stay busy. Did you hear she accepted a full-time position at the school? Tanner asked, rolling the wheelbarrow past him and out to the dump area. No, she hadn't told me, Logan said. That was good news, though. It meant she would stay in town and give him time to get his act together. Yeah, Jewel is staying home with her little one. Tanner wiped his brow after dumping the barrow and turned toward him. Guess I should be happy Joy works from home and somehow can juggle both. How does she do that? Logan asked, watching the girls out of the corner of his eye. Beats me. She keeps reminding me that she's not working full-time. Logan tipped the barrow over and leaned it against the wall. But I'll tell ya, when she had that training back in January, I thought I would lose it with having all the responsibility of Caden that week. Thank goodness for Grams and Gramps. See, that's it. You have family all around you. It'll be fine. Well, Caden starts school in the fall, but she'll have the new little ones, twins. Tanner shook his head. Tammy would have gotten a kick out of that. I'm sure she still will, Logan said cautiously with a glance toward the cloudless sky. You're probably right. Tanner led the way over to the round pen to watch the lesson. So she's still not talking to you, huh? Logan went rigid as Tanner sat on the fence. Then he shook out his shoulders and climbed onto the railings next to him. Not much? Well, I don't get it. Tanner pushed his cowboy hat back and scratched at his head before replacing the hat. You'd think I'd know more about women by now, but my sister, well, even my wife, still catches me off guard from time to time. I hear you there, Logan said. Oh, come on now, boys, Gramps said as he approached, still as silent as always. It ain't that bad. Hey, Gramps, Tanner said, making room for him at the fence. Where's my boy? Oh, he's practicing letters right now with Grams. She won't be able to keep him inside too much longer, though. Gramps sighed as he leaned against the fence. How's she doing? Violet or Tillie? Logan asked. I think they're both doing fine. Well, twice a week, right? Gramps said. She should be ready by the fall festival rodeo. That's her hope, Logan said. Your dad is okay doing without you twice a week? Tanner leaned forward to meet Logan's eyes. Well, he stepped back. It's all on my shoulders this summer. He lowered his voice to mimic his dad's. This summer will tell if you'll sink or swim, son. You prove you got it, she's yours, otherwise we'll sell and pay for you to go to college. Oh, like that, huh? Tanner asked, shaking his head. Gramps slapped Logan on the back. Don't worry, son. He has faith in you, and so do we. Let us know if we can help. I know a few strokes myself, Gramps said with a chuckle. Think Violet could play for a bit afterward? Caden would love another kid to play with. I don't see why we can't stay for a little while after her lesson, Logan said, glancing over at Tillie as she helped Violet sit with the correct posture on Snickers. Maybe it would give him time to talk with Tillie alone. It didn't though. As always, the Johnsons seemed to do everything together. By the time summer came to an end, the entire family seemed to come to Violet's lessons, cheering her on and making her feel like a princess. Once the school year started, Violet would come home with Tillie and Caden after school. So all Logan had to do was pick up his niece after her lesson and take her home. He had to bide his time. He spent the most time working with Tillie during the Christmas season, and that was coming soon. Maybe then he could find a time and place to what? To break his heart? Yet every once in a while, he would catch Tillie by surprise and meet her eyes in an unguarded moment. Those times fueled his spark of hope, a hope he had to cling to. 4. Tillie chewed her fingernails as she leaned against the fence, watching Violet ride Snickers in the warming pen. Snickers knew what he was doing. His urgency had been clear the moment they arrived at the Fall Festival rodeo. He stepped high and eager, his ears darting toward the sounds of the announcer and starting horns. Memories flooded Tillie as well, but right now she worried about Snickers because he obviously remembered their rodeo days as well. And Violet wasn't ready for the speed that Snickers was used to going. He had done very well in the round pen at the ranch, eager to race again, but happy to trot rather than gallop. "Steady, Snickers," Violet said, her voice slightly warbling. "Hold the reins tight, V. Remember, you are the boss," Tillie said, though her heart raced and worry ate at her stomach. "I'm the boss," Violet repeated, sitting back in the saddle and blowing out a breath. "Hey," Logan's deep voice startled Tillie as he came up beside her. "I wanted to tell Violet good luck." Logan turned toward her, his brow furrowing. "What's wrong?" I messed up, Lo," she said, reverting to her nickname for him without thought. "What do you mean?" Logan glanced at Violet and Snickers and then back to her. "Did you forget something? I can run back to the ranch right now. I'm sure they can move her to the end of the lineup." Tillie felt the blood drain from her face as Snickers sidestepped and shook his head. "He remembers." "That's good, isn't it?" "Well, if Violet were older and more experienced, I would say yes, but she's so small." She bit her lip. "I should have trained her on a different horse, not one who used to be the high school champion?" Logan raised a brow before turning to study the horse and rider. "He's been doing good during the lessons, and so has she." "Yes, but look at him. He's amped up. He knows what's about to happen." She tapped the fence, trying to come up with a backup plan. Maybe someone in the same age range would let Violet borrow one of their horses? She shook her head. No. Riding an unfamiliar horse would be more dangerous than the one she knew, even if he stepped up his speed by several notches. "She'll be broken-hearted if we cancel," Logan said, his voice taking that soothing tone Tillie knew he used when trying to convince someone to do something crazy. "What's the worst that could happen if he takes off like a bat out of you-know-where, like he used to do with you?" "She could get thrown off," Tillie said, dread filling her stomach. "The warming arena's pretty clear. Have her spin him. Let's see what happens. I think you taught her well." Logan held her gaze, his confidence somehow seeping into her. They called Violet over and Tillie gave her instruction, reminding her how to grip, how to hold her seat, and if all else fails, just grab the horn and hang on. Snickers danced as they talked, and when Tillie released them to try a spin, she grabbed Logan's hand instinctively, holding on with all her might. "If something happens to her," Tillie said. "Tillie, how many times were you thrown off a horse?" Tillie blinked and shrugged. "I can't remember." "And were you ever seriously hurt?" "Well, no, but..." "She's going for it." Logan pulled her hand to his chest, his heart thundering underneath it. Violet's squeals of delight filled the area as Snickers spun. The girl stopped him and spun him in the other direction, holding on tight with her knees and grinning in pure glee. "Holy cow, she takes after you," Tillie whispered. "See? She'll be fine." The announcer called out the lineup as Violet trotted back toward them. "Did you see how fast Snickers went? He never went that fast before." Violet leaned down to rub his neck. We're gonna win, aren't we, boy? Yes, we are. You're the fastest horse around. Well, V-girl, looks like you're on bench. You ready? Logan asked, still holding tight to Tillie's hand. Yes, sir. Snickers and I are going to show them, aren't we, Aunt Tillie? Yes, yes, I believe you will, but Violet, don't forget. I'm the boss, Violet said with a smile. Now come on. Tillie knew she shouldn't hold on to Logan's arm like she did, as they watched Violet sitting on a dancing Snickers. The little girl had her shoulders thrown back in confidence while waiting for her cue. Tillie tried to force her hand to leave Logan's arm. People would get ideas, Logan would get ideas, but right now she needed his support. She's going to be okay. His soothing voice settled her nerves slightly, but she only gripped him harder when the call came. Snickers didn't need the nudge that Violet gave him. He bolted down the alleyway, coming into the pen at a gallop. The crowd gasped, then cheered, as Violet hung on to him while he spun around the first barrel. Violet's face went white during the spin, and she shifted in the saddle as Snickers raced toward the next one, her weight leaning back and her grip moving up the reins. Tillie's fingers dug into Logan's flesh, but he didn't utter a sound. She's trying to slow him down, she murmured, holding her breath. He's listening. You've trained him well. Logan's hand settled over her clenched fingers, and she let go slightly as Snickers spun more slowly around the second barrel. That's it, Tillie cheered, leaning forward as Snickers and Violet raced towards the last barrel. You got this, V. You got this. Snickers cut tightly around the barrel, and for a second it seemed as if Violet's foot would hit it. At the last moment, Violet pulled her foot high and in, clearing the barrel by a fraction of an inch. The crowd roared as she raced back toward the alleyway, leaning forward, urging Snickers to give it his best. They blew past Tillie, making her hair whip up in the breeze of their tailwind. Tillie squeezed Logan's arm and threw her arms around him. She did it. She released him just as abruptly, and walked as fast as she could without spooking the next horse to meet Violet and a dancing Snickers. Snickers blew and snorted, picking his feet up high and prancing in a jittery way. Racing was in his blood, and coming back to the scene must have made him antsy. Take it easy, boy. Shush, good job, buddy. Tillie calmed her horse as she approached him, then grasped Violet's leg in a congratulatory squeeze. Wow, V. You were amazing out there. Did you see how fast he went? He was like lightning. Violet leaned over and caressed his neck. You were the amazing one, Snickers. You're the best horse ever. A horse is only as good as a rider allows him to be, Logan said as he approached them. I didn't see any other gal out there rounding turns like that. I got scared on the first one, Violet said, lowering her voice and glancing around to make sure no one else heard her. I thought I was going to fall off. And what did you do? Tillie asked, taking Snickers' reins and leading him in a slow walk to cool down while Violet talked. I remembered what you taught me. I'm the boss. So I told him to slow down. She sat taller in her saddle. And did he? Tillie asked. He sure did, well, at least a little. Violet sighed. Man, that was really, really fast. I didn't know he could go that fast. Do you think we might have a chance? Tillie glanced back at Logan, whose cocky grin got more pronounced. You kidding, kid? I bet you are full seconds faster than any of the other girls in your division. Logan patted her knee, then turned as Lila called to them. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Lila said as they came toward the fence line where she stayed. You said she was doing good, but... She covered her heart and fanned her face. I almost had a heart attack. Mama? Did you see? Did you see how fast he went? I had to slow him down, but we still went so fast. You sure did, sweetie, and here I thought barrel racing wouldn't make my heart race so much. She patted her chest again. Well, you've got a whole crowd of people waiting to congratulate you once you've got your horse all cooled down and taken care of. I'm proud of you, sweetie. Thanks, Mama, Violet said, then took the reins and directed Snickers in a cool-down walk as if she had been doing this for years. Well, Tillie said after Lila thanked her and walked back to where her hubby waited with little Willie. I guess that went well. I told you it would, Logan said, stepping closer so that their shoulders touched. You should listen to me more often. Warmth grew between them, and heat filled her cheeks as she remembered how she had gripped his arm. She reached over and rubbed it, wishing immediately she hadn't. The feeling of his bulging bicep about did her in. Sorry about your arm, she said. He shrugged. What's a few bruises? Where there's no pain, there's no gain. What's that supposed to mean? She narrowed her eyes and stepped back. He chuckled, wrapping an arm around her and bringing her back towards him as he settled against the fence. Tillie's heart raced as fast as Snicker's speeding gallop when he left his arm around her, the weight of it heavy and reassuring. It's just something I learned in the arena. Getting what you want sometimes requires learning some hard lessons. What does that have to do with me bruising your arm? He cocked his head. Nothing. Nothing, I guess. The silence sat heavy on them as they watched Violet chit-chat with a few of the other gals while they cooled down their horses. Her confidence seemed to have grown astronomically in just one race. The girl had talent, Snickers had the skill, and Tillie just needed to learn to have faith. She glanced at Logan, wondering how he could act so casually about leaving his arm around her as if they were an item. So if I was to listen to you more often, what would you say? She bit her lip, feeling the heat creep into her cheeks, and turned back toward Violet to hide it. Oh, Logan said, shifting his weight slightly. Then he chuckled. I didn't expect you to actually ask, but since you did. Oh, Tillie said with a laugh. I would tell you to save a dance for me tonight. His voice had softened again, all cockiness as absent as her breath. After last time, she started but sucked the words in. The last thing she wanted was to ruin this moment. If you don't want me stepping in, you tell me, and I'll back off. He slipped his arm off her, turning to face her. Deal? A slow smile tugged at her lips. She hated the way he made her feel, and yet she craved it more than she craved even Grams's best cookies. Deal? They stared at each other, their eyes searching, and she wondered for the 100th time, was Sparky right? Could Logan really feel more towards her than the sisterly love he had always shown? Logan leaned against the fence next to the dance floor, doing his best to act casual when he really wanted to pace the area. The DJ continued playing line dance song after line dance song until Logan was about to lose his nerve. The sun had set, taking the heat with it, but under the lights of the dance floor, several people wiped at their brows. The girls were having fun, boots swinging and them cheering with their little whoops and squeals. Most of the guys were having fun watching them. Next to him, several of his high school buddies teased the still single ones about this girl or that. They're women, no longer girls, man, Tanner said as he joined them. Give them a break. You just say that now because you're old and married, someone retorted. It could have been Johnny's little brother Jimmy, but who knows with that family, and Logan wasn't taking his eyes off Tillie. Every once in a while, she'd look over, and their eyes would meet before she turned in the dance or laughed with one of her friends. Each time it happened, it increased his urgency to move, making acting casual all that much harder. What's up with you tonight, brother? Tanner asked, elbowing him in the side. You still in shock about your niece winning her division? Man, that girl can ride. She had a skilled teacher, Logan said, nodding in the direction he watched. Yeah, guess you're right. Tillie seemed mighty nervous. I saw her clutching your arm like it would save her life. Tanner lowered his voice, elbowing him more. Got the bruises to show for it. Your sister has quite the grip. He laughed it off. You should have been down there. It would have saved my arm. You kidding me? Tanner said. I'm lucky I got to see the race at all. Between changing, burping, and being spit up on, there's not much time. He sighed in satisfaction despite his complaints. Life is grand, isn't it? Logan pulled his eyes off Tillie long enough to look at his best friend, and noticed that past the circles under his eyes, his face held pure joy. Yeah bro, it is. It really is. Tanner slapped Logan's back. So, you going to keep slimy hands off my sister again tonight? Logan went rigid, then forced himself to lean back into the fence as if he didn't have a care in the world. "I'll do what's needed, whether or not she likes it is another thing." Tanner laughed. "Well, she's finally over the last time you did, so why not?" His shoulders slumped. "Looks like Joy needs me again." "The joy of fatherhood never ends," one of their buddies called out after him. His children were now all in school. "Though I take endless sports practices over diapers any day." The group laughed. Then, as the song came close to the end, they moved as one toward the dance floor, and in spoken command to the DJ, who spoke in his mic as the last notes faded. "All right, folks, let's slow things down and let these ladies catch their breath." Logan picked up his pace, seeing cowboys hawking toward the group of girls going to their drinks. Seeing that Tillie didn't have one, he stopped at the teen selling water from an ice chest as a fundraiser for the high school rodeo club. He gave him the $3 and took the cold water. He clutched it tightly, the plastic crackling as he looked back toward Tillie to find sweaty hands himself leaning in on her. His blood pulsed so loudly in his ears that he couldn't hear what the guy was saying, but Tillie's smile was strained, and her eyes searched until they landed on him. Then they widened both in relief and fear. Logan froze mere feet from them, clenching his fists and breathing out through his nostrils to calm himself. He had promised to follow her lead. He took the final step to close the distance between them, then handed over the squished water bottle, still dripping from the ice in the cooler. "You look thirsty," he said, keeping his eyes on her and ignoring Johnny. "Thank you." "I am," she said, her tone cautious as she gulped down half the bottle. "Oh great, Mr. Protector again," Johnny said, pulling Logan's attention to him just as the man rolled his eyes. "You going to stop me from dancing with her again?" Logan turned back toward Tillie, searching her eyes. "That depends on what the lady wants. Though she owes me a dance." He raised an eyebrow, hoping she knew he would respect her wishes, but he also wanted to give her an out. "I did promise," she said, her eyes staying glued to his until Johnny blew out a disgruntled breath. "Why do you have to play big brother and ruin all my fun, man?" Johnny growled low, stepping closer to him. The guy was nearly the same height as him, though he had an extra 40 pounds that Logan didn't, and not solid muscle. It was obvious Johnny did most of his work from the back of his horse or an ATV. Logan turned to meet the man face to face, and keeping his voice low and steady, he said, "Who said I'm playing brother?" Johnny's eyes widened until the whites of his eyes showed, and he glanced from him to Tillie and back again. "You and the Johnson girl? Really? You've got a lot of nerve, man." Johnny stepped back and laughed, taking off his hat and wiping his brow. "I've always said you were crazy." He shook his head and turned back into the sea of the crowd, on the hunt for his next prey. Logan watched after him, the words he blindly spoke ringing in his head. He was afraid of what he would find when he turned back toward Tillie, so remained there, rigid, unable to face the future his rashness laid out for him. A cold, small but strong hand grasped his arm, and he lowered his head as he turned. Without meeting her eyes, he said, "I'm sorry. I did it again." Tillie didn't light into him. Instead, she giggled and let her hand slip from his forearm down to wrap around his fingers. "Come on, cowboy. I owe you a dance." Logan looked up, meeting her eyes that seemed to sparkle, before she pulled them away as her cheeks turned a beautiful shade of pink. He led her out onto the dance floor, but by then the song was almost over. This time, when it ended, she didn't let go, but rested her head against his chest as the next song started. Luckily, it was another slow serenade. He let a few stanzas pass, before he broke the silence. "I'm sorry." Her shoulder rubbed up and down on his chest as she shrugged, then she pulled back to look at him. The green of her eyes seemed almost fathomless under the fairy lights strung over the dance floor, making him catch his breath. Why did you tell Johnny what you did?" she asked, her voice breathless and so quiet that if he hadn't read her lips, he might not have picked out the words. His heart thundered, and he was grateful her head wasn't against his chest to give him away. At a loss for words, he lifted a shoulder, doing his best to act nonchalant, but unsure if he pulled it off. "Is it true?" she asked, persistent as always. "You want honesty?" he asked to buy himself time and licked his lips as he thought of something smart. I always want honesty, Logan Daniel, she said, standing still. He urged her back into the slow rhythm of their dance. Well, honestly, he smiled at her, putting on his best devil-may-care smile. The thought of Johnny Parker touching you makes me want to punch something. Tillie's eyes widened slightly, and her lips pulled up into a half grin. Oh, it's like that, is it? And why does he make you feel like that? What is this, therapy? He asked. I don't ask myself why I feel things. It's just the way it is. Can we just dance? The slow song ended, with them standing still, one hand still intertwined with hers, and the other resting on her hip and hers laying on his chest. As the next song started, the upbeat notes made him grin. The hand on her hip pushed out, as the one holding hers encouraged her to spin. She reacted instinctively, spinning out and back into his arms. He didn't know if it was that all their practice had ingrained in her and she moved by habit, or if she decided to just let the moment be, but dance they did. No one could deny that they moved well together, and for a moment he wondered if that was when things had shifted for him. The night that Tanner had told him they were going to help Tillie learn to dance for her first high school homecoming. He still remembered the freckles on her face fading into pink as he took her hand that first time. The bossy little sister transformed into a shy girl, a cute girl, and he never looked at her the same way again. Why are you smiling like that? Tillie glanced up at him. Oh, nothing, he said, clearing his throat as the heat traveled up the back of his neck. She narrowed her eyes. Well, it's something to make you smile that way, it's not your normal smile. It isn't, huh? He asked, and pulled her tighter against him so she couldn't see his face. Well, if you must know, I was thinking about the day Tanner and I taught you how to dance. Tillie stiffened slightly in his arms, but he smoothed her back with his hand and she relaxed again. That was a long time ago. Yes, he said, realizing just how long he had kept the secret. That realization made the weight of his reality even heavier. Yes, it's been a long time. I remember it like it was yesterday, though. She said the words breathlessly, which made his heart gallop with hope. Tillie, His voice caught as his heart jumped into his throat. What was he doing? He couldn't do this here, now could he? Hey, Tegan, who had come home from college just for this event, stood by them. The song ended. Heat bloomed in Logan's chest with such force that beads of perspiration broke out along his skin. He reluctantly dropped his hands from Tillie and stood back. So it did. Tillie watched him, but he didn't dare look at her. Eventually, she turned to her brother. Do you need to go home now? Yeah, sorry. I should have driven my truck. I've got to get an early start tomorrow, to be back in time for my study group. Sorry to interrupt. He stopped and looked between them. Wait, why were you two dancing like that? I mean, I know I've been gone, but... A gleam started in Tegan's eyes. Oh man, does Tanner know? Logan swallowed and glanced at Tillie, whose face had turned as red as the plaid on his shirt. Her eyes widened as they met his, and her mouth opened slowly as if to say something. He doesn't. Tegan practically hopped in place. He's gonna kill you, man. I can't wait to watch. Tillie's expression shifted as she gained control of herself and smacked her brother on the chest. Get a hold of yourself, little bro. Geez. No one is going to kill anyone. Logan saved me from that, she glanced around. Well, he saved me from having to dance with someone I didn't want to dance with. Tegan's brows knit in confusion. Wait, so you two aren't, you could have fooled me. He shook his head, then narrowed his eyes. Whatever, I guess it's none of my business anyway. Whoa, look at the little brother growing up, Logan said, shaking himself out of the frozen stupor he had been stuck in while watching Tillie's reaction. He swore he saw the truth of how she felt in her eyes in that unguarded moment, and it both shocked him into stillness and left his heart racing. He shook the thoughts from his head and wrapped an arm around Tegan's neck to muss up his hair. He caught Tillie's eyes over Tegan's head, and they searched his, as if she had seen something momentarily in his as well. He pulled on his cocky smile. So it begins. 5. Tillie battled with herself about what she thought she had seen the night of the fall festival. It made her look back at the last several years, and even further to the beginning of high school, to the time Logan taught her how to dance. He said that it had been him and Tanner, but Tanner had done nothing but watch and make comments. It had been Logan. The moment had felt like a dream come true to her at 14. Her big brother's best friend, whom she had crushed on from the time she first noticed boys as something other than friends. That crush hadn't stopped her from crushing on, and eventually dating other guys. She saw Logan as the untouchable dream, something that would never come to fruition. However, it hadn't protected her from a devastating broken heart when Logan dated the rodeo queen, even though that romance lasted all of 2 weeks. He had several of those, and with each one her heartache lessened. Now, for the first time, she wondered why Logan hadn't settled down like most of their friends. She had always assumed he wasn't the type to settle or stick with one gallon, but now, she bit her lip, remembering how her heart raced at the look of longing she had seen in Logan's eyes before Tegan interrupted them. It had only lasted a moment, and disappeared to be replaced by his normal cocky grin so quickly that she thought maybe she had imagined it, but lately she swore she saw it more and more. Maybe it was time to call Sparky. She surely couldn't ask Joy or Ember. They told their hubbies, her brothers, everything. Then it hit her what Tegan had said, Tanner's gonna kill you. Could it be that Sparky was right? That Logan saw her as more than a sister, but couldn't make a move because of the brotherly code between him and Tanner? Miss Johnson? The sweet voice and tug on her sleeve had her blinking to focus on her student staring at her with wide eyes. You sick, Miss Johnson? You have no color in your face. Mama always says that I lose color when I'm sick. Tillie shook her head. No, sweetie. I'm fine. Are you all done with your test? Yes, Miss Johnson, but you forgot to put the collection basket out. Oh, I did. Thank you for reminding me. She grabbed the basket she had kids turn their work into, and gave it to her student. Would you put that on the front table? Then you can color or read until the others finish. Tillie drew in a deep breath, pushing all the pondering, fears, hopes, and everything else that came with Logan Cooper into the back of her mind. Her class needed her, and she needed to stay present. That afternoon, when the students all went home, she stared at her phone for several minutes before she finally pressed the call icon next to Sparky's name. You ready to make a move? Sparky answered the phone without a preamble, causing a silly round of giggles to erupt from Tillie. Oh my, you sure know how to start a conversation. Tillie finally gasped, feeling giddy like she hadn't since high school. Oh man, it's past time, isn't it? Sparky said. Tell me what's been going on. Just like that? No, hey, how are you doing, or are you coming for Thanksgiving? How's Charlotte? How's my sister? None of that? Tillie said, biting her lip and wondering if she made the right call. I just talked with Ember this morning, so I know she's good and that Charlotte's good. I told her this morning that I would not make Thanksgiving, but Alex said we'd do our best to be there for Christmas. Sparky took a breath. That do it for you? Oh yeah, thanks, Tillie said. Good. Now tell me, did something happen at the fall festival? Ember mentioned that you and Logan had another run-in with that other guy. She did? Tillie's heart hammered. Yeah, she's observant. You don't live on the run your whole life and not notice things, Sparky said, reminding Tillie of the rough life that she and Ember had led until Ember came to the Christmas tree ranch last year. You can trust her, you know. She knows how to keep a secret, and she pretty much knows anyway. She knows what? About you and Logan, of course, Sparky said, a note of exasperation in her tone. But there's nothing to know. Well, maybe no action yet, but there are things to know. Sparky shifted some things around on her end of the line, making the phone crackle. Okay. I'm sitting. So what happened? Nothing. We just danced again. He came at the perfect time to save me from dancing with sweaty hands. And? We danced all night. Like I hear my sister did with your brother kind of dancing? Tillie laughed. Oh no. They just snuggled together and did the same shuffle, regardless of what played, like they were lost in their own little world. No, Logan and I danced. I see, so what made you call me? I don't know. It was just when Tegan interrupted us, there was this moment that I swore I saw something in Logan's eyes as if you might be right. You can't even say the words. Sparky laughed. Well, I don't want to speak for him, you know. Tillie shrugged and sat back in her comfy teacher chair. There's this tension between us, like something is there, but I can't put a name to it. It's called love or attraction or desire or... Okay. I get it, Tillie said, her face heating, and she glanced out the window to make sure none of her colleagues were about to walk in. So, let's say it's one of those, but I don't really know. How do I find out for sure? You could just ask. That's what Ember thinks you should do. So, you've told Ember what we talked about? Tillie dropped her head into her free hand, her stomach feeling sick. No, well, yeah, she brought it up, but I said nothing about what I told you right after the wedding. Sparky smacked her gum. Oh, okay. So she thinks there's something there too? Tillie raised her head and bit her lip. Yeah, she said she saw it last Christmas. Oh, maybe she just didn't know Logan well enough at that time. He's always been teasing with me. That's never changed. Well, girl, there's teasing and then there's teasing. Okay, Tillie said, twirling her hair and tapping her foot, in desperate need to expel some of the nervous tension running through her. So you want to know for sure, and you don't want to come straight out and ask. Well, think about it. He's always around, practically family. I walk up and say, hey Lo, I'm wondering, do you have the hots for me? Oh no? Okay, well, supper's ready. Tillie snorted. I can see how complicated that would be. You realize he can't be the one to make the move. Not only Tanner would kill him, but the entire family. Tegan said that. Wait, Tegan knows? No, well, he interrupted our dance because he needed to go home. Anyway, he assumed that something was going on. That's when I saw that flash of something in Logan's eyes. Tegan said Tanner would kill Logan. Tillie stood up to pace. I told him nothing was going on, but I'm not sure he believed me. Shoot. Do you think he'll tell Tanner? I don't know, but the guy is blind if he doesn't see that his best friend is in love with his little sister. He's kind of got a lot on his plate right now, you know? A twinge of sympathy for Tanner filled her. Oh yeah, the twins. Sparky hummed a little, as if she were thinking. Okay, so you have to step up the flirtation. You and Logan have always teased each other, borderline flirtation. Now you have to go heavier on the flirtation, but don't do it in front of your brothers. You won't get a clear reaction from Logan if they're around. So you're telling me to flirt with my brother's best friend? I'm telling you to flirt with the man that's in love with you, and you have feelings for too. Oh, that's a different way to look at it. Tillie blew out a breath, falling back into her chair. It's the way you are going to need to shift your perspective, girl. Think about it. If he wasn't your brother's best friend, would you have already made a move? Would he? Tillie bit her lip as she thought things through. After getting a few more pointers, she thanked Sparky and got off the phone. Mindlessly, she graded papers as she pondered what Sparky said. Could she see Logan as a man separate from being her brother's best friend? Did she dare give herself that freedom? Logan shut the door to his cabin, that sat further down the drive on his parents' ranch. They said he could build whenever he wanted to settle down and have a family. Lila and Mitchell had taken the other half of the ranch and put it to good use. This section was his, but he still didn't know what he'd do with it. The store kept him too busy to grow crops or have cattle. Right now, he leased out the back 40 with Harmon's cattle, and that worked for him. The money that lease gave him paid for what little utilities he used, and he gave a portion to his parents to pay for his share of the property tax. His thoughts went to Tillie as he hopped into the truck, decked out in his Sunday best for Thanksgiving. What would Tillie do with a sizable chunk of land? Would she want to move here? She loved the Christmas tree ranch and being there with her family. She might not want to leave. It didn't matter. His land didn't mean as much to him as Tillie did. He stopped himself short. Planning a future with someone to whom he didn't even know returned his feelings or not wasn't the smartest thing to do. It was hard on the heart. The last several weeks had been better between them. Whatever she had been angry at him for before had seemed to melt away. He couldn't say things were as easy as they were before the wedding, because there was still tension. It was just that it was no longer anger. In fact, it was that tension that gave him hope and made his heart speed up to a gallop every time he had the chance to visit the ranch. Today was the start of a new season. After today, the Christmas season started for the Johnsons' business. This year it held a more potent nostalgia and a deeper sense of change. It was time for things to shift between him and Tillie. He had to know one way or the other. He usually spent quite a bit of Thanksgiving Day with the Johnsons, and this year he could spend even more. His parents had flown back east to visit his mom's sister for the holiday, and Lila said they would have their Thanksgiving dinner in the late evening. That allowed him to stay for the meal at the ranch. The thought made him smile as he drove up to the main house. Tanner, a baby in each arm, met him at his truck. "Happy Thanksgiving, brother," he greeted Logan, holding up his babies. "Brings a whole new light to Thanksgiving." "Yeah, we got double the thanks." "Hi, Uncle Logan," Caden called out as he ran by, careening toward the barn. Tanner laughed. "That's right, Cowboy," he called after his son. "I'm guessing coming over to Lila's tonight is out then?" Logan clasped him on the shoulder in greeting. "Yeah, sorry man. One of these days, I'll get to stuff myself with 2 Thanksgiving dinners again." "It's been a couple of years, brother." Logan shrugged. "I'm getting used to it." "You could take Tillie," Tanner said, making Logan go rigid. "She's a good eater." "I'd say Tegan, but he's already promised the younger Harmon girl that he'd do something with her, and Ty, well, he's not here." Logan heard the sorrow in Tanner's voice. The last time one of their siblings was gone from holidays had been Tammy, and she never returned. Things like that left a foul taste in your mouth and fear roiling in your guts. "He'll come back," Logan said, hoping his words were true, praying that they would be. "How are things at the store?" Tanner cleared his throat and bounced his babies as one fussed. "It's tied you up a lot lately." "Things are good. Just stockpiling for winter, and trying to get ahead on a few things to give me time to help here tomorrow." Logan smiled, letting his eyes rest on the wagons that were out drying in the sun. "They look great. They're ready to roll after they dry. Fresh paint looks nice, I think." "That was Ember's idea." Tanner glanced back at him. "You sure you can spare the time? You're the big man at the store now." "Well, my father doesn't see it that way yet, but he will. That man is hard to please, like my father. In the end, though, they mean well for us. It's not like this is the life my dad wanted for me, but I belong here. You belong at that store. You've been preparing for it your entire life. Your dad will see that. Eventually, maybe before I'm old and gray," Logan said. "So when's Thanksgiving dinner?" Tanner laughed. "I know. The smell the women are making in that kitchen is sending my tummy rumbling too. Let's go find out." The door opened as they came up the stairs, the warm light from the house framing Tillie in a holiday ambiance that had him tripping on the next step. Tillie gasped. "You okay?" She rushed to his side, brushing the dirt off his knee that hit the stair above it. He chuckled, pulling on his carefree smile. "Yeah, the smell of the food must have left me a bit wobbly. I didn't eat breakfast." "Serves you right for not eating the most important meal of the day." Tanner laughed as the baby's cries intensified. Oh, better get these guys back to their mama." "Oh, Tillie, Logan has something to ask you." Tanner winked, then took the now wailing infants into the house as Joy came running from the kitchen. The door closed behind Tillie as she stared at him with a raised eyebrow. "So? I'm actually not sure what he meant," Logan said, unnerved by the way she stared at him from under her lashes, almost like she was flirting. "Oh, that's right." He pulled his hat off and scratched at his head. "You know how he sometimes comes to my family's Thanksgiving?" Well, he can't this year, obviously. Yeah, so what does that have to do with me? She stopped the flirty air, which gave him the space to breathe. He said I should take you, if you wanted to come, that is. He placed his hat back on his head. I'm sure Violet would love to see you, he added dumbly. Oh, so this is for Violet? There was that flirtatiousness again. Logan pulled at the collar of his shirt. It's only if you want. She stepped forward, hesitatingly, and laid a hand on his chest. Her eyes stared at her hand for a moment, then looked up at him, once again from under her lashes that seemed longer than normal, and he realized she was wearing makeup. Is that what you want? Logan gulped, knowing that under her hand his heart galloped so strongly that she must have felt it. He searched her eyes, the new flirty nature making him unsteady. Sure. I mean, yes. I'd like you to be there with me. A slow smile spread across her lips as she fully met his eyes. Then I'll come, she said, her hand sliding slowly off his chest. Aunt Tillie. Caden called out, making Logan go rigid, and Tillie's cheeks turned pink as she hastily stepped back, putting space between them. Gramps and I are ready to eat. Is Thanksgiving dinner ready yet? Caden bounced up the steps, glancing back to where Gramps came along a little slower, but his keen eyes darted between Logan and Tillie. Just about, sweet boy. Tillie bent down to pick up her nephew. Oath. You are getting so big. But not too big for you to pick up, right, Auntie? I got too big for Amma, though. His little lip quivered. That's only because she was already carrying your little brother and sister in her belly, and she still snuggled with you, didn't she? Oh yes, all the time. Maybe she'll be able to pick me up again now, when she isn't holding Bubba or Sissy, that is. One day, champ, Logan settled Caden's hat on him. You won't want anyone picking you up, but snuggling will always be something to want. He winked at Tillie, turning the tables on her and making her blush fiercely. Well, that's the truth, son. A man is never too old for snuggles. Gramps took Caden from Tillie's arms. Come on, cowboy, let's let these two finish their conversation. Gramps' lips twitched as he carried Caden inside. Oh, we're coming too, Logan said quickly. He didn't trust himself out here alone with Tillie acting this way, especially not when they could be interrupted at any moment. Yep, Tillie answered, a little gleam in her eye as she followed Gramps inside. Logan was just telling me that Violet wants me to join them for their Thanksgiving after ours. Oh, was that it? Gramps asked innocently. Logan just gave a nod, meeting Tillie's eyes over Gramps as she smiled a conspiratory smile that made Logan feel like he was about to settle on a bull. A smile tugged at his lips, and he knew he would enjoy this new game she had started a little too much. Well, as long as you two won't have to be rolled into work tomorrow morning, Gramps said with a laugh. My bones are getting older every year, and I don't think I can run the wagons anymore, whether or not I'm sick. I'm counting on you, he said to Logan, patting him on the arm, and somehow Logan got the impression that Gramps was counting on him for a lot more than just driving a wagon. Grandma? We're hungry. Can we eat yet? Caden yelled across the room the moment Gramps came out of the kitchen to see who had arrived. Oh, it's not Roger yet. We have to wait for your Uncle Roger and family, sweetie, but I have a special snack I set aside for you. She motioned for Caden to join her back in the kitchen, which he did with a little squeal. Your Grams is awesome, Logan said, choking up as he thought of his own grandma calling him in for special treats. He missed her. Even 15 years later, those memories were still so fresh. Yes, she is, Tillie said, the flirtatiousness gone, just pure love for her family filling her eyes. I love Thanksgiving. She sighed. Even more than Christmas? Logan asked as he set his hat and jacket on the pegs. Well, nothing can beat Christmas here on Christmas Tree Ranch, can it? She winked, but her expression glowed with the love she held for those she cared about, including him, he knew. He just wanted to know what kind of love she had for him. 6. Graham settled everyone around the large dining table that they usually used for guests, but on the holidays themselves, there were hardly ever guests. If there were, she just made them a part of the family. That's how Graham's was. Tillie glanced across the table where Logan sat next to Tanner. She almost wished he had sat anywhere else, anywhere other than directly across from her, where it would be hard not to look at him, not to catch his eyes every time she looked up. She had been foolish to flirt so openly with him on the porch. Her cheeks still felt on fire from that encounter, especially after getting caught by Gramps. Maybe she shouldn't have listened to Sparky. Thinking of Sparky had her glancing at Ember, who held little Charlotte, rocking her gently as the almost toddler fought sleep. Joy was doing the same with both of her little ones, but even at only 3 months old, holding two made it a bit more awkward. A warm longing built up within her. It wasn't like her clock was ticking, and having a baby was all she could think of, but it was nice to dream that one day that life could be hers. The thought surprised her. She knew that one day she wanted to be married and have a family, but to actually think about what that would feel like, that was new. The weight of a lingering gaze pulled at her, and she met Logan's eyes as he searched hers. That cocky smile softened, as if he could read her mind. He glanced at Tanner as he took one baby from Joy's arms, then looked back toward Tillie, his eyebrows raising. Her throat swelled as her heart raced. Had he just implied? She shook her head, trying to clear the ridiculousness from her mind, as Gramps called the table together. During prayers, she held Timmy's hand to the right of her and Tegan's to the left as they all bowed their heads. Gramps' prayers were always long on Thanksgiving, full of the gratitude of family being together, and all the grace God had shown them throughout the year. As he thanked God for the babies here and the babies to come, Tillie felt a slight nudge on her foot. She cracked her eyes, looking under her eyelashes to find Logan smiling, though his eyes remained closed. What was he getting at? Gramps ended the prayer, and Gramps had everyone go around the table and share what they were most grateful for. Of course, a huge focus was on her new nieces and nephews, but when Tanner also mentioned gratitude for Ty's safety, her throat choked. She missed her shyer younger brother, but as she glanced at Tegan, she realized he felt his missing twin the most. She squeezed Tegan's arm, and he gave her one of his rare, sweet smiles before turning to Tanner and teasing him about being tied down. Well, boys would be boys, she guessed. None of them seemed too comfortable with emotions. Timmy wrapped an arm around her shoulder. You all right, lil' sis? She leaned into him. Yeah, it's just the older I get, the more these holidays get me all weepy. Timmy laughed and squeezed her gently. Just wait until you get married and have kids, then we won't be able to turn the weepy off. Look at my gal. Tillie leaned forward to see on the other side of her brother where Ember, with tears streaming down her face, dabbed her eyes with a tissue. Charlotte's head rested against her shoulder, and Ember turned to kiss her every few moments. I love watching her with Charlotte, Tillie said, whispering to Timmy while Gramps continued his long list of things to be grateful for. Me too, Timothy said, giving her a last squeeze, then turning to Ember as she choked out her gratitude for the year. When it was Tillie's turn, she sighed, her eyes blurring as she looked at all of her family. What can I say? I have the most beautiful family in the world, and I love my job. Ah, the table erupted, and the gratitude line moved on. She felt the heavy weight of Logan's stare, but resisted meeting his eyes until everyone finished and Gramps announced it was time to dig in. Then she met his eyes over the heaping bowl of mashed potatoes Tegan handed to her. His cocky smile was back, deepening his dimple and making her toes feel like they didn't fit in her shoes. Did he have to smile like that? Oh there, sis, Tanner called out as she added a spoonful of potatoes to her plate. If you're going with Logan to his sister's, take it from a professional and pace yourself. Ha, she said, adding an extra spoonful just to goad him. Suit yourself, but you're working tomorrow, bellyache or not. Tanner laughed, rocking a baby expertly as he got himself a fat piece of turkey. You're going to Logan's? Timmy asked, his voice low and secretive. Tillie glanced at Logan, who seemed to keep one eye on her even as he joked with Tanner about Thanksgivings in the past. She shrugged. Tanner told him to take me because he couldn't go, and Logan said V would love it. Oh, is that how it is? Timmy said, his eyes wide with exaggerated innocence, but then he focused on dishing up Ember's plate for her while she held their little girl. Tegan handed her the platter of ham, and leaned over conspiratorially. "The thing I'm wondering is if you really know what's going on." "What do you mean?" Tillie hissed, low, hating that Logan watched her while her brothers teased her mercilessly. "That's what I mean. You need to open your eyes, and someone better tell Tanner before he finds out. Though I wouldn't want to be the one to do that." Tegan whistled under his breath, slapping a piece of ham on her plate for her. "Might as well stretch out that tiny belly of yours," he said in a normal voice, laughing as he did. Logan smiled amongst the jeering laughter, but his eyes held a distinct feeling, and his foot brushed against hers again as if asking if she was all right. In answer, she teased her brother back. "I believe I have put you under the table a time or two, little Tegan." Little Tegan wasn't so little anymore. In fact, he towered over her, almost passing Tanner in height and Timmy in breadth. For a moment, she wondered how changed Ty would be when he returned from his boot camp and trainings. "I've got good news," her mom announced during a lull in conversation. "Ty says he'll be home for Christmas." The table cheered, and an immense weight lifted off Tillie. Guess she'd be able to see just how changed her little brother would be after all. Her heart filled as she filled her stomach watching her family, teasing alongside them, and taking turns holding the babies so their mamas could eat. Logan's presence was so natural that she didn't realize until it was time to clean up the table that he had been quieter than usual. Still present, still laughing and joking, but what was different? He turned, catching her staring at him, and he smiled, that deep dimple smile that went past cockiness to something else. That was it, he wasn't teasing her. During all the jesting her brothers caught her up in, Logan hadn't joined them once. Well, what did that mean? She took his plate from him, his hand sliding off hers as she did. His eyes held hers in a flirtatious gaze. It took everything she had to make her numb legs continue walking down the line, taking plates and heading into the kitchen, where she sighed in relief. "You all right?" Grams asked, stretching her back as she shut the dishwasher and turned the dial. "Yeah, you?" Tillie set down the plates and rubbed her grandma's back. "Oh, I'm fine, dear. Just getting old." She laughed, turning to squeeze her hand and go back to the sink. "These will have to wait until the next round. Dishwasher's already full. I could just wash them by hand." Tillie took a plate, ready to do just that. "No, you don't. I hear you're going with Logan." Grams lifted an eyebrow. "It's awful kind of you to join him." Tillie shrugged. "V wants me there. You've done so much for that girl, and I know she appreciates it." "She does." Tillie hugged Grams. "Just like I appreciate you." "I know you do, dear. Now, help me get the dessert ready. The dishes can wait a little while longer." Grams squeezed her arm before pulling out pies. By the time she said goodbye to her family and climbed into Logan's truck, she didn't know how she could eat another bite. She wasn't one to go back on her word though, and well, if she was honest with herself, she looked forward to the time alone with Logan. "I feel bad taking you away from your family," Logan said, his hand hesitating on the key in the ignition. "Oh, I'll see Uncle Roger and family again on Christmas, and I see my family all the time. It's okay, really." "You're sure?" Logan searched her eyes in the growing twilight. "What, you having second thoughts about bringing me?" she teased, though her heart raced, hoping he wasn't. "Not in the slightest." He smiled and started his truck. They remained silent until they came to town. "Oh, look. They put up all the Christmas decorations." Tillie leaned forward to get a better view of the garlands hanging across the street, with their wreaths strung in the center. The lights twinkled as they wove through the garlands and around the poles that held up the covered walkways. "You would think you didn't see this every year," Logan teased. She playfully smacked his arm. "It's not a bad thing to get excited about the simple things like Christmas decorations." She settled back in her seat as they passed downtown and headed out the other side toward his sister's ranch. "I'm glad to hear you're feeling okay though. I was starting to worry about you." "Worry about me?" Logan asked, glancing at her as he turned down the road that would take them back into the forest. "Why would you do that?" "Well, you didn't join in the teasing," she said, trying to keep her tone light but feeling like she failed. "Oh," he said, his voice fading. "I thought you were getting enough of that without me joining in." "That's not how it usually goes." He glanced at her again as he slowed the truck to pull into the driveway. For a moment she saw something deep in his eyes, but then the cockiness replaced it. "Did you miss it?" She turned away, not willing to start down that path again. It felt too dangerous at that moment. "Your sister knows I'm coming, right?" Logan shrugged. "She suggested it, but I didn't text her. Should I have?" Tillie's heart jumped. Yes, what if she didn't plan on company? "I don't want to just show up, I thought." Logan stopped the truck, pulled out his phone, thumbs moving rapidly, then sat his phone down and turned to her. "There. She knows you're coming. But we're already here." She glanced through the trees down the long drive to where the house sat several hundred yards away, its windows glowing in the growing darkness. "Want to procrastinate?" He waggled his eyebrows. "What does that mean?" She narrowed her eyes to keep them from widening as her heart shot into a gallop. He laughed. "Tillie, how long have we known each other?" The question caught her off guard. I can't remember a time you weren't Tanner's best friend." "And do you feel safe with me?" His tone deepened into an unusually serious note. "You've never made me feel unsafe," she said, though right now she didn't feel like her heart was safe at all. "Then why were you just looking at me like I was gonna jump you?" he asked with a strain in his voice. "Because I had hoped you would for over 10 years, Mr. Big Shot." She gulped. "I wasn't looking like that." He turned all the way in his seat, his hand resting on the back of hers, inches from her face. "What has gotten into you lately?" He licked his lips and cleared his throat. "Is there something you want to tell me?" Sparky's words rang through her mind. "He can't make the first move." "That's up to you." Her body vibrated with such force, she felt like she would float off the seat, and her heart pounded so hard it made her unable to catch her breath. Logan continued to hold her gaze captive in that new way that he had started looking at her, in the way that made her feel like a woman and not a surrogate little sister. How many women had he used that on? And what did it mean that he looked at her like that now? His hand moved slightly, barely brushing her cheek, making her yearn to lean forward and close the distance between them. Could she do it? What if she read him wrong? His phone chimed, instantly breaking the intensity building between them. She tried to play it cool, but it felt like she was gasping for breath the moment he took his eyes off her to look at his phone. What in the world had just happened? Logan couldn't shake the intensity that had filled the cab of his truck. If his sister hadn't texted back right then, he may have ruined everything. He could still feel the thickness of the air, and even now, whenever he met Tillie's eyes, he swore electricity sparked between them. He shook out his hands under the table to dispel some of that lingering energy. His sister looked at him from the corner of her eye, but thankfully kept her mouth shut, only smiling as Violet told Tillie all about training her horse to race like Snickers. "Well, I'm sure if you keep practicing with her, she will get just as fast as Snickers." Tillie smiled, glancing down at her almost empty plate. He had noted she hadn't filled it up near as much as she did at the ranch, but he wasn't about to tease her, especially since his own stomach felt like it would explode. "Mama, may I be excused?" Violet asked. "Sure, sweetie, just take your plate to the kitchen." Lila smiled at her daughter. "We'll be having dessert," she glanced at Logan, then Tillie, who puffed out her cheeks, "in a little while. First, we'll let Uncle Logan and his guest make some room." "She's not Uncle Logie's guest. She's Aunt Tillie," Violet said, rolling her eyes. "You want to come see my room, Aunt Tillie? I'll show you where I put my trophy. Daddy made a special shelf just for my barrel racing awards." "I'd love to," Tillie said, rising and taking her plate, following Violet to the kitchen, then down the hall to her room. "Well?" Lila asked, leaning forward. "You brought Tillie." "It was Tanner's idea," Logan said, pushing back from the table and stretching, hoping to give his stomach more room. "So you've talked to him? You actually took your big sister's advice?" Lila asked, and the glee that filled her face made him wish he had followed it. That, and the lingering intensity between him and Tillie that filled him with hope. He shook his head, watching his sister's face fall. Mitchell reached over and squeezed her hand as he stood. Give the guy time. One day he'll realize, just like I did, that you have the best advice. He bent over and kissed the top of her head. Sounds like Willie woke up. I'll grab him. Thanks, honey, she said before turning back to Logan, leaning forward in earnest. What are you going to do? What can I do? Make a move and risk ruining a friendship and the place I have with the Johnsons? He shook his head. If she's interested, she'll make a move, and we'll decide where to go together. Lila sat back and watched him while she worried at her lip. You could wait an awful long time. I've been waiting for years. He muttered before shaking his head. It was a great Thanksgiving. Thanks for hosting. He stacked dishes on top of his plate. Thanks for stuffing yourself twice, she said with a smirk. Think you'll be able to fit in some dessert? Did you make your chocolate cream pie? He asked, rubbing his belly, encouraging it to make room. You know I did, she said, stacking the rest of the dishes. I'll send some home with you. You're the best, sis, he said, knocking into her as they carried the dishes to the kitchen. I know. After they set down the plates, she turned toward him again. Do you want me to talk with her? You know, feel it out. Encourage? No, sis. No? He shook his head adamantly. Please don't. I'm not a kid anymore. This isn't junior high where you pass notes and ask her to circle yes or no. If this happens, it will happen right, like adults. I just don't see the Johnsons being thrilled about it. How could they not? You're practically family already. Lila folded her arms. I know, but that's not how they'll see it. Tillie's the only daughter or sister they have left. Logan sighed, wishing he didn't have to keep thinking about Tammy and the hole she left behind in the Johnson family. I think you're too hard on yourself. She started rinsing dishes and putting them in the dishwasher. When he went to help, she shooed him away. Go. Work your magic. It's time you had some happiness in your life and a good woman to come home to. Logan glanced down the hall, hoping that Lila's voice hadn't carried. You sure you don't want help? You've always been awful at dishes. You just get in the way. She smiled and jutted her chin toward the hall. He flashed his sister a grateful grin and walked down toward the sound of his niece's voice. She loved Tillie, and Tillie never complained about the time she spent with his niece, but he didn't want to make her feel like she was babysitting. When he neared enough that Violet's words came to him clearly, he froze in his tracks. Wouldn't it be super cool if you really became my aunt one day? I mean, you aren't married yet, and neither is Uncle Logie, and you know each other really well. Mama always says that a marriage should start with a friendship. Violet rambled, but now she stopped. Logan heard the earnestness in her voice, and he could picture her now staring up at Tillie with hopeful eyes. It was a look that he had never been able to deny. He held his breath, waiting to see how Tillie responded, even as guilt added to the heaviness in his stomach. That's great advice. My grandparents say the same thing about marriage. Tillie's voice sounded wistful but cautionary. Well, I don't want to marry any of the boys I know. They are so immature. Violet humphed. Tillie let out a laugh that warmed Logan's heart. Well, most boys are immature, but one day I bet you'll change your mind. One day, out of the blue, you'll look at one of those boys and see him in a whole new way. Really? Violet asked. I bet. It happens to the best of us. The bed squeaked as if Tillie rose as she let out a heartbreaking sigh. It's not something for you to worry about now, though. Wait until at least high school. The boys become less animal and more human by then. Violet giggled. They are like animals, aren't they? Stinky and loud and gross. Logan unfroze, forcing his steps and a smile to his face. What's that about boys being gross? Are you saying I'm gross? He teased, stomping his way in and hanging his mouth open, making funny sounds as he stalked toward his niece. Violet's giggles turned into shrieks as he grabbed her and started raspberrying her belly. Stop. Stop. I'm too full. He set her down gently. I hear you there. He rubbed his belly and groaned. How about you? He ventured a look to Tillie, who watched with a sweet smile. Oh, I'm about as full as can be. Any more and Gramps will be angry, because he'll have to roll me into work. She sighed, a fully contented sound. Then she covered a yawn. I think I better get Aunt Tillie home, Logan said, roughing up Violet's hair. Already? She whined. Well, we don't get to sleep in tomorrow, sweet girl. We've got a busy day, and hours on a wagon seat. Tillie rubbed her bum, as if she could already feel the soreness that happened every weekend after Thanksgiving. It was nice to have her over, huh? Logan asked. Yeah, Violet said in a pouty voice. You know, if she lived with you, then home wouldn't be so far away, and you wouldn't have to leave so early. Logan shot a glance at Tillie, whose eyes widened. It's not that far to Christmas Tree Ranch. You know that. Well, farther than your house, Violet said, covering a yawn herself. What about dessert? I've already loaded up a plate for them to take with them, Lila said, handing Logan a foil-wrapped plate. Violet only whined a little as they left, before Lila used dessert to distract her. Thank you for a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner, Lila, Tillie said, hugging his sister. It was sure nice of you to invite me. You are welcome anytime. It's nice for Logan to have a friend. Logan shot her a warning look. Well, we better get going before I have to roll Tillie into bed, into her room, the house. Lila raised an eyebrow and thinned her lips in an effort to keep in the laugh he knew was right on the tip of her tongue. I think Logan is a bit rum-dummy. Willie must take after his uncle, Mitchell said as he came in with little Willie. They said their goodbyes and escaped into the crisp night air. Tillie rubbed her arms, and he took off his jacket and wrapped it around her shoulders as they walked to his truck. Thank you, she said. I guess I was a bit rum-dummy when leaving the ranch. It was warmer before the sun was completely down. He opened the door for her like he had been doing it for years, shutting it after she had settled into the seat. After starting the truck, he immediately turned on the heater, rubbing his hands in front of them as soon as the air heated. Is that your house down there? Tillie nodded. You've been there. He turned toward her, trying to read her expression in the glow from the dash lights. I know. I guess I just never paid close attention. It's the little house past the main one, right? She peered through the windshield at the little light in the distance that she could barely see through the trees. Why are you suddenly interested? He asked, keeping his voice teasing and light. She shrugged. I don't know. I guess I was just wondering if you were planning on settling there, long term. Why were you wondering that? His breath came in quick gasps, and he admired the way the green lights made her eyes look like emeralds. Never mind, she said in a huff. He smiled, putting the truck into gear. The other side of the ranch is mine. About 40 acres. There's only the cabin there, for now. One day, though, I'd like to build a ranch house and a barn. Have a few horses, I'll be too busy with the feed store to have too much livestock, but a few horses, so my family could ride. Your family, huh? She had tried to sound teasing, but he heard the breathiness of her words. What? You don't think I want to settle down one day? Everyone else is. He stopped the truck at the end of the driveway, so he could turn toward her. Well, you've never seemed interested in someone like that, I know you date, a lot, or at least used to, but a long-term girlfriend. She shook her head. He met her eyes, which looked like glowing black pools in the darkness of the cab. Maybe I've just been waiting for the right one. Oh, she said, a simple word that seemed to hold a lot more than a single sound could. She remained silent until they pulled into the ranch's driveway. He felt her take in a breath to say something, then stop several times until he stopped the truck on the corner before they came into view of the main house. What is it? He put the truck into park and turned toward her. I know you, and I know you have something you've been trying to say all night. She licked her lips, starting the thrumming inside of him, and he squeezed his hands to keep himself still. What Tegan said. About? Logan raised an eyebrow, shifting in his seat. At the rodeo, about Tanner killing you. His lips twitched, and he did his best to relax them so they didn't pull into the cocky smile that wanted to show itself. You're worried about your brother killing me for dancing with you? Not. Tegan wasn't talking about dancing. An edge came into her voice. No. No, he wasn't. He shifted again, grasping the back of the seat to keep his hands off her. What about it? Would Tanner really be that mad at you? You know, if. She tore her eyes away from his, watching her hands wringing in her lap. If he thought I took advantage of you? Of course he would. That would be the greatest breach a friendship could have. He watched her closely, careful about each word he chose, doing his best not to put words in her mouth but also not discourage her if. Could she be doing what he thought? He controlled his breathing and his hope. You wouldn't ever take advantage of me, she said incredulously. He smiled, easing the intensity that thrummed through him. You sure about that? Yes, she said, narrowing her eyes. But what if, she licked her lips. What if it was a mutual understanding? A mutual understanding, he asked, leaning slightly forward, his voice tight, which left it deeper, intense with the need to act on something he had kept hidden for too many years. Forget it. Tillie turned, folding her arms over her chest. I think all the food has gotten to me. I just need sleep. Logan almost choked on the disappointment that rose. As he turned back to drive the remainder of the driveway, he berated himself for being a chicken. He had made it too hard on her, and he put the responsibility on her small shoulders. It wasn't fair of him, but what if he read her wrong, or what if she wasn't serious? Maybe she was just missing flirting with all the college boys, and he was the one within easy reach. Guilt hit him hard in the chest. He knew Tillie, and yes, she was friendly and maybe a little flirty, but she wasn't a tease. There had been depth in her halting words tonight, and she may not have the courage to bring it up again. He drew up his courage to say something as they came to a stop in front of the ranch, but she opened the door before he even put the truck into park, escaping as if she was sitting in a burning pit. Thanks for the second Thanksgiving, she said, barely glancing at him. See you tomorrow, he said dumbly, and watched her race up the steps and into the house. Without knowing what else to do, he turned the truck around and headed back to his lonely cabin, cold and empty, berating himself the entire way. 7. Tillie glanced in the mirror for the 10th time before leaving her room. She couldn't keep her face from going red every time she thought about what she almost said, to Logan the night before. What had happened seesawed between hope and fear, and she wasn't sure which one was winning. Had her hope caused her to see something that wasn't there? The sweet scent of pancakes and bacon filtered up the stairwell, meeting her with an enticing distraction from her mind. There wasn't time to get lost in the what-ifs and almosts, nor the embarrassment that flooded her every time she thought about what almost happened last night. She breathed in deeply, focusing on the scent of breakfast and the way her stomach growled, even though, after last night, the thought of more to eat had made her feel sick. Keeping her focus there, she pushed through the kitchen doors, intent on not reacting. Relief flooded her as she realized Logan hadn't arrived yet. The relief turned into a slight panic as she realized Grams was washing dishes instead of setting the table. Where is everyone? Well, good morning, dear. Grams turned toward her with a smile, her eyes sparkling. Did you get enough sleep? Tillie looked at the clock on the oven and froze. Is that the real time? Yes. Everyone thought you should be able to sleep in, since it's so rare for you. Grams wiped her hands on her apron and approached, hand out to feel her forehead. You look a little flushed, but you don't feel like you have a fever. Everything else feeling all right? Yeah, I'm hungry, that's about it, she said, licking her lips. Well, after last season, I am a bit wary, you know. Grams said, patting her arm before turning to pull out a plate keeping warm in the oven. Last season, it seemed like almost everyone had come down with the flu. Well, everyone but her, Logan and Timmy. They kept the place running on their busiest days. Even Ember pushed through, until she dropped in the end. You've got about 20 minutes until the first tour arrives. Graham set her plate on the table and pulled out a chair for her. Well, come on. Tillie stepped toward the food, her tummy guiding her even as her mouth moved in hesitation. I should help them set up. Who's getting the horses ready? They've got it under control. Caden's out there helping, and Joy's watching Charlotte while the twins sleep, so Ember is out there too. Grams handed her a fork. So eat. You need your strength. Tillie did as she was told, amazed at just how hungry she was. She shoved the last bite of pancakes in her mouth as the first cars arrived, taking the offered thermos of hot chocolate from Grams as she raced to pull on her winter gear and head out. The day was unusually warm. Sure, the air was crisp, but with no hint of snow or even deep freezing temperatures. Of course, the fact that she felt as if she were steaming under her beanie might be because she glimpsed Logan smiling and laughing with Ember as Tanner and Timmy greeted the oncoming crowd. She had almost forgotten the embarrassing moment the night before while eating, but now she wanted to run back inside. There she is, Ember said, waving her over. Just in time. Too late, Tillie thought, but she forced her frozen limbs to approach Ember and Logan. He watched her in that new, unnerving way, his brow slightly creased in concern. You feeling okay? He stuffed his hands deep into his pockets as he asked. Yeah, I guess I was really tired. I did not know I slept in. She only glanced at him, keeping her eyes mostly on Ember. Sorry, I wasn't here to help. Ember shrugged it off. We handled it just fine. Besides, you can't always be the one that's in multiple places at once. Ember squeezed her arm as she turned to meet Timmy. Caden will ride with Timmy this trip, so Ember can care for the baby. Logan stopped, not continuing until he touched Tillie's arm, gently turning her back toward him. Are you going to be okay riding with me, like usual? She couldn't hold her eyes on him, and the heat filling her cheeks made her sure she was blushing something fiercely. Why wouldn't I be? He pulled a hand from his pockets and felt her forehead and cheek. You sure you're feeling okay? I'm fine, she said, fighting against the desire to lean into his touch and instead pulling away to fiddle with her boot. He squatted next to her. About last night. She froze, her throat clenching and her heart galloping like Snickers taking the last turn in a race. What about it? He watched her for several seconds as she pretended to check out the hem of her pants. With a sigh he stood, reaching down to help her stand as well. I didn't make it easy. What easy? She gulped, zipping and unzipping her jacket. Logan tipped back his hat and ran a hand through his hair, and she wondered what that would feel like. Tillie, just know you can talk to me about anything, okay? Anything, huh? She asked, braving a glance and feeling the corner of her mouth tip up in a quasi-smile. You sure you want to promise that? I mean, my cycle is quite the... Logan groaned but laughed and wrapped his arm around her neck in a headlock, just like he used to do. The familiar teasing action eased some of the strain in her, and she pushed him off her with a laugh. You know, he said, his smile frozen in place but his eyes taking on a serious gleam, you aren't making this any easier. I don't know what you're talking about, she said, resituating her cowboy hat and turning to see the crowd of hay riders almost on top of them. Come on, cowboy. Put on your game face. She nudged her shoulder into him, grateful for the lessening of the tension between them. It would make the day much easier, at least she hoped it would. It wasn't until the next tour, when Ember had Charlotte down for a nap and joined Timmy, that the tension returned. She and Logan had let two brothers, about 10 and 12, sit on the seat between them for the ride. Hey, are you two married like the other two? The oldest boy asked, nodding toward the wagon in front of them where Timmy and Ember had just shared a kiss, their wagon not being full enough to have company on the bench. Tillie gulped, but Logan smiled at her in that way that increased his dimple. No. Why'd you ask? Would you kiss her if she was standing under some mistletoe? The younger boy asked in a whisper, his eyes wide. Logan bent down to the boy's level. Wouldn't you? Both boys looked at Tillie, their freckles fading as their faces went white. Then the oldest one leaned over to Logan and whispered. Does that really work? The mistletoe, I mean? Logan chuckled, glancing at Tillie, his cocky smile back in place. I guess that all depends on who is standing under it and who is doing the kissing. He has a crush on Morgan, the younger boy said. See that girl there with the braids? That's her. Shut up, the bigger boy said, shoving his little brother. Hey, no horsing around up here. Logan tightened his hold on the reins until the horses quieted. You spooked the horses, you know. Sorry, sir, the boys both said. It's true though, sir. He does have a crush on her. He's just too chicken to ask her out. Huh? I wasn't allowed to date until I was 16, Tillie said, trying to keep her mind on the boy's predicament and not her own. You sure she's allowed to date yet? No, ma'am. Her daddy's the preacher, so I'm guessing not. The older boy nodded gravely. Well, that leaves you in a pickle, doesn't it? Logan asked, his hands clenching and easing. Yes, it does, sir, the boy said. What would you do? You asking me? Logan glanced at the boy, then Tillie. That's right, sir. You're a cowboy. What would you do if you were crushing on a girl that there was no way you could go out with? Logan's face relaxed as what looked like a knowing filled it. Well, that's easy, kid. You become her friend. But I want to be more than friends. The boy's face fell. Well, I hear ya, but you can't right now. So while you wait, you become the best friend she has, the one that she comes to when she's in trouble or needs a listening ear. You show her she can trust you. Won't that get me stuck in the friend zone? The boy asked in panic. Logan glanced at Tillie in a way that had her catching her breath. Well, kid, that's the chance you take, I guess, but what other choice do you have? When Morgan turned 16, you could use the mistletoe trick, the younger brother cheered. That would work, wouldn't it? The boy yanked on Tillie's arm. It would, right? Girls fall for the mistletoe trick, right? It's worth a shot, she said, smiling at the boy, but as she raised her eyes, they met Logan's, and his gaze held something of a dare burning inside of them. Then again, you'll want to make sure you try it when Buster isn't around, the little boy muttered, and his older brother shivered. Who's Buster? Tillie asked. That's Morgan's big brother. He's a brute. The older brother shivered again. Ah, and that right there will be your biggest obstacle, Logan said, his shoulders dropping. Maybe you should work on being friends with Buster? Tillie offered. And then make a move on his little sister? The boy asked incredulously. No way, ma'am. I'm not crazy. Tillie's eyes widened as shock rolled through her. Logan's lips tightened, but she wasn't sure if it was from suppressing a smile or something else. When he glanced at her, though, his eyes seemed to say, "See what I'm contending with?" Then again, that was probably her hope, and this time she didn't even have a food coma to blame. The end of the day found Tillie and Logan left alone to brush down the horses. He racked his brain about how to start a conversation concerning what he wanted to say. The kid on the hayride was right. It was social suicide to make a move on a friend's little sister. He loved the Johnsons, had been a part of their family since preschool. Could he give that up on a chance that Tillie felt the same? What if she didn't? The Johnsons would shun him for breaking the code, and he would not only miss out on having Tillie, but his second family as well. Fear clogged his throat and froze his hands. You tired? Tillie asked as she took the brush from his hand and continued brushing out the sweat-encrusted horsehair. No, not really. I mean, I still have a load of work to do at the store before I get to rest, so I better not be. He chuckled, though it sounded half-hearted even to him. I was just thinking. Oh, Tillie said, teasing him. Ha ha, he said, putting away the grooming tools they were done with. It's nice of you to give up your time to help my family, she said, turning toward him, her voice growing serious. I could help. I mean, you'll have to show me what you need, but I'd be happy to help you so you don't get behind. You would do that? Aren't you tired? He searched her face and her eyes, at least when she met his gaze. Physically, yes. I might need to do it standing up. I say it every year, but we need to get some cushions for the bench seat. She laughed and rubbed her bum. It definitely isn't comfortable. He watched her as she gave the horse one more sweep with the brush, then patted its neck, slipping out of the stall. "Do you really mean it?" "Mean what?" she asked while she put away the brush and gazed over the barn as if looking for something else that needed to be done before she met his eyes. "You mean help you?" He gave a brief nod, not taking his eyes off her. "Of course. I mean, you'll be on your own here most of the week anyway. The least I can do is help pick up the slack where I can." She shrugged. "I will?" He stepped back. "Yes, silly. I'm a teacher now, remember? I have to go back to school on Monday." "Oh yeah, that's right," he said, doing his best to hide his disappointment. "Oh, will you miss me?" she teased, in that more bold way she had been doing. "Yeah." He gulped. "Yeah, I will actually." "Oh." Tillie's face went white, making her freckles stand out all the more. "So, would you like me to come help you after school?" "Yes, I would if you don't mind." His heart thundered as if a storm had broken out over the top of them. He did not know what she could do to help, but he would come up with something, anything, to get more time with her. What he had told the boy was the truth, and he wanted to be the one that Tillie ran to for help or to celebrate with or just spend time with. He wanted to be the one. "I don't mind," she said, her voice small, almost timid. The dinner bell rang from the porch, and as if on cue or instinct, his stomach growled. "That will be for the guests," Tillie said, a smirk coming to her lips. "But we're next. I think we're done here." She brushed off her hands. "You're staying for dinner, right?" "I don't think my stomach is giving me the choice." He laughed and threw an arm around her like he used to, before the tension existed between them. Except this time, he let his fingers brush against her arm and fought the desire to pull her against him. The next couple of days, the tension grew between them, but not the fearful tension of being unsure of how to act, more of a buildup of excitement, of promise. The weekend had been too full, too busy, to have her come to the office to help him. They planned on Monday after school. Monday was his full day at the office, as the ranch was closed to the public to allow them to recover and prepare for the onslaught of the following week. He was up to his ears in paperwork, reorder forms, and other business dealings, and he had barely left his office. When the scent of a hot roasted beef sandwich from the local cafe hit his senses, he blinked as if waking up, focusing his eyes to see Tillie standing in the doorway, a knowing smile lighting her features. "So I was right. You haven't eaten all day." Her head cocked to the side as she smirked, coming into the office, the delicious aroma growing stronger. "Did you really?" he asked, shoving his paperwork to the side, mouth drooling in anticipation. "You know, you need to take better care of yourself," Tillie teased, as she set the sandwich down in front of him, laying it out, complete with a napkin and a side of macaroni salad. "I don't know if men know how to do that," he said, glancing from her to the sandwich. "Go on, dig in." Tillie laughed as she pulled up a chair to his desk and opened her sandwich as well. "I guess that's why God created women, huh? To make sure the men didn't die of neglect." Logan choked on the bite he had just taken. Covering his mouth while he coughed, and finally swallowing the food, he grinned at her. "You sure had good timing with that one." She shrugged, but the gleam in her eyes only grew. "At least at the ranch, Grams makes sure you eat. Maybe you need a secretary." She arched an eyebrow. "Timmy said his is always reminding him to eat." "You volunteering?" he asked. "Me? Nah, I already have a job I love." She took a bite of her BLT, her favorite sandwich. An ache started deep in his chest as he realized how wonderful it was that they knew each other's favorite foods. "I'm glad you love it and that it keeps you home." He said it without thinking, taking another bite and savoring it. When he swallowed and opened his eyes to find her staring at him, he realized what he had said. "You're glad I'm back in Christmas Tree Hill?" He cleared his throat and swallowed again. "Of course, I mean, who would I tease if you weren't here?" "Ha ha," she said, shoulders dropping as she stared at her sandwich. "Bacon not crispy?" he asked lightly, hoping to return to the banter that he loved having with her. "Bacon's fine," she said, taking another bite. He gulped, trying to frame the words he wanted to say in a way that didn't make him seem predatorish. I really am glad you're back. It's not the same without you. I know. Gotta have the little sister to pick on. She didn't meet his eyes as she took a drink. Do you really feel like I pick on you? He heard the seriousness in his voice, but couldn't help it. She shrugged. I don't mind a little teasing, she said, a slight smile coming back to her sweet lips. He breathed out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I don't think I could stop, even if I wanted to. We banter pretty well, huh? Her eyes sparkled as she took another bite. I can't do that with anyone else. Me neither, he said in realization. I mean, Sis and I can do a little, but not like we do. She's so serious. Your sister is a sweetheart, Tillie said. Yeah, she is, but a serious sweetheart. Logan laughed, picking up the second half of his sandwich. You, on the other hand, are a different kind of sweet. Her sandwich froze halfway to her mouth, and she looked at him over the top of it. Did you just call me sweet? Well, what else do you call a woman who brings you your favorite food, knowing that you don't know how to take care of yourself? Tillie laughed so hard, she put down her sandwich and took a drink when she finally calmed down. Oh, I needed that. Rough day with the kids? He asked before taking another bite. Not the kids, the parents. She sighed and rolled her eyes. Ah, too many overzealous helicopter mamas? The comment pulled a smile to her lips, but she shook her head. No, those I can deal with. At least they care. It's the ones that don't that bother me. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Those would be hard to deal with. Logan finished his food, sitting back and enjoying this time with her. It was a simple thing talking about their day, but one that made him feel, well, it felt special with her, like it could be something, like he wanted to do this every day for the rest of his life. He pounded his chest as something got lodged there. He knew it wasn't something physical, but was it fear or longing or hope or disbelief? He had just thought of forever, with Tillie Johnson. As he took a drink, she patted his back, then switched to rubbing as the coughing eased. He realized how natural that thought really was, and how inevitable it was as well. He met her eyes as he calmed, searching them, wondering if she felt it too. She had to, right? She searched his right back before rolling her shoulders and sitting again. Okay now. He nodded, though he didn't feel okay at all, or was it he felt more than okay? What did you choke on, anyway? You had already finished eating. He shrugged. Who knows, but thanks for having my back. Of course. What are friends for? She watched him closely, as if trying to read his reaction. Well, his parents always told him that the best spouse was also your best friend. He just wondered how he could get past the friend zone, to the more than friend zone without making anyone angry. So, what can I do to help? She took their trash and threw it in the garbage, cleaning up the desk. You already have. I feel like a real person again. He laughed, watching her. You better be careful. About what? I might get used to this. He smiled in that way he knew drove her crazy, the way that made his dimple deepen and his eyes sparkle. He knew it drove her crazy, because she teased him about using his cocky smile to get what he wanted. Keep smiling at me like that, and you may get more than you asked for. No sooner did the words leave her mouth than her hand covered it. She turned her back, fiddling with her purse, then murmured, I've got to use the restroom. I'll be back. He stared after her, watching the subtle way her hips swayed. Not overly pronounced as women like Nancy walked, but in a way that showed a natural femininity in the independent girl he knew. He swiped a hand through his hair, knowing he had it bad, and searched for a way to get them past this tentative towing around to the truth. In that moment, just like the moment in his truck, he swore he saw that glimmer in her eyes, and it went far beyond flirtation. 8. Tillie sprinted down the stairs, still wiping her bleary eyes. She had wanted to wake up early to help Grams with breakfast, but from the delicious aroma greeting her, she was late again. As she pushed through the kitchen door, Grams turned and smiled. You're up early. Morning, Grams, Tillie said, kissing her on the cheek before pulling eggs out of the fridge. I wanted to help you. We have 4 rooms filled, and I haven't been much help. You're a teacher now. That comes first. She glanced over her shoulder to watch Tillie as she cracked the eggs into a bowl, preparing to scramble them for their guests and family. You going over to help Logan this afternoon again? Guilt sat heavy in Tillie's stomach as she added spices, doing whatever she could to not meet Graham's eyes. He's taking over a lot of the work of the tours that I would have been doing, and I know it's putting him behind now that he's running the feed store himself. His dad gave him a year to make it profitable, or he's going to sell out. That boy may be wild, but he has a brain on him. He'll figure it out. His father's only trying to make him see how big the responsibility is, to make sure it's really what he wants. Grams gave a nod like her thoughts had finalized the idea. I never thought about it that way. Tillie mixed the eggs, then put on the pan to heat, taking a moment to watch Grams more closely. The lines around her eyes and mouth had deepened, and there was a tiredness about her that Tillie hadn't noticed before. She shouldn't feel guilty that she had a career now, but she did. She wanted to be there to help Grams and Gramps like she always had. I'm sorry I've been so busy, Grams. Grams waved the comment away. We're fine. Joy and Ember are doing what they can between feedings and chasing after Charlotte. Do you know she's almost walking? That girl is pulling herself up everywhere, and crawling so fast these old knees have a hard time keeping up with her. They are all getting so big so fast, Tillie said. I can't wait to see them all dressed up for Christmas. Graham sighed, a contented sound that filled her heart. It's going to be a very blessed Christmas. Like the pop of a sparkling apple cider bottle, the idea popped right into Tillie's mind, the words coming out of her mouth mere milliseconds later. What if we ask Cousin Rachel to come help? Cousin Rachel? Grams blinked at her. Yeah, on Thanksgiving she was enamored with the ranch and talking about how she had time to come help should we need it. She had her finals last week. Tillie poured the eggs into the heated pan, watching Grams from the corner of her eyes. Graham's mouth tightened as she thought. Do you think she'd be up to it? You kidding? She's a rodeo gal. I know she hasn't had a lot of responsibility, but I think she'd be eager to please. She's a sweet gal, not a spoiled brat like her little sister. Grams covered her mouth and cleared her throat. You shouldn't talk about your cousins that way, dear. You're right, I'm sorry, Tillie said, but the corner of her mouth turned up, knowing that Grams knew exactly what she was talking about. Grams sighed. If you think Rachel would enjoy the work here, go ahead and call her. Another pair of hands would take some of the stress off Joy and Ember. Tillie smiled, knowing that Grams would never take the help for herself, but Rachel would relieve some of the stress off Grams too. That would ease the guilt from Tillie. I'll call her during my lunch break. Let me know. She can stay in Ember's old cabin. Grams stopped and turned toward Tillie, the spatula she was using to flip pancakes on the griddle frozen in midair. What do you think about us giving Timmy that piece of property just past the first Christmas tree grove? You mean Timmy's meadow? Tillie sucked in a breath, full of hope for her big brother. You've named it? Well, he stares at it all the time. He would love that, Grams. Do you think anyone would be upset by us giving him that parcel? Tillie adamantly shook her head. No way. Tanner is comfortable here. He wouldn't move out of his section, even if you offered to build him a castle. The boys are away at college and in the Navy. Timmy has earned this. He is always helping whenever he can, and I know he never accepts your money. You're right, he doesn't, and Gramps and I want to show him how much we appreciate him. Grams flipped the pancakes and turned toward her. But what about you? You're always here. Surely you don't want to live in the upstairs suite your entire life. Tillie swallowed. She knew where she wanted to be, a small ranch house on the other side of town. Just a short drive away, but with the cowboy she always dreamed of being with. Oh, I'll figure it out when the time comes, Grams. I hear the guests. Grams gave her a sharp eye, but brought down the dishes and serving platters, so they could prepare the big dining room table for the guests. The morning rushed through, and before she knew it, Tillie was in her classroom greeting her students. The week flew by, and as much as she had wanted to spend the weekend decorating her classroom to surprise her students, she had come up with another idea to save her time, to allow her to be on the ranch and help Logan as well. She made it a Friday class project. Her students arrived with backpacks full of Christmas decorations, and she picked out the perfect tree from the ranch. That morning they rushed through their schoolwork, and all afternoon they blasted Christmas music and decorated the classroom. Now that they were gone, she sat back in her seat, admiring the chaos of Christmas her classroom had become. Red and green streamers hung in low-hanging loops from just about every surface, many with colored ball ornaments dangling from them. The tree was a haphazard display of homemade ornaments, string popcorn, and bunched-up colored lights. Jovial Santa Clauses and snowmen covered her learning posters and were taped all over the students' desks. It was perfect. A knock on her classroom door startled her, and she jumped up just as Logan peered into the room. "Hey," she said as a greeting as she leaned against the front of her desk, her body suddenly flushed. "Hi, the last tour canceled. You said you were decorating today, so I thought I could help." Logan pulled off his cowboy hat as he entered, his words trailing off as he looked wide-eyed around the room. "Looks like I was too late." He met her eyes. I could have helped, so you didn't have to do such a rush job." The corners of his lips pulled into the dimple-yielding smile. "Ha ha. I thought the kids would like to be a part of it." She laughed, looking around the room again before meeting his eyes. They were excited. "I can see that." Logan's smile deepened, increasing the dimples that made her go a little weak-kneed. "Did they do all of it?" "I tried to help where I could. Especially with the high stuff," she said. He took a step toward her, his eyes looking above her, then dropping to linger on her again as he took another step. "It's quite the display." "It certainly sets the mood," she said, a tad wary by the way he looked at her and moved slowly to close the distance between them. "Sets the mood, huh?" His voice had deepened an octave, and it rumbled through her. He stopped mere inches in front of her. Her breath came in soft puffs as if a huge heifer sat on her chest, and she couldn't get in a full breath. "Logan, what are you?" She stopped, trailing off the words, realizing that she didn't want to stop him from doing what she hoped he would, but didn't understand why here and now after all these years. "It definitely sets the mood." His words were low, barely a whisper, as his breath whisked across her lips, smelling of Graham's hot chocolate. She searched his eyes and he glanced up purposefully. Following his gaze, her breath caught in her throat. So that's what Connor was doing on top of her desk. A single strand of mistletoe, complete with a red ribbon bow, was pinned right above her head. All in a rush, Logan's intentions were quite clear. He lifted an eyebrow in question but didn't lean forward. Her blood pulsed in her ears, louder than it ever had before a race. She squeezed her hands, realizing that she couldn't feel her fingers, and curled her toes to ensure she still touched the floor. A whirlwind of thoughts clashed against her desire, but without waiting for her approval, her body answered his unspoken question. She slowly pushed off her desk, closing the distance between them. Logan might not be as tall as her brothers, but he was much taller than her. She had to stand up on her tiptoes, and it still seemed like a reach for her lips to meet his. Part of her screamed, "What are you doing?" while the other part sighed, "Finally." Her body didn't listen to the internal war. It no longer mattered. The momentum would carry her through to succeed in the dream she had wished for secretly for so many years. Their lips connected with a spark, a literal spark of static electricity. It jolted her out of the forward momentum, making her retreat and cover her stinging lips with her fingertips. They stared wide-eyed at each other for several moments, as if the zap had frozen them. The thundering roar of her pulse was too loud even for the jumble of thoughts to come through. "Well, that was electrifying," Logan said, a small smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "I'm sorry, I didn't." She searched his eyes, trying to look for direction for what he felt or wanted from her. He hesitated, a halting movement, until his features took on a resolved expression as he slid a hand around her waist and brought her back toward him. I think that deserves a do-over. She didn't have time for the surprise to register before his lips were on hers again. This time, the electrical current ran through her, igniting her entire being. The rush made her body tingle, but it was the sensation of being home that overwhelmed her. Their kiss lingered and deepened, feeling natural, as if this was always how they were meant to be. He tightened his hold on her, and she gave her body free rein to embrace him back. One hand slipped from his shoulder to slide through his hair. She didn't know if hours had passed or mere seconds, but they both fell back, gasping for breath and staring as if just seeing each other for the time. "Wow," he finally said, his mouth changing from a slightly shocked O to that dimpled grin she loved. "Yeah." She leaned back against the desk, watching him, expecting some smart aleck remark about kissing his friend's little sister. She braced her heart against the pain that would come with it. What had she done? Logan's entire body thrummed with energy. The vibration in his muscles felt like he had just finished a championship 8-second ride. He searched Tillie's face, his gaze going from her kiss-reddened lips to her wide, startled eyes. Her expression held a mixture of fright, disbelief, and excitement. "Please tell me you wanted that as much as I did," he breathed out, the words spilling from his mouth as he froze his body from reaching for her. Tillie's brows furrowed, and her mouth opened and closed a few times before any words came out. "You wanted that? Why?" Logan pulled back slightly, taken off guard. He stuttered, at a loss for words. Tillie stepped forward as he stepped back, her hands on her hips. "If you're playing a game with me, Logan Daniel, then you fess up right now." Logan shook his head, even as his lips quirked slightly. She had the cutest angry face. Always had, even when they were just kids. "No, ma'am? I mean no, Till. I'm not playing games. I'm not one of your gals." She stopped pushing forward and crossed her arms, but her lower lip trembled slightly, giving her away. "I don't have any gals," he said, raising his hands. "I haven't even dated for, well, not even once since you came home." She opened her mouth but closed it, her arms dropping to her sides. After blinking several times, she met his gaze, hers still holding a sheen. "Then what just happened?" "Well," Logan relaxed his shoulders and let the realization travel through him as his mouth slowly tugged into a smile, "we just kissed." "No duh, Buster." She shoved him on the arm, but her lips also pulled into a smile, and she covered her lips as a giggle burst forth. "It was earth-shattering too," he said, relaxing further in his stance, smiling wider at her nervous giggles. "It was. I mean, it really was, right?" She bit her lip, searching his eyes. "It really was," he said, and this time he didn't resist the urge to pull her into his arms. He pushed her head against his chest, because staring at her only made him want to kiss her again, and there were things they had to figure out first. "But, I mean, what are we going to do?" Her words were muffled against him, but he heard her. She echoed the exact words going through his mind. I don't know." He drew in a breath and let it slowly out, watching Tillie's hair blow in the breeze of it. They stood in silence for a few moments until Tillie pushed back, stepping backward until she bumped into her desk once again. "Why did you kiss me?" He cocked his head. "Why did you kiss me?" "I kissed you?" Her cheeks blushed in such an innocent way, his arms ached to hold her again. "You did. Well, you came toward me with that look in your eye and stood an inch in front of me." She folded her arms across her chest. "I did, but you're the one who leaned in." He raised an eyebrow, his heart filling with the knowing that it was her that took that step. "Plus, I kind of got the feeling that you, well..." He looked above her head, where the mistletoe hung. She followed his gaze, then dropped her head in her hands. "Connor, I saw him standing on my desk and made him get down. I had no idea that he..." "Wait," Logan said, his heart dropping into his stomach. "You mean you didn't put that there? Or purposefully stand under it, when I came in?" She looked at him quizzically, and shook her head. "I didn't know you were coming here, much less plan out a seduction." "So that..." He looked up at the mocking mistletoe again, then back at her. "I assumed, I'm sorry." The blood drained from his face, his cheeks tingled, and he felt as if he would collapse. He took a few steps to the side and lowered himself to the top of a student desk. Tillie watched him quizzically, then pulled out the chair and sat down next to him. I need to know something. He only nodded, not daring to look at her. Had he misjudged her? He shook his head. No. He saw the desire in her eyes, and he felt it in her kiss. I'm confused. Was that a yes or a no? Tillie asked, lightening her tone. He drew in a breath and looked at her. I need to know something too. Me first, she said. Same old story. He chuckled. I've been hearing you say that since you were 3. Ha ha. She folded her arms, but she peered at him, as if attaching invisible lie detector sensors on him. Why did you kiss me? We've been over this. He pushed the fear away, letting the smile come naturally. You kissed me. She rolled her eyes and sighed in exasperation. Fine. Why did you come toward me, intending to kiss me? How do you know that was my intention? He asked in mock innocence. Tillie narrowed her eyes. I may be 2 years younger than you, Logan Daniel, but I wasn't born yesterday. I've kissed my fair share of guys and… Just what do you call a fair share? 2? 5? 10? He leaned forward, the stress leaving as the banter began. That's none of your business. Oh, he teased. I disagree. As one of this fair share now, I feel I have a right to know how many I have to compete with. Oh, really? And are you going to tell me how many girls you've kissed? She stared him down, and then her expression shifted. Wait, what do you mean, compete with? I'll explain after you tell me what I need to know. He watched her as she struggled with how to reply, and he wondered if she would realize that he had never answered her question. She paused, her lips tightening as she thought, relentlessly searching his eyes as she did. He didn't back down, but left himself open. If she needed reassurance, he'd give it to her in the way he could. Fine, she said. What do you need to know? How long have you wanted to kiss me? He let a small teasing go into his question, and watched her closely. Her eyes went wide and the color left her face, leaving her freckles more pronounced until her cheeks turned a brilliant crimson. Okay, he said gently. Easier question. Tell me you wanted to kiss me as much as I wanted to kiss you. She licked her lips, the crimson still filling her cheeks. Her lips parted to speak, but no sound came out. Instead, she gave a brief nod. His smile widened, making his cheeks hurt from it. Good. Then I'll tell you what I meant by compete. She relaxed her arms, and her face turned back into a blushing pink rather than a crimson. He wished he could read her thoughts and know exactly what she was thinking. It sure would help him know how to phrase his next words. She arched an eyebrow. So? He blew out a breath, pushing off the table to pace the floor in front of her. First, you need to understand the predicament I'm in. You mean what Tegan was saying? Tillie bit her lip. Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about Tanner killing me, but, he glanced at her, the heat traveling up his neck, if he knew what we just did, there'd be words at best. I have a lot at stake here. He stopped pacing and looked at her squarely. Your family is like my second family. I'm risking losing them. By kissing me under some mistletoe? She asked, but her eyes twinkled in a way that made him want to chuckle and talk some sense into her at the same time. Is that all that kiss was to you? He stepped closer to her. Was that all it was to you? She asked, her voice sounding tiny and hesitant. He reached out for her hand, and she gave it to him. It took little effort to pull her up to face him. Would I be talking about this risk if it was? Then what does this all mean to you? She bit her lip again and searched his eyes. He squeezed her hand, and with his other one slid a lock of her hair that had fallen in her face back behind her ear. You're the kindest person I know, and I'm going to count on that. I'm going to count on you not using my next words against me and ruining my relationship with your family, regardless of how you feel about what I'm going to say. You know I would never do that, she said, her words breathy but incredulous. It doesn't make it less scary. He chuckled. You do not know how hard it is to have a crush on your best friend's little sister. Oh, I think I do. Wait. You have a crush on me? Her lips pulled into a wide smile. You've had a crush on your best friend's little sister? He asked her in mock shock. She punched him. Of course not. You know what I meant. And you know what I meant. He cupped her face in his palms. I knew it would be amazing when we finally kissed. And I had hoped what I was noticing lately was that you wanted the same thing. To know how amazing it would be to kiss you? The corner of her mouth pulled up. You don't make this easy, you know? He dropped his hands. And you do. She fisted her hips again. Have I not been clear with my advances? Any other guy would have kissed me months ago. Another guy would have had the freedom to do that. He returned to her. Have you not understood what I've been saying? He ran a hand through his hair and started up the pacing again. She stared at him, watching, calculating, but saying nothing. I'm risking losing my second family, my best friend, on the chance, the hope, that you aren't playing games, that you just might return my feelings. He paused again to look at her, his hands hanging defeated at his sides. She walked toward him slowly and wrapped her hand around one of his. And I'm taking the chance of losing one of my best friends, in the hope that this isn't just a fling that will leave me with a broken heart. One of your best friends? He racked his mind, thinking of Tillie's friends, and how this had anything to do with any of them. You silly, she said, leaning into him as if she needed his support to remain standing. He instinctively wrapped an arm around her, drawing her close against him. Sounds like we both have a lot to lose. She twisted in his arms and looked up at him, her eyes so full of hope that he caught his breath. Yeah, but think about what we could gain. He cupped her cheek, using his thumb to caress her cheek. Oh, I know exactly what we would gain. Then he leaned down, initiating their second kiss, leaving her with no doubt about how he felt about her. 9. The next morning, Tillie couldn't stop smiling. She tried, she really did, but the smile wouldn't come off her face. Even thinking of all the papers she had to grade, rather than helping with the tours, didn't do it. Grams watched her carefully as they put the finishing touches on breakfast before anyone else came in. You're not usually so tight-lipped, dear. Tillie's smile only widened, even as her heart raced. She and Logan had done no work the evening before. They talked long past the time she should have gone home to help Grams with dinner, trying to figure out what they should do. She still couldn't believe it. Logan, her brother's best friend, her longtime untouchable crush, not only kissed her but wanted to be with her. Negotiating the family dynamics was the only thing that stood in the way. In the end, they decided to keep their kiss, and whatever they were, a secret, until they could figure out how to break the news to the family in a way that wouldn't rock the boat. Tanner would have to be the first to know, Logan insisted. Who were they kidding, though? News like this would be like a tsunami, crashing a boat onto shore. Maybe they should look at it more as waiting until they were strong enough in a relationship to handle the chaos after the storm. Humph, Grams said. I see. Sorry, Grams. I'm just lost in thought. That I could tell, just wondering when you're going to share those thoughts with the rest of us. Grams arched an eyebrow. Tillie shrugged, her cheeks sore from smiling so much, but she couldn't help it. A gal's entitled to her secrets, isn't she? Well, I guess as long as no one's being hurt by them, but good luck keeping a secret in this family, Grams said as Tanner and Caden burst through the doors. Oh good, you're up, Tanner said before kissing Grams on the cheek and tousling Tillie's hair. You mean good morning, Daddy? You gotta say good morning first, Caden said, giving Grams a huge hug. Morning, Grandma. Then he hugged Tillie. Morning, Auntie Tillie. Morning, buddy. How's the big brother doing? Tillie asked, setting a plate in front of him. Oh, I'm good. I'm glad I don't have to share a room with the twins yet. I can shut my door and sleep through all the crying. Caden smiled innocently before digging into his breakfast. Tanner shrugged. It's hard for Joy to manage two at once. There's always one that has to wait. I don't have the facilities to feed them. He laughed. So? Tillie knew the question in his long, drawn-out word. What do you want me to do? Tanner chuckled again. You know me too well. Joy's parents have a layover at the airport, just for 2 hours on their way to Hawaii. She wants them to meet the twins. Tillie clamped down on her tongue to keep in the retort that wanted to escape. She closed her eyes and breathed. Joy's parents always upset her. The way they abandoned Joy, the sweetest girl, just made her see red. She knew Joy loved them though, unconditionally, and she would do anything for Joy. Whatever you and Joy need, you got it. Tanner squeezed her before he sat down to his breakfast. Knew I could count on you, sis. I would have asked Timmy, but he's taking Ember in the opposite direction to the other airport to see Sparky. I thought she was coming to Christmas. Tanner shrugged. Guess Alex's work schedule changed. Anyway, I can make it through the last tour, but Drew called asking for a second load of trees ASAP. I know that's a drive. Tillie gulped. You want me to load up the trees after all the tours today, then take them down to Juniper and unload them? Nah, Drew has guys that unload them, and Caden and I are up early to load them this morning. I asked Logan to come early too. So I just have to drive the monster truck loaded with all the trees down to Juniper. She blew out a breath. Okay, I can do that. Not alone, Logan said as he came into the kitchen, his eyes meeting hers with such force that she had to freeze rather than throw herself on him. You can't ask Tillie to drive that rig by herself. That pricked Tillie's ego, but she bit her tongue because she knew he was trying to get them time alone. She shrugged. I wouldn't mind being a passenger instead of the driver. Settled then. Thanks, guys. Tanner smiled as he shoveled the last bite of food into his mouth. Come on, Cowboy. We've got trees to load. Almost, Daddy, Caden said, shoveling in a bite that almost matched his dad's. Like father, like son, Tillie muttered with a laugh. She met Logan's eyes, and they shared a secret smile before he turned toward Tanner. You need to eat. Logan turned back to her. I don't need food right now. I'm full up. You made your own breakfast? Caden asked as he took his plate to the sink. Well, no, that's not what I meant, Logan said with a shrug. Come on, guys. Those trees will not load themselves. Tanner ushered them out. Well, that's not like Logan, Graham said as they left. He usually is a bottomless pit. We'll make him a breakfast burrito you can take to him when we're done here. I like your idea, Tillie said, once again unable to wipe the smile off her face, especially knowing that not only did she get to ride on the hayride with Logan all day, but got to spend the evening alone with him too. When the guests had been served and the rest of the family was eating, Tillie escaped to get the horses ready and bring Logan his breakfast. She found him already brushing out Big Ben, talking to the horse like an old friend. Yeah, that's right, huh, buddy? Every man needs a good woman, he said to the horse. But does every good woman need a man? Tillie asked, smiling mischievously. Logan laughed as he turned toward her. He glanced around the barn, then closed in on her in 2 long steps. His lips were warm despite the cold morning, and welcomed hers with such tenderness that she reined in her eagerness. She said as he pulled away, glancing around again. So it wasn't just a fantastic dream. I had to find out for sure, he said, his eyes darkening as he looked at her. You okay? Can't stop smiling, not sure how I'm supposed to stop. Tillie picked up a brush and started to finish Big Ben's grooming. I hear ya, Tanner kept asking what had me in such a good mood. He let his finger trail down her arm. This will not be easy. Nope. It's even harder than keeping a long-awaited Christmas present a secret. She sighed. Maybe we should tell them on Christmas? Yeah, but would it be a good present or one of those that ruin the Christmas spirit and have them wishing they could return it? Logan paced. They're going to hate me. They love you. She smiled dreamily. They do now, but when they find out, that will all change. The tone of his voice made her turn toward him. You really believe that? I hope it's not true, but it's what I fear. He fiddled with a piece of straw. Maybe it won't be that bad. Maybe they'll get over it. Get over the fact that she stopped herself, realizing what she was about to say and knowing it was way too early to say it. That we what? Logan stopped pacing, facing her. Well, what are we? Tillie asked, biting her lip. Guess that's something we'll have to figure out together. He intertwined his fingers with hers, staring deep into her eyes until the barn door swung open. It's cold this morning. Ember wrapped her arms around herself. Okay, so what? She froze as Tillie and Logan stepped apart quickly, trying to look busy. Big Ben is just about ready, Tillie said, a little too cheerily. Ember cocked her head, then shook it. I'll grab Henry then. Since you have help now, I'll see if Tanner needs help with the wagons. Logan stared at her, and she stared back until he slipped out of the barn, leaving a whoosh of cold air breezing in. It really is cold out there, Tillie said, putting the final touches on Big Ben. Ember watched her from the stall next to hers as she brushed Henry. Graham said you were in a peculiar mood. Peculiar, huh? Tillie laughed but covered her mouth when she heard how loud and forced it sounded. When are you going to tell everyone? Ember asked. What do you mean? Tillie turned away to hide her burning cheeks as she led Big Ben out of the stall to wait in the alleyway until they had to hitch him up. The longer she could keep him warm, the better. I think we should put the blankets on the horses for the first tour. I mean you and Logan, Ember said, staring right at her. What about us? Tillie swallowed, knowing that she was a horrible liar. You know, Ember started, taking her eyes off Tillie and focusing on brushing Henry. There's something about living a secret life yourself that allows you to read past the fake lives of others. She looked over Henry's back. But it's your life, you may have secrets. Just make sure they are for the right reasons. Tillie stared at her, not even turning when the barn door opened and another rush of cold air met her. Sorry, Strawberry, Timmy said. Charlotte bumped her head. He took a step toward Ember as she raced toward the door. Don't worry. It's not bad, she just doesn't want anyone but her mommy. Ember furrowed her brow as she looked over at Tillie. Go on. Babies come first, Tillie said, forcing a smile to her face and taking the brush from Ember's hand. I'm sorry, Ember said quickly as she followed Timmy out, leaving Tillie alone with the horses to ponder what her sister-in-law had said. Of course, she had been silly to think that no one would notice. Especially Ember. It had been Ember's twin sister after all, who told her how to take the first step in sealing the deal with Logan. Sparky had said nothing about how to deal with the family. Logan slipped into the barn just as she finished Henry. He came behind her and kissed her on the neck. His cold lips sent shivers down her spine. Brr, she said with a shake. Grams gave me blankets and thermoses of hot chocolate. We might have to sit close together. You know, to share body heat. He waggled his eyebrows, his cocky grin deepening his dimples. Oh, really? Well, it might make people talk. She bit her lip. I think Ember knows. Logan stepped back. What makes you say that? Well, she came right out and asked me when we were going to tell the family. Tillie gulped and searched his eyes. As fun as the idea of having a secret relationship was, the reality wasn't nearly as entertaining. Should we just bite the bullet? What did you say? His face had lost color, and he shoved his hands in his pockets. I acted like I didn't know what she was talking about. Tillie shrugged. But we all know how horrible of a liar you are. His lips thinned as he thought. You say that like it's a bad thing? Tillie pushed her fists into her hips and narrowed her eyes. He blinked a few times, then met her eyes. No, he said, stepping toward her. No. Not at all, Till. I'm just trying to figure this out. So you're having second thoughts now? Tillie blinked back the tears that burned her eyes. What? The question seemed to have taken him by surprise, and his look of horror calmed her emotions slightly. No. We will not run away from this. That's not what I'm trying to figure out. I need to tell Tanner, in a way where he won't wallop me and throw me out of the family. You keep saying that, but I don't think it's going to be as big of a deal as you think. No? Logan arched his eyebrow. You're their sister and daughter and granddaughter, the only one they have left. You don't think they're going to feel protective of you? Worry that I'm just playing you, or that I'm too wild for you? They'd be right, you know. Right, you mean you are playing me? No. They'd be right, because I don't deserve you. The raw emotion his words held stopped Tillie in her tracks. She had started to laugh, but swallowed it when she realized he was serious. He really didn't feel like he deserved her. You're ridiculous, you know that. She said the words gently though, and closed the distance between them, wrapping herself around his freezing jacket, only to feel the heat between them quickly warm the fabric. Oh, really? He drew her closer and leaned his head down on hers. I'm the crazy friend, the never-sit-still bull rider with a date with death, nothing to my name, but a possibility if I don't screw up. She drew back and kissed him chastely. You won't screw up, and even if you did, I don't need a lot of money and you'll find work, maybe even here. If your family would still speak to me, he muttered. I never knew you to be such a worrywart, she teased, and tugged down on his hat as the sound of tire tracks came up the frozen gravel. Come on. We need to hitch these horses up. Time to worry later. As long as we do it together, he said, searching her eyes. No, I won't go down that worry road with you, but I'll be right by your side to remind you when it's time to turn off. She giggled and pulled him behind her, letting her fingers trail off his as she grabbed Big Ben's bridle to pull him out into the blustery December morning. Logan did his best to stay in the moment during the day. In the morning, Tillie sat cuddled up next to him, a blanket covering their laps. They snuck in a little hand-holding when he only needed one to hold the reins, and otherwise, she laid her hand on his thigh, looking up at him as if asking if it was okay. He had to work hard not to kiss her, or gently push her stray strands of hair behind her ear, or wrap an arm around her as Tanner did with Joy. Timmy had taken over the tree-cutting venture for Gramps. Well, taking over wasn't quite the word. He was the only one who could handle Gramps constantly micromanaging him. Logan sighed. It must be hard, being an independent man and finding your age wasn't letting you do the things you used to. He wondered if he would age gracefully or become a micromanager, like Gramps and his dad, if he was lucky enough to make it that long. He never thought he'd see 30, yet he glanced down at Tillie. Every day spent with her made him want to make that happen more and more. What are you all up in your head about? Tillie asked. As the afternoon sun had warmed up the land, they no longer needed the blanket, and had to create distance between them, or face the onslaught of questions. He wasn't ready for that, not yet. Thinking about the fact so many told me I wouldn't make it to 30. I had started to believe them, but now. He smiled at her, letting his eyes do the talking that his lips and body couldn't. I'm glad to hear you no longer have a death wish, she said with a laugh. If that's because of me, I'll take that honor. Her smile was one of triumph and joy. In fact, she looked more beautiful today than she ever had, and it made his heart ache in longing for her. He glanced back at the jovial group on the hay behind them. They were pointing out which Christmas trees they liked, as the wagon slowly wound on the trail past the tree farm. Today had only small groups, with several cancellations because of the cold and the weather that was supposed to hit that night. Tomorrow would be up in the air, though the work was never done. If it did snow, they would need to plow the driveway so the overnight guests could leave tomorrow afternoon, and the guests would still want activities, even if no one else could show up. You're lost again, Tillie teased. Sorry, now I'm thinking about this storm. We'll need to look at the weather before we take that drive down into Juniper. I heard about the night Timmy took Ember out. We don't want to do it that way. Oh, I think it worked out for them just fine, Tillie said, glancing toward the tree farm where Timmy and Ember were stealing a moment to share a kiss. Yeah, I guess you're right, Logan said with a chuckle. Well, still better to be on the safe side. I mean, not that I'm against being stuck in a snowstorm with you, but the family might have a different opinion. Tillie sighed. I think you need to stop worrying about my family. He noted the air of frustration in her words, filing it away to remind himself to keep his fears to himself. Things were still so new with Tillie, and he didn't want to screw it up. He had never really had a girlfriend before. Sure, he had dated some girls multiple times, but a girlfriend? Nope, he hadn't had one of those. A thought hit him like a ton of bricks. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Logan turned to her, reading her expression of shock that slowly gave way to a pinking of her cheeks. Why? She asked hesitantly. I just realized that I don't know how to do this. I've never had a girl I was steady with before. You know, someone I would call a girlfriend. He leaned over, whispering the words. Oh, I see. A slow smile came over her lips. Grams would say I've gone steady with a boy or two, but nothing longer than a few months. I don't even think those qualify. So I guess we'll learn together. He squeezed his hands tightly around the reins to keep from reaching out to her. She leaned forward, her eyes dancing in flirtation. Does that mean I'm your girlfriend? Is that who you want to be? He asked, equally flirtatious. Yeah, I think I'd be happy to be that. She sat back, looking smug and exuberantly happy. That moment warmed him the rest of the day, keeping him warm even as they loaded into the cold truck as the sun sank close to the horizon, turning the sky a hazy pink amongst the black storm clouds. He lost himself in the beauty of it, leaning forward to look out the windshield as the diesel warmed up. So boyfriend, Tillie said with a giggle. Oh goodness, I'm not sure I'm ever going to get over this feeling of it not being real. You too? He asked, turning toward her. I'm going to have bruises all over my arm from pinching myself. It's kind of fun, you know, keeping our secret, but... She shrugged as he put the truck into drive and headed out of town. But, he prompted. It's hard too. I want to reach out and touch you, kiss you, you know, and I can't. Her face contorted into one of worry. You can now, he said, unclipping her seatbelt as they pulled to a stop at the end of the driveway and holding an arm open for her. Tillie smiled eagerly and scooted over to the middle seat, clipping back into the lap belt. Thank goodness, she said, leaning up to kiss him on the neck. Maybe it's better if you don't do that. He cleared his throat and shifted in his seat. Oh, you don't like that? Her face fell into a pout, the kind that always made him want to kiss her stuck-out lower lip. On the contrary. It's just I'm driving, and I need to keep you safe. You keep doing that, and I'm liable to drive us right off the road just so I can get my hands on you. Tillie's eyes widened slightly, but he smiled and winked to ease the impact of his words. They weren't far from the truth, though. He had wanted Tillie for so long, but he wanted all of her, the right way. It would be a dangerous dance to keep that in check until it was time to commit fully. Geez, Cooper. It had barely been 24 hours since their first kiss. He really should slow down on the future daydreams. What if she found out it wasn't all she hoped it would be to be with him? Oh, Tillie teased. You're thinking again. She nestled into him, holding his hand, and it felt so good that he didn't want to talk about what he was thinking. He just wanted to enjoy the moment. A man's allowed to think now and then, you know. Sure, but when it causes your forehead to furrow like that, I know it's not good thoughts. She traced the lines on his forehead, and he eased his muscles there. I'm fine. Really. He pecked her on the forehead and concentrated on the road again. So they say the storm will hold off until 7. Hopefully, this Drew isn't in too chatty of a mood. Oh, I hear he's always chatty. Tillie smiled, intertwining her fingers with his. You don't mind if I do this? Not at all. He squeezed her hand. They continued talking about the things they heard about Drew, about how Timmy and Ember fell in love, and how Tanner and Joy had always known. Have you wondered what it would have been like if we had always known? Tillie put a hand over her mouth. Sorry. It's too soon to talk like that. Maybe if we had just met, but we've known each other our whole lives. I don't feel like it's too soon, and yes, I have wondered. He peered out the window at the Christmas lights glowing in the distance. We're almost there. Do you have the directions? They're easy. He's right on Main Street. We can't miss him. That's what the directions say. He glanced at her. Tanner's words verbatim. She laughed. Well, let's hope he's right. He was, and Logan pulled easily into the lot of Drew's Christmas trees. Children were making the bounce houses wobble, their cheerful shouts reaching Logan as he opened the door. That must be him, Tillie said as a slender smiling man walked toward them. He came up to Tillie first. You must be the sister Tillie. Drew pulled her into a hug, causing an uneasy tightening in Logan's guts. Logan stepped closer to her and thrust his hand at the man. You must be Drew. Drew took his hand with a cock to his head. Now you're not one of the younger brothers. His grin widened as he turned to Tillie. I didn't know that you had found someone. Tanner said nothing about that when he delivered the first bunch of trees. The blood drained from Logan's face, his cheeks tingling with the lack of blood as he looked at Tillie, whose face looked just as drained. Oh, I see. They don't know. Drew pressed up on his toes, settling back on his heels with a look of pure satisfaction. Well, I'd be lying if I hadn't had daydreams about when I finally got to meet you. He winked at Tillie, then turned to Logan. But I see now her heart is already taken. Logan and Tillie both remained silent, unsure of what to say. Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me, but if you're not saying anything and you're helping her out. He tapped his chin a few times before his face lit into a massive surprised smile. You must be the best friend, Logan. He slapped Logan's arm. I'm right, aren't I? I am. I knew it. I am Logan. Where do you want these trees? He cleared his throat and pulled his jacket up around his neck. It wasn't as cold down in Juniper, but the air felt frigid right at that moment. Relax, Drew squeezed his arm. I told you. Your secret is safe with me. Besides, I'd hate to ruin their Christmas surprise, but tell Tanner he needs to call me afterward and tell me all about it. He backed up, still grinning like a jackal. I'm gonna get my guys to unload. I can't believe it. He shook his head and turned away from him. Tillie looked at Logan. How come he can tell? Does that mean everyone will know? Logan shook his head, as if he needed to clear it. That guy is a bit strange, if you ask me. I think he enjoys reading people a little too much. Tanner said his mom is a romance writer. Maybe that's why. Tillie shrugged. Do you think we can trust him? I don't know, but I'm hoping so. If Tanner finds out before I tell him, I'm toast. Stop saying that, Tillie said, taking his arm. If he sees that we're happy, he'll get over it, if he even gets upset at first. Logan frowned. Tillie was Tanner's sister, but he was his best friend, and some secrets didn't go past those boundaries. 10. As they pulled into Christmas Tree Ranch's driveway, the first snowflake fell. Tillie sighed, a mixture of nostalgia and disappointment. Now it starts, she says. Oh, you wanted to be stuck in a snowstorm with me? Logan teased her. I couldn't think of anyone better. She smiled as she scooted over to her seat, to not get people talking if anyone was outside when they pulled in. Oh, not even Johnny Walker. He waggled his eyebrows at her. Why'd you have to bring him up? She laughed, then covered her mouth. I'm sorry. That wasn't very nice. I'm sure there's a woman out there for him somewhere. Yeah, it always amazes me that even the most disgusting guys get hitched. Logan shook his head. Do you think there is a match for everyone? Tillie asked him. Logan parked the truck near the barn and turned toward her. I don't know, but I have wondered. I mean, I had come to the conclusion that one day you would find someone else, and I'd have to figure that out for myself. When you came home from college, and still no talk of an engagement or serious boyfriend, I finally allowed myself to hope. Really? Tillie bit her lip, her heart thrumming. That's so sweet. Why didn't you say something before? I had nothing to offer, he said with a shrug. Even now that's tenuous, but I knew the time was short where I'd have to make a move or someone else would. He leaned in slightly, his eyes darting around the empty driveway. "And remember, you kissed me." She pushed him back and rolled her eyes. "You're never going to let me live that down, are you? Oh, and take the credit that you deserve." "Nope. And when the time comes to tell Tanner, that's exactly what I'm going to tell him." He sat back, his grin widening and deepening his dimples. "No," she breathed out. "You wouldn't. Would you rather me tell him I took advantage of his younger sister and trapped her under the mistletoe until she saw just how much spark there was between us?" He lifted an eyebrow before taking his hat and shoving it down on his head. "Which one do you think he'd respond better to?" "Ah," she said in mock frustration. "Why do you always have to make such good points?" He laughed as he hopped out of the truck and met her at her door, which put the truck between them and the house. He pushed her slightly against the truck, the cold metal seeping through her jacket. "Will you be my date at the Christmas ball?" He spoke the words so close to her that his warm breath puffed against her cheek. "You don't think that will make people suspicious?" Her lips quirked sideways. "Well, if I get the guts to tell Tanner before then I don't care what anyone else thinks. If not, will you be my secret date?" "I'd rather be your shout it out at the top of my lungs date, but I'll settle for what I can get." She closed the distance between them, their lips creating a warmth that melted the snowflakes that started to fall heavily. A beam of light emitted from the front door of the main house. "Is that you out there, Tillie?" Gramps called. Tillie covered a giggle, then freed herself from Logan's arms to come around the truck. "Yes, Gramps. Just grabbing my stuff. I'll be right there." "Good. Logan, thanks for going with her. You made it easier on Grams and me. It might have sent us both into heart attacks if she'd been out on the road all alone in this." "My pleasure to help as always, sir," Logan called out, giving the man a wave as they made their way to his truck, and Gramps shut himself back into the warmth of the house. A light in the opposite direction caught his attention. "Did you guys get more guests?" He nodded toward the cabin that had been embers before she married Timmy. "Oh? Cousin Rachel must have arrived this evening." She glanced at the house. "I bet she's talking with Grams. Want to come in and say hi?" Logan looked up at the sky, blinking back the snowflakes that fell on his eyelashes. "I better go or I might not get the chance." "I could think of worse things," Tillie said. "Me too, that's why I should go." He chuckled, pulling her quickly behind the cab of his truck and taking her lips in his. "I'll hope I can get in tomorrow. I know how to run the plow." She looked down the driveway, dark and already layered with white. "I don't know if Tanner's going to make it home." "Well, at least they are already married, and it won't be a scandal if they have to spend a night alone together." "Ha ha. I hope they packed enough for the babies." She bit her lip. He gave her a quick kiss on the forehead and opened his truck's door. "Joy's a great mom, and this isn't her first rodeo. She'll be prepared. Besides, aren't they in the city? There are stores everywhere." "I hadn't thought about that," Tillie said, feeling the uneasiness lift. "Thanks. I'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow," he said, blowing her a kiss and slipping into the truck. "Me too." She waved. "Drive safe," she called out while he backed up and turned down the slippery drive. As she walked back to the house, she wrapped her arms around herself, both liking and hating the feeling of loss as soon as he left. The next week was full. Tanner and his family ended up having to stay 2 nights in the city before they cleared the pass to get back to the ranch. Luckily, that meant that the tours had to be canceled, but it also meant their guests had to stay another day and night with no way to make it down the hill to their homes, and guests had to be kept entertained. Cousin Rachel got a trial by fire, but she stepped up nicely and fit in with the crew easily. Grams had expressed her happiness with the addition several times when no one else was listening. The hard part for Tillie was that without tours, they didn't need Logan. And with the guests and no Joy or Ember, Grams needed help in the evenings so she couldn't see Logan after school. When they finally opened the passes on Tuesday, Tillie finally felt as if she could breathe. When Saturday came again, she felt starved of time with Logan. The moment he drove up, she practically ran out to greet him, his eyes meeting hers, holding the same longing. She had made an excuse to disappear into the barn right away, meeting his eyes as she went. He came in a few moments behind her, slamming the door shut and taking long steps to close the distance between them. His hands cupped her face at the same moment as his lips claimed hers. The physical rush was nothing compared to the jolt of finally being home as his arms wrapped around her, pulling her against his chest as he ended the kiss. They both panted as if starved for breath, though she knew they were starved for each other. "That was the longest week of my life," he panted, kissing the top of her head. "Tell me about it. And the entire time Rachel is quizzing me about my love life and asking me who the single cowboys were around here, and why I haven't settled down with anyone yet." She pushed back to look him in the eyes. "The worst was when she repeatedly asked me about you." "Oh, she did, huh?" Logan arched an eyebrow. "Now, is she Uncle Roger's daughter, or one of the ones that live out of state?" "Uncle Roger's," she said, narrowing her eyes. He held up his hands. "I'm just asking. I can never keep your extended family straight, no matter how many times they show up for holidays and weddings." "She's the one that kept asking to hold the babies at Thanksgiving," Tillie said, watching him closely. "Oh, she's the super shy one, right?" Logan nodded. "Sorry, I wasn't paying much attention to anyone but you that night." Tillie beamed. "You know just the right things to say, don't you?" "I try," he said, pulling her into his arms once more. The moment they heard the scuff of boots knocking the snow off before the door opened, they parted, going about their separate tasks. "Hey," Tanner said, shaking more snow off as he came in. "You coming to the parade of lights tonight?" "When do I not?" Tillie answered, standing up with a bucket of grain for the horses. "Not you, silly. Mr. Stoic over here." Tanner leaned against the stall where Logan had started brushing Big Ben. Logan shrugged, giving only a small glance toward Tillie. "I don't know." "Come on," Tillie teased. "Is your ego too big to be seen at a parade?" "Yeah, I'm sure Nancy will be there." Tanner chuckled and threw a piece of hay at Logan. Tillie stiffened, clamping her teeth tightly on her tongue to keep in the jealous retort that wanted to come out. Timmy saved her because he walked in right then. "Don't pawn off Nancy on Logan. Neil is coming up after the new year. He doesn't believe in the Christmas spirit, go figure. He and Nancy hit it off at my wedding." "Da-da-dum," Tanner said with a laugh. "All right, well, I'm sure Logan could have his pick if he wanted to hold the hand of a gal tonight anyway." "I think I can handle myself, brother," Logan said a bit icily. "Touchy, touchy," Timmy said with a laugh as he headed back toward the door. "Why is everyone acting so weird lately?" Tanner shook his head, turning to go as well. "You'll come tonight?" "Sure. I'll meet you guys there." Logan gave him a nod and held his gaze for a long moment, a moment where Tillie held her breath, and it felt like forever before Tanner finally left the barn. Tillie blew out her breath and walked closer to Logan, dumping the grain in Big Ben's feeder. "What was that all about?" "I don't know, but I feel our time to keep secrets is coming to an end." He stared at the door where Tanner had gone, a tightness in his shoulders. "Won't that be good, though? To be free to hold hands whenever we want, like at a parade?" Tillie asked, the rapid beating of her heart making her words sound breathy. She waited forever until he finally turned toward her, meeting her eyes and back in the present. "Of course. That's the dream." He leaned over and gave her a quick kiss, and Tillie finally felt like she could breathe again. Logan sat in his truck in the parking lot, waiting for the Johnsons to arrive so they could claim a spot on Main Street to watch the parade. His palms sweated on the steering wheel as he thought about how he could tell Tanner about him and Tillie. He liked their secret. It was fun and thrilling, but Tillie was right. They were going to find out sooner rather than later, and the window of doing the right thing was closing fast. He had to tell Tanner, but how do you tell your best friend that his little sister is your girlfriend? Thinking of that title made him smile, even in the turmoil that he was in. Tillie Johnson was his girlfriend, a secret girlfriend maybe, but still his girlfriend. Man, was she cute and innocent and right, she deserved to, what had she said, shout out about it at the top of her lungs. His smile widened as he daydreamed. A knock on the window made him jump, and he turned to stare at Tanner, making faces at him through the window. Logan slid out of the truck to greet Tanner, who held one of the twins. He peered into the fuzzy blue snowsuit. "What are you doing in your truck, smiling to yourself? I swear you're acting as weird as everyone else." Tanner shook his head. "Come on. They're waiting for us already. Cousin Rachel's been talking about you." Tanner eyed him. "The shy one," he said, not knowing how else to respond. "Why is she asking about me? Why do you think? That girl has babies on her mind." Tanner rolled his eyes. "Told her you're probably not the one to set her heart on, since you're not one to settle down, are you?" Tanner narrowed his eyes at him. Logan stopped, waiting for Tanner to also stop and turn toward him. Now was as good a time as any. Maybe it would be better to just get it out of the way, and then he could hold Tillie's hand in public like she wanted. "What?" Tanner looked at him, bouncing the baby as he started to whimper. "I need to tell you something," he said, the words feeling stuck in his throat as he did. "Oh, so you have changed your mind about settling down." Little Cooper started squalling, and Tanner increased the bouncing, patting the baby's back and saying, "Shush shush." "No, I mean yes, but there's more." Logan couldn't think with the baby crying like that, even if he was his namesake. It increased his anxiety to the point he pushed back his hat and rubbed his head. "I'm sure Rachel will be happy to hear that. She's a nice kid, but you make sure your intentions are genuine before you make a move. Got it? She's family, you know." His voice increased in volume to be heard over the squalls. "Yes, I know, buddy, we're getting you to your mommy. Hold on." Tanner started toward the crowd, but Logan reached for his arm. "That's not what I'm saying. I'm not interested in Rachel, it's—" "What?" Tanner shouted. "I can't hear ya, man. I got to get this guy to Joy. Man, he has some lungs on him." Tanner laughed and careened through the crowd that parted for the screaming baby. Logan followed behind, his heart softening as the baby's screams turned to quiet mewls the moment Joy reached for him. Would Tillie have that natural sense of being a mom like Joy? He caught sight of her as she stared down lovingly at the screamer's twin. Little Claire reached out to clasp Tillie's finger, and Tillie cooed and smiled at her niece. He loved that they had given her Tammy's middle name. Yeah, Tillie had it. That knowing clenched in his stomach as Tanner's words from before filtered through. "So you have changed your mind about settling down?" Yes, he had. Tillie looked up, meeting his eyes. Her cheeks pinkened, making her even more beautiful as he came to her side. "Hey," she said. "Hey." He had to squeeze his fists and force his body not to lean in to kiss her. "She seems a lot happier than her brother was. She's a sweet girl. Aren't you, little Buttercup?" "Buttercup, huh?" "Hey, an aunt's entitled to give her nieces and nephews whatever nicknames she wants. Isn't that right, KK?" She smiled down at Caden, who looked up at his aunt in adoration. "Yep, that's right, Auntie." Tanner stepped up next to them. "Sorry, man, what was it you wanted to tell me?" Tillie stiffened, staring at him with such an intensity that he felt heat crawling up his neck. "Nothing, man. Don't worry about it." "You sure? You sounded pretty determined to say something a few minutes ago." Tanner narrowed his eyes, then glanced at Rachel and Ember as they walked over with Timmy. "Oh, is that why you don't want to tell me now?" Logan clenched his teeth, feeling Tillie's intense gaze on him. "It's just not the right time at this moment. We'll talk after the parade, okay?" "Sure, man," Tanner said, then turned to greet the newcomers. "Hey, Rachel, you remember my friend Logan, right?" Tanner winked at Logan. Logan felt sick. His guts churned, and all he wanted to do was leave. He looked at Tillie, who stared at him wide-eyed, until Claire whimpered and she had to give the baby her attention. "Of course," Rachel said, her voice shy and soft. "You're quite often at the Johnson holidays, right?" She was cute in a sparrow kind of way, tiny and fluttery with dark eyes that could pull a man in. He wasn't any man though, and Tillie had already claimed his heart. Yes. The Johnsons are always kind enough to let me join in on their celebrations. Logan took an unconscious step toward Tillie. Tillie looked up, reading his eyes, then smiled at Rachel. He's practically family, and has been since we were all little. Well, you were little for sure, Logan said. Though not this tiny. He wiggled a finger for little Claire to grasp, and his heart melted when she did. Oh, you like babies? Rachel asked sweetly, leaning over to coo at Claire. Who doesn't? Tillie asked. Oh well, I mean, I know some people aren't really baby people, you know. I didn't mean anything by it. Rachel lowered her voice and backed away. Logan felt badly, so he answered. Yeah, I like babies. They're so tiny. I mean, look at this hand. Tillie stared at him, her eyes shining, and the heat that traveled up his neck almost had him taking off his jacket despite the chill of the night. He shrugged slightly, and her smile widened. I love their hands too, Rachel said, leaning back over and gaining a little confidence again. Her fingers are getting chilly. We should put on her mittens. Good idea, Tillie said. Do you spend a lot of time with your sister's kids? Yeah, I babysit Rihanna's baby all the time. Well, I mean a lot, at least before I came out here to help. Rachel's face turned pink as she ended with a shrug. I'm sure she's missing you being there, but I am so glad you could come help. I've been so busy at school and helping Logan. Grams needs all the support she can get. Tillie adjusted baby Claire onto her shoulder and bounced her while glancing toward Joy. Logan saw a slight panic fill her eyes as Claire whimpered. He understood. Babies were cute and amazing, but he did not know what to do when they started crying. May I hold her? Rachel asked. Sure, Tillie said, and he could feel the relief flooding through her as she carefully set Claire in Rachel's arms. Rachel rocked the baby, humming a sweet wordless song, and Claire calmed down, blinking wide eyes at Rachel. Wow, Tillie said. You're good. I just love babies, she said, a sweet smile lighting her face as she glowed at Logan. He shifted his weight, unconsciously stepping toward Tillie, who grabbed his arm. The parade is starting. Logan pulled Tillie back against the retaining wall, and Rachel came with them, still rocking Claire. The baby's eyes slowly drooped. Tanner came over, reaching for Claire. Thanks, cuz. I'll take her now. Rachel's eyes lingered on the baby as Tanner took her from her arms. Logan, I got a seat over here for you if you want it. Nah, I'm good here, brother, but thanks. Tanner smiled, his eyes lighting mischievously, and he glanced at Rachel. I see how it is. Do you want the seat, Rachel? Oh no, thank you. You and Joy and Ember should have them since you're holding the babies, Rachel said, leaning back against the wall, close enough that Logan felt her body heat. I remembered this parade from when I was a little kid. We have nothing like it in our town. Tillie leaned over him. I remembered that year you guys were here. Weren't your parents off somewhere? Yeah, Mom had a training and Dad wanted to go with her. Rachel leaned across him, now touching his side. Logan almost changed his mind to join Tanner, but he didn't want to leave Tillie's side. She was the whole reason he came. Here, he said, pushing Tillie between him and Rachel. Now you gals can talk easier. He smiled and settled back against the wall, leaning closer to Tillie while she talked with her cousin. Whoa. Look at that one. Rachel said, her eyes reflecting the bright red glow of the float that looked like Santa's sleigh. I can't wait to see what the high school tech club kids did this year, Tillie said, sneaking a hand to find Logan's behind their backs. His heart thrummed loudly as their fingers intertwined, and he snuck a glance from the corner of his eye to see if Tanner looked at them. Tanner was focused on his babies, whose eyes were wide and darting with all the lights. Logan relaxed, losing himself in the wonder in Tillie's eyes and the feel of her fingers rubbing against his. She had always loved all things Christmas, but this year it brought him a different kind of joy watching it so closely. The parade was coming to a close when suddenly Tanner was standing in front of him with a crying baby. Sorry, man. I know you wanted to talk after, but I got to get Joy and the twins home. They are unhappy. He held his screaming boy up as if in an example. I see that. Logan quickly let go of Tillie's hand. Go. Take care of your family. We'll see you tomorrow. Logan patted him on the back. Sorry girls, your ride is leaving, Tanner said. Oh, okay. Rachel leaned over. Well, good to see you, Logan. Logan met Tillie's eyes, and seeing the disappointment shining in them, he said, I'll take them home, Tanner. I don't want Tillie to miss her favorite part. You worry about your family. Thanks, man, he said, and moments later Caden's whines came to them as he protested about having to leave before the parade ended. If Logan had enough room in his truck to take the boy, he would have, but all he had was a bench seat. After the parade ended, the longing to continue holding Tillie's hand felt like a physical loss as he escorted the girls through the crowd and to his truck. All he could think about was having her wedged against him on the way back to the ranch. Yet when he unlocked their door, something he hadn't expected had his heart crashing in his stomach and an uneasiness filling his chest. Oh no, really? It's okay. My legs are much shorter than yours. I'll fit much easier in the middle. I don't want you to be uncomfortable, Tillie. Rachel smiled sweetly as she reached up to pull herself into the truck first. Tillie's eyes met his, half jealous and half teasing. Maybe she could see the fear of the situation reflected in his eyes. I tried telling him, he whispered. I thought that might have been what he was talking about. She pushed him back a little, so the truck hid their bodies from her cousin, and trailed a finger down his chest. Soon? That single word warmed him and made him feel slightly better. Brr, Rachel said, rubbing her arms around herself. Tillie grabbed his hand and squeezed it before she hopped into the truck, and he shut the door behind her. On the drive home, he did his best to give Rachel space, but for as tiny as she was, she seemed to take up a good portion of his space. His chest still tingled from Tillie's touch, so he focused on that as he drove them back to the ranch. Saying goodbye was difficult with company. Tillie gave him a hug. She always had, and it would seem odd if she didn't. Though tonight she slipped her hand up to play with the tip of his hair, her icy hand chilling the heat traveling up his neck. Rachel also gave him a hesitant and quick hug, and then Tillie spirited them both up the stairs and into the house. Logan took his time getting back in the truck and pulling round, just in case Tanner came out. The idea of having that talk with his best friend tore his guts up, but not being able to touch Tillie or say goodbye, as a boyfriend should be able to say goodbye, was so much harder. Tomorrow, he would tell him tomorrow. 11. Tillie hummed through that Sunday. The tours were crowded, and there wasn't ever time where she could sit snuggled up against Logan on the hay rides. That didn't matter. She knew that tonight, after the tours had left and the guests were on their own, Logan was going to tell Tanner about them. That would free them to tell the rest of the family, and allow them to stop hiding their secret relationship. She met his eyes over the top of the children's heads between them. The last tour was almost over, then they got their Christmas trees and off they went, happier and filled with the spirit of Christmas. She would be that much closer to being able to openly display her love for Logan. Love. She really just said that, well, thought it at least. Logan's eyes widened slightly. Had he read her mind? She shrugged and smiled in return. Surely he knew by now. Timmy led the tour to the Christmas trees as Ember came over to Tanner, who was helping Caden unhitch their team. Joy needs you. She's getting sick, and the twins are too much for her. Grams and Rachel are cooking for a crowd, and I'm trying to help while chasing after Charlotte, who is crawling into all the cupboards. Tanner squeezed her shoulder and looked over at Tillie and Logan. Go, Logan said. Tillie and I got this. Thanks, man. I don't know what I'd do without you. Tanner gave Logan a nod, then turned to Caden. Think you can keep Charlotte occupied for Auntie Ember? Sure, she likes playing with my dinosaurs. Caden took his dad's hand, and they followed Ember, who kept repeating how much she appreciated them. Well, there goes another chance. Logan muttered, turning back to the harness. Tillie squeezed his arm. We'll keep trying. That's all we can do. As long as you promise one thing, Logan said. Keep Rachel off you? Tillie lifted a teasing eyebrow. Okay, 2 things. Logan laughed. What's the other one? Tillie asked as she nimbly unhooked the harness on the other team, turning round to him when he didn't answer right away. Save me all your dances. Logan met her eyes in a powerful, possessive hold. A small smile pulled at the corner of her mouth as she realized she liked that small bit of possessiveness. It meant he wanted her to be his, and his alone. What am I supposed to tell the guys who ask me to dance? That you're already promised to another. He closed the distance between them, not even caring that they were in sight of the Christmas tree area. Oh, is that so? Tillie teased. He took her hand and pulled her into the barn, leaving the horses stamping in the snow. As soon as they made it to the barn, he shut the door and pushed her against it. She smiled, beating him to the kiss. This kiss was different, more powerful even than the first kiss. Deeper, reaching depths she hadn't quite known existed before, and a rush of emotion filled her, leaving her panting and her eyes stinging. When he broke off the kiss, his panting breath warmed her face and the words spilled from her mouth. I love you, Logan Cooper. She quickly covered her mouth with her fingers, heat steaming up through her and out the top of her head. That smile that deepened his dimples lighted his face as he gently pulled her hand off her lips. Thank you for finally admitting that to me, Till. He gave her lips a swift kiss. I love you too, and not like a big brother should love his sister, he teased. Thank goodness for that. She laughed off her nervousness and shook out her hands. I've never done that before. What? Kissed a brother like that? I sure hope not. Logan laughed, and she punched him playfully in the chest. He grabbed her fists in his hands and pulled them down to keep her from hitting him. I haven't either. He kissed the tip of her nose as the horses grunted their displeasure at being left out in the cold. It wasn't as scary as I thought it would be. Well, no, because I did it first. You know, one of these days, you're going to have to be the one to go first. Deal, he said. I'm not so cold anymore, but I think the horses are, she said, drawing in a deep breath and still not feeling as if she caught it. The next week, school kept her busy between the school play, assemblies and parties, but each afternoon she rushed off to help Logan at the feed store. At least there, he kept the door shut to his office so they could sneak kisses in between work. She found that checking balances and making numbers match gave her a feeling of satisfaction. I think I know why Timmy doesn't mind working for my dad too much, she said Friday afternoon, after balancing a particularly difficult account. Logan looked up at her in the new way he had, a look that made her feel like the most important person in the world. She hoped he never outgrew it. Well, you are more than welcome to take over my accounts whenever you want, he said. Then a serious expression came over him, and he pushed back from his desk. We haven't talked about the future yet. Tillie bit her lip, her heart racing. It's not too early? Logan cocked his head, and she knew that meant he was thinking about it. Maybe for a normal relationship, but we've known each other forever, and have crushed on each other for quite some time, or at least I have. You still haven't told me for how long, Tillie said, distracted from the original conversation. Another time you're getting sidetracked. Future. Okay, she said, hesitant about what a conversation like this meant. How do we do that? She laughed, a nervous bubbling that came from deep within her. Don't ask me. He chuckled. Okay. Basics. You want to stay in Christmas Tree Hill? Yes. You? He narrowed his eyes. Nope. I'm just working to the bone to take over my dad's store, and then leave it. Okay. Okay. Dumb question. She bit her lip, then asked. You want to stay on your parents' ranch? Yeah, well, that was my plan at least. Christmas Tree Ranch is kind of, well, it's not private. Tillie giggled. Yeah, and Grams just told me she and Gramps are giving Timmy his meadow. So there'll be more on the property. So, you're okay living in my cabin? I mean, well, in the future. We can build on if you want. Asking me if I want kids now? Tillie raised her eyebrows. Oh, I don't have to ask that. I know that. Maybe I'm asking how many. Logan pulled at his shirt collar. 2, she asked hesitantly. I don't want only one, but I'm not sure I have what it takes to have a whole house full either. Is that something we have to decide now? Logan laughed, leaning back in his chair. Nope. Not at all. Okay, so what else? Tillie enjoyed watching him when he was in his relaxed state, like right now. Are you sure? Logan dropped his arms and leaned forward, meeting her eyes with such strength she could hardly catch her breath. Am I sure about the house, the kids staying in town? Us. The simple word hit her, even though she knew that was what he meant. I know decisions aren't always your strong suit. Hey, she said, but it was the truth. She had changed her major a million times, and then ended up in a career that had nothing to do with any of them. When Timmy fell in love with Ember, I asked him how he knew she was the one. He said he knew because he couldn't live without her. Logan sat back, a look of shock running through him as she rose from her chair and came toward him. He stood to meet her, their eyes never losing contact. I can't live without you, Logan Cooper. She blew out a shaky breath. Now that was 10 times scarier than saying I love you. He cupped her cheeks and searched her eyes. Every time you left for college, I felt like I was holding my breath until you returned, waiting to hear the inevitable, that you had found someone, that you were engaged or moving away. I had to look at living a life without you, but now. He shook his head, that possessiveness shining in his eyes. I won't go through that again. You won't have to, she said, standing on tiptoes to kiss him. I found my man. He'd been standing in front of me most of my life. You mean you've fallen for Johnny after all this time? Logan's teasing smile had her pounding on him. I'm just kidding, he said, planting a long kiss on her lips. You're mine, and you won't ever be dancing with Mr. Sweaty Hands again. Oh, that's a relief, she said in a mock whisper. The night of the dance came with Tanner and Joy, still unsure if they would make it or not. Once Joy started feeling better, Tanner fell down with it, but luckily somehow the twins were still sounding healthy. Tegan had left early to pick up the Harmon girls, and Tillie couldn't help but wonder if he had gone and committed himself to Nancy's little sister, Meredith. Every time she had asked, though, he waved off the question, saying something about focusing on school. Grams fiddled with Tillie's dress, then Rachel's. Oh, you girls look so pretty. You'll make some young men mighty happy tonight. Rachel beamed. She had asked about Logan so many times as they got ready, and though Tillie tried to dissuade her and tell her about some of the other single cowboys, she kept going back to Logan. With their love outspoken so recently, Tillie didn't feel jealous of her tiny cousin, who made her feel like a Viking brute compared to her fine-boned prettiness. She didn't know how else to tell her cousin that Logan was off limits. Logan was adamant that Tanner needed to know first, and she understood, but if she heard Rachel say one more thing about Logan, she thought she would scream. Are you sure you'll be okay with Charlotte? Ember asked, kissing her daughter in Gramps' arms. I'll play with her until she's all tired out, Auntie. Caden said. You want to go play dinosaurs, Charlie? Charlotte reached out for Caden. Gramps kissed Ember on the cheek. Go, remember what it feels like just to be in love. Then he took Charlotte to the living room with Caden. We got them, Gramps said. Gramps is right. Tonight is a night to remember that you are more than just a mommy and a daddy. You have to nurture your marriage, especially such a new one. Thanks, Grams, Timmy said, kissing Grams on the cheek and motioning to everyone. Let's go, ladies. Tillie glanced once more down the hall toward Tanner's section of the house, where the babies were crying. She had hoped he would be with them tonight, so Logan could finally talk to him. It would be difficult to dance with him all night, without making their love apparent. Ember and Rachel stepped carefully through the crusty snow in their dress shoes, but Tillie stomped through, grateful she decided on her boots. They weren't really Christmassy, but they went just fine with her holiday dress. Plus, she knew Logan had a thing for girls in boots and skirts. Rachel practically danced in the back seat next to her. She leaned over and quietly asked, You think Logan will dance with me? Tillie squeezed her eyes shut, remembering the possessiveness in Logan's voice as he made her promise to save all of her dances for him. She opened her mouth and shut it, and opened it again, opening her eyes at the same time and meeting Ember's as she turned in the seat. "Oh, sweetie," she said, taking her eyes from Tillie and turning to Rachel. "I don't think you should get your heart set on Logan." "Oh," Rachel said, her voice trailing off. Then she perked up again. "Well, Tanner said that too. He said Logan wasn't the settling down type, but did you see him with baby Claire? He even said he liked babies." Tillie squeezed her fists tight and bit her tongue to keep herself from blurting out the words. Ember met her eyes again, searching them, her brow furrowing in concern. "It's not that, Rachel." Ember gave Tillie a nod. "His heart is already taken." "Oh, it is?" Rachel asked. "But I didn't see him with anyone at the parade. It was just Tillie and I." She turned to Tillie. Oh. She took Tillie's hands in hers. "I'm so sorry, cousin. I didn't know. Why didn't anyone tell me?" "Because," Ember said, a slight edge to her voice, "they haven't told anyone." "What are you saying?" Timmy asked, his eyes finding Tillie's in the rearview mirror. Tillie hung her head, biting her tongue until she swore she tasted blood. Timmy pulled the truck into the parking lot, threw it into park, and turned to stare at her without even turning it off. "Tillie." She wouldn't meet his eyes. She couldn't. Logan had wanted Tanner to know first. If she said anything now, he would be the last to know. "Tillie. Did Logan step over the line?" Timmy asked, a hardness to his voice that she hadn't heard in a very long time. "No," she said, all at once understanding why it had been so important that she had made the first move, that she had kissed him first. She swallowed and met her big brother's eyes. I kissed him first." Timmy's face relaxed. "Why didn't you say something, sis?" "He's worried. He doesn't want the family to hate him, and the way you just reacted, his fear isn't far-fetched." Tillie held her brother's gaze. "Reactions are unguarded, and my first thought was, how could a guy we see as a brother overstep and take advantage of our little sister? It's hard to remember sometimes that you have a mind of your own." "Oh, really?" Tillie arched an eyebrow. "Well, you know what I mean." Timmy glanced at Ember, who laid a hand on his. "We're happy for you," Ember said. "I'm assuming Tanner knows?" Timmy asked. Tillie shook her head, guilt building up inside of her as she realized that Logan's fear was happening, and it was her fault, all because she didn't want Rachel to dance with Logan. "That's why we were keeping it secret. Logan wants to tell Tanner himself. He wanted him to be the first to know, but Tanner's been, well, unavailable," Timmy finished for her. "Okay," he looked at Ember and then Rachel. "It's our job to make sure that Tanner doesn't know until Logan tells him. You got that?" "You know I can keep a secret," Ember said, beaming at Tillie. "I can too," Rachel said, though disappointment lingered in her voice. "I'm really sorry. What a fool I've been, gushing on and on about your boyfriend to you." Tillie took Rachel in a hug. "It's not your fault, cuz. Besides, I get it. I've been gushing over him for years." "You have?" Timmy asked, shaking his head. He turned to Ember. "Why are you always right?" Ember smiled and shrugged. "Guess you should just get used to it." Timmy leaned in for a kiss, and Tillie turned to Rachel. "I think that's our exit signal." They fled from the truck, and she did her best to push past the sickened feeling within her. She would have to tell Logan that they found out. There was no way around it. She couldn't lie. It just wasn't who she was. Logan had hung back, braving the icy chill of the evening rather than the crowd inside the steamy town hall. He had asked Tillie to save all of her dances for him. He wasn't about to give some of his away while waiting for her to show up. The chill helped him keep his senses about him, for it wasn't only Tillie he was looking for, but Tanner. The need to get the heavy weight off his chest had become almost physical in its presence. When he saw Tillie walk down the sidewalk toward him, instantly he could breathe easier, but when he didn't see Tanner behind her, the uneasiness grew. Another night, he would have to keep his love for Tillie a secret. It was almost too much. "Hey guys," Logan said as a greeting, still craning his neck to see if maybe Tanner was just running behind the others. "They didn't make it. The babies were crying as we left," Tillie said, grasping his arm, her eyes dark in the twilight, saying something more, but he couldn't decipher what. "Oh," Logan said, unsure of how else to respond, so thick was his disappointment. "I know," Tillie said quietly, glancing back at the others. "Well, I'm not going to have Ember freeze out here. You guys coming in?" Timmy said, reaching for the door. "Yeah," Logan said, his frozen fingers urging him forth, though all he wanted was to take Tillie aside and give her a proper hello. As they squished together to get through the doorway, the cacophony of the dance muted Tillie's words, but he thought she said they needed to talk as her lips came to his ears. Tillie should know that entering a small-town dance would not give them the chance to step away for some time, but the immediacy in her eyes made him at least attempt it. It didn't work, and couple after couple greeted them. Nancy came up to their group, making Logan tense and step closer to Tillie, but Nancy didn't look at him. "Hey guys," she glanced around. "Where's your friend Neil?" "Oh, he couldn't make it but..." Timmy went on making excuses and coming up with reasons to get them together. Logan grasped Tillie's arm, seeing their escape, but right then, a couple of guys from the rodeo network came up. They had been freshmen when he was a senior, but from seeing them buying feed for their horses, he knew neither had settled down yet. "Hey Logan. How's it going?" Their glances toward Rachel plainly told him that they didn't come over to talk with him. "Hey guys, do you know Tillie's cousin Rachel?" Logan asked, freeing the guys to talk with the person they really came over to talk to. One of them asked Rachel to dance. She glanced at Tillie in question, and Tillie gave her an encouraging nod. "He's a good guy, right?" she whispered in Logan's ear as he swept Rachel onto the dance floor. Logan shrugged. It was a small town, but how was he supposed to know if a guy would treat Rachel with respect or not? He better be. He knows who's watching after her. "I can't imagine wanting to upset the Johnson boys. Or the Cooper one," she said. The second guy stood there awkwardly, obviously not able to decipher their words over the music. "So, Tillie, you wanna?" He nodded his head toward the dance floor. "Sorry man, she owes me this dance," Logan said, pulling Tillie out onto the dance floor as far from the speakers as he could get. With her head near his chest and his hand at the base of her back where it belonged, he leaned down to speak in her ear. "So what's going on?" Tillie stiffened slightly, her heart racing against his chest. He pulled back to search her eyes, which shone with unshed tears. "Are you okay?" They know," Tillie said, a single tear escaping. "It's my fault. Rachel kept asking about you, and asking me if you would dance with her, and I lost it." "You lost it?" Logan stopped dancing for a moment. Tillie wasn't one to lose it. "Well, I mean, I couldn't keep the charade up. I didn't actually say anything. Ember just saw my face and broke the news to Rachel." She dropped her hands from his shoulders and shook them out. "What news?" He ignored the stares of the other dancers, intent on what Tillie said, trying to decipher if he needed to race to the ranch to talk with Tanner right that moment. "That your heart was already taken," Tillie said, her words so quiet he read her lips more than he heard them. "And how does Ember know that?" Tillie shrugged. "'Cause she can read people? And I can't lie, at least not very well." "When did this happen?" Logan asked, scanning the room and looking for Timmy. "Is that why Tanner isn't here?" Tillie shook her head, her lips tightening with emotion. "No. It happened on the way here. Tanner doesn't know. I made them promise not to tell him." Logan pushed back his hat and ran a hand through his hair. "That's worse. He'll feel like we were intentionally keeping him and only him in the dark." Tillie dropped her head, her body shivering. Logan put his arm around her, feeling the vibration of her "I'm sorry," but the words were lost in the music. His gaze finally found Timmy, and their eyes met over the crowd. The older brother gave him an okay sign with a furrowed brow. A lightning filled Logan. Maybe it wouldn't be as bad as he feared. He gave Timmy a brief nod and pulled Tillie tighter into his arms. "Hey, it's okay. It's not your fault," he whispered, brushing her hair back so he could see her tear-streaked face. Now that he realized the danger wasn't imminent, he relaxed and allowed himself to get lost in her shining eyes. How do a few tears make your eyes that much more beautiful? She blinked several times and sniffed. "You're not upset with me?" "No, silly. How could I be upset with you?" He wiped the lingering wetness from her cheeks. "You should be upset at me for making you keep this a secret." Tillie shook her head. "I understand even more now." When Timmy heard at first she glanced at her older brother, who kept an eye on them while talking with another couple. Well, he said that it was a knee-jerk reaction, but if steadfast Timmy reacted like that. A shiver coursed through her. She didn't need to finish her thought. Logan knew all too well the temper that Tanner had. His best friend had been one hot-headed guy, especially while Joy was gone. Now that she was back and they were married, he chilled out, but a man with a natural temper always had it sitting there under the surface. "Maybe we should just go right now, make him listen, get it over with, him sick or with crying babies or not." Logan shifted his weight, letting his nervous tension move them in a dance. "And miss the Christmas ball?" Tillie asked, her eyes wide. A slow smile tugged on his lips. He knew how much Tillie loved to dance. Her face lit with joy every time she did, and man was she good at it too. "Well, maybe we'll just leave a little early." He spun her out, and then back into his arms. No one danced as well together as he and Tillie, and now he knew why. They danced for at least an hour straight, until sweat dripped down the back of his neck, and Tillie had beads of perspiration on her cute little nose. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips parted as she panted for breath, and he knew at that moment he had to kiss her. Without warning, he clasped her hand in the middle of the song and pulled her out the back door, left slightly ajar to let in some cool air. The crisp temps cooled them down almost immediately, and he pulled her around the door and into the darkness. The stars overhead were the only witnesses to the much-needed kiss. "I couldn't handle it anymore," he panted as he broke apart, searching her shadowed features to ensure that he had not overstepped, though her response to his kiss should have been enough to ease that fear. "Me neither," she said with a light giggle, leaning back against the building with a sigh. "Is this heaven? I'm not sure. Let me see if we can get there again," he said, his voice low and husky as he leaned in. He should have heard the steps, and he might have had his lips not been connected with Tillie's, and all of his senses were encompassed with their shared kiss. Something yanked him back, and he ducked just as a fist swung toward his face. "Tanner!" Tillie screamed. "What are you doing, man?" Of all the people, Tanner went after Logan again. Logan backed up, dodging the punches and holding his hands up in defense. "Just listen, brother. Just listen." "Brother? Brother? No brother of mine kisses my little sister like that." Tanner went after him again. Logan continued to dodge, trying to get words out between the rapid movements but was quite unsuccessful. Tillie went for a grab at Tanner's arm but missed. "Stay out of this, Till," Logan panted. "It wouldn't be the first time we've been at fists with each other." He pushed out the words between dodges. "This is going to be the last," Tanner shouted, barreling into him, knocking him to the snow-crusted ground. The snow saved him, giving him a slight cushion to break the fall, but Tanner was upon him. At that moment, Timmy and Tegan each grabbed one of Tanner's arms. "Hold it, bro. You need to calm it down," Timmy said in a quiet but stern voice. Logan slipped a suitable distance away. "Can you just listen, brother?" Tanner growled, a low menacing sound. The only other time he had heard that type of sound coming from his best friend was when he found out his twin sister, Tammy, had died. "You're jumping to conclusions, bro?" Timmy held on to his writhing brother. "I'm jumping to conclusions," Tanner flung off his brother's arms, spinning to face them. "You didn't see that traitor's tongue down our sister's throat." "His tongue wasn't in my throat," Tillie said, her fists pounded into her hips. "It was a very respectful kiss." Logan moved to her side. It's more than that, man. I wanted to tell you. I've been trying to for weeks. Weeks? Tanner spun on him, leaving his fists clenching at his sides. You've been kissing my little sister for weeks? Chill, brother. It was bound to happen, Timmy said, giving a slight shrug. Oh, and I guess you knew about this too. He glared at his older brother, then turned to his younger brother. You too. Tegan shrugged. Anyone could see it, man. Tanner shook his head. Joy slowly came up to him, laying a calming hand on his arm. Come on, let's go for a walk. I wanted to tell you first, Logan said despondently as Joy turned Tanner away. Tanner looked over his shoulder, glaring at him with cold eyes. How could you? Then shook his head and walked into the darkness with his wife. Logan's body fell limp, and he bent over his knees, drawing in deep breaths. He'll see reason, brother, Timmy said, clasping his shoulder before turning to take embers and return inside. Told you he'd kill you, Tegan said, but the smirk had left his face and pity filled it instead. Once they were alone in the dark, Tillie took Logan's hands in hers and searched his face. Tell me it's going to be all right. He blinked past the fog building in his brain, capturing the concerned depths of Tillie's eyes, and realizing that it didn't matter. As long as he had her, he'd get through whatever pain Tanner sent his way. His heart broke for his best friend, at the betrayal his eyes held, but all that mattered was the girl in his arms. We'll make it through this, together. Always from now through forever, together. He kissed the top of her head and pulled her tight against him. 12. Tillie's normal Christmas bliss had died. She had finally gained the love she had dreamed of, only to lose her brother. The next day, Tanner had Timmy take over the tours, and he took over helping Gramps. It hurt Tillie to see Tanner turning away every time she or Logan came near. Logan tried to put on a brave face for her, but he couldn't hide the pain living in his eyes. He had lost his best friend since kindergarten. She bit her lip and fought back the tears as they gathered for dinner after all the guests had left, and Tanner took his plate and his family to their private living area. What has got into him? Grams asked. No one had shared the news with anyone else in the family. Timmy looked at her and Logan, but kept his lips clamped tight when they didn't say anything. Ember and Rachel followed his lead. Logan glanced at her, mouthing the word tomorrow. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve. She knew he wanted to have the chance to talk to Tanner first, but with the way her brother was acting, she wasn't sure it was going to happen. Well, I hope he gets over it before tomorrow. Gramps humphed. No one likes a downer on Christmas. I'll talk to him, Timmy said after dinner. As everyone dispersed, Tillie stayed to help Grams clean up. Thanks for another lovely dinner, Grams. Tillie brought the dishes from the table, storing leftovers and stacking the dishes by the sink where Grams worked. You're always so sweet, my girl. Grams looked at her. You wouldn't know what's going on with your brother, would you? I do, Tillie said honestly, hanging her head. But I feel like we need to clear up what's between us before we bring others in. Grams gave a nod. I won't deny the curiosity is getting to me, but I have always appreciated your desire not to create drama by bringing the family into everything. Tillie cocked her head. I hadn't realized that I did that. Grams chuckled. Of course not, sweet girl. You're always thinking of others too much to even realize it. Tillie thought about what Grams said, guilt piercing her as she realized she hadn't thought at all about how the family would be affected by her and Logan. She selfishly only thought about herself, and having a dream she had never thought to be fulfilled play out before her. You okay, dear? Grams asked, drying her hands and pulling her into a hug. Whatever is going on will turn out okay. We're family. We can get through anything. Tillie's arms encircled the woman who she had always seen as pure strength, recognizing a fragility she hadn't wanted to notice before. She wiped her eyes and kissed Grams on the cheek. Go rest, Grams. I can handle the rest. Oh, if you're sure. Grams glanced around at the almost clean kitchen. My feet do feel a bit worn down tonight. Plus, Charlie Brown's Christmas movie will be starting in a few minutes. I love that movie. Tillie smiled. Go enjoy, Grams. I'll be there soon. She watched Grams scuttle out of the room, then glanced out the window, seeing Logan pacing in the dark. She knew he was doing his best to figure out a way to get Tanner to talk to him. At some point, Tanner would have to come out to take care of the stock for the night. As Tillie set the last pot to dry, the kitchen door swung open. Oomph, Joy said, almost dropping the pile of dishes she carried. Tillie rushed over to help, grabbing the dishes from her hands. You okay? Oh yeah, just hit the door the wrong way. They're already clean. I got to use our kitchen for once. Joy laughed, though the sound was forced. Tillie took a moment to compose herself while she put away the dishes, then turned to Joy, who watched her in expectation. Will he get used to it? Tillie's eyes burned as she squeezed her hands together. I don't want to hurt anyone. Tillie, Joy said, motioning to sit at the table. How long have you crushed on Logan? What? Tillie's eyes widened and heat filled her cheeks. We've known each other forever, girl. Grown up together. You never openly admitted it, but Tammy and I always knew. You did. Tillie choked on the words. What girl doesn't crush on her big brother's best friend? Or her best friend's big brother? Joy reached across the table for her hands. But no one was angry when you and Tanner started dating, Tillie said, swallowing past the lump in her throat. Well, that's because it was Tanner. Not many people go against what he wants, and the family knew, probably before we did, that we would end up together. Joy shrugged. How did Timmy react at first? He asked if Logan had stepped over the line, Tillie admitted. And what did you say? Joy asked with interest. I told him the truth. I kissed Logan first. Tillie stuck her chin out. Good for you, Joy said with a laugh. I'm proud of you for taking that step. You are, Tillie's mouth dropped open. Yes, and one day, maybe your brother will be too. Right now he's... Joy met her eyes, searching them before she went on. He won't admit it, but he's hurt. Logan and Tanner have been best friends since they can remember. They've always shared their secrets until this. Tillie nodded, then a thought hit her. How did my sis react when you told her that you loved Tanner? Joy sat back with a half sigh, half laugh. Oh, Tammy. Her eyes misted. She and Tanner were two peas in a pod with their tempers. You know, they say twins usually balance each other out, like Tegan and Ty seem to. Not Tammy and Tanner. I know, though their tempers were different. Tillie thought back to her childhood, with having twins before her and after her. It often left her feeling lonely. Yes, true. Tanner is more explosive, whereas Tammy would stew and find sneaky ways to get even. Tillie laughed, covering her mouth as it came out loudly. Yes, I remember that. So she was mad at you? Oh yeah, for a long time. She picked and prodded, like a scab that never was allowed to heal. Joy sighed, this one carrying a heaviness. I often wondered if that's why she worked so hard on convincing me to leave. She hated feeling second place, and with Tanner she did. I don't like to talk about it. She's not here to defend herself. I have come to realize that I can't blame her for my own choices. I could have stayed with Tanner and not gone with her. But she needed you, Tillie said soothingly, taking back her hand and squeezing it. What would have happened to Caden if you hadn't gone with her? Joy blinked several times. I know. He's the only reason that I don't beat myself up every day for the pain I caused your brother. Though of course, he could have handled his side differently as well. Tell me about it, Tillie muttered, rolling her eyes. He almost screwed that up several times. A few moments of silence sat with them until Joy met her eyes again. How is Logan holding up? He's beside himself. He's so upset that he didn't force that conversation to happen before Tanner found out, but he did try, Joy. He really did. I know, Joy said. Tanner mentioned he thought Logan had something on his mind, but since the twins, well, we've just been busy. She sighed, then looked at Tillie again. But how is he treating you? He's ignoring me, Tillie said, the pain ripping through her. I didn't mean Tanner. How is Logan treating you through all of this? Joy peered closely at her, like whatever Tillie said next would determine everything. He said that we would make it through this, together. Joy blew out a breath, and hung her head for a moment. When she raised her eyes to meet Tillie's, her eyes shone with tears. I am so glad to hear that. She stood and pulled Tillie into a hug. You two are going to be okay, and with that solidarity, the rest of the family will learn to be okay with it, even Tanner. Alma. Caden came in, glancing from Tillie to his mom, and Tillie loved that Caden still called Joy by his special name for her. Bubba woke up and is crying for you. I think his tummy hurts again. Joy released Tillie and kissed Caden on the top of the head. You are such a good brother, sweet boy. I'm coming. She squeezed Tillie's hand once more and left the room, leaving Caden staring at her. Auntie, why is Daddy mad at you? Caden stared at her as she dropped to his level. You two having a fight? Yeah, I guess you could say that, little man. Tillie pushed a smile to her face. But what does Grams always say about family? We always get through things. We always love each other. Because we're family. Caden puffed out his chest, proud to be part of the family he hadn't known existed before he was 3. That's right. Your daddy and I will make it right. It might just take time. Tillie squeezed his shoulder. Do you think I'll fight like that with Bubba and Sissy? Tillie laughed. If you didn't, you'd be even more of a miracle than you already are, KK. She hugged him to her. You are such a blessing to this family. Tillie's eyes stung as she sent him out to watch the end of the movie with Grams and Gramps. She hoped Tanner would remember the Johnson motto. Tammy hadn't, and look at what it had cost them all. Raised voices drew her attention to the window overlooking the barn. She left the kitchen, bypassing the family room, and tugged on her jacket and boots before flying out the door. At the bottom of the steps, though, powerful hands caught her. You got to let them have it out, little sis, Timmy said, holding on to her. They'll kill each other. She pushed against his restraining arms, but he was too strong and she slumped against him. That's why I'm here. They haven't thrown punches yet, he said grimly. Can I let you go? Yeah, she said glumly, tears now streaming from her eyes. I didn't mean to cause so much pain. Shish, Timmy said, relaxing his grip into more of a hug than a hold. It's not your fault, sis. Love isn't a choice. It chooses for you. Tanner knows this. Then why is he being such a meanie butt? She pushed back, crossing her arms and glaring at the barn where Tanner spewed out a string of hateful words. Meanie butt? Really? Timmy shook his head. And you say we haven't grown up? Timmy sighed as Tanner paused, probably to take a deep breath, before going on another rampage. His ego is hurt. His ego? Yeah, he's not thinking about how intimidating it would be for Logan to tell him he liked his little sister. Loved. He loves me. Tillie stood up taller. Oh, I see, Timmy said with a chuckle. It's like that, is it? Yes, Tillie said. It's like that. Well, Tanner isn't thinking about how hard that would have been for Logan, especially when Logan seemingly didn't know how you felt about him. Timmy asked it as a question. No, he didn't know. But you did, didn't you? It wasn't just the normal crush on a brother's friend, was it? Well, it never went away, if that's what you're asking. Tillie folded her arms again. Timmy nodded. Tanner will get over it. The good thing about his temper is that once he explodes and gets it all out, he'll be able to be rational again. He tilted his chin to the barn, where Tanner was continuing to lay into Logan. Your man knows it too. That's why he's just taking it. You're right, he does love you, and he loves our stubborn mule-headed brother. Only love can make a man stand through a barrage like that. Timmy sat down on the steps, as if preparing for a long wait. Tillie lowered herself next to him, hoping he was right. When was Timmy not right, though? He had always been wise, and she leaned her head onto his shoulder, taking comfort in the steadfastness of her big brother. Logan had hoped for a conclusion last night. He had hoped that allowing Tanner free rein of his temper would douse the fire of rage in him enough to hear what Logan had said. In the end, he had at least listened to Logan. Well, listened may have been an exaggeration. He at least paused his berating onslaught long enough that Logan got out what he needed to say. Had it worked, though? That was something only today would tell. For better or for worse, though, Tillie and Logan were attending Christmas Eve at the Johnsons on a united front. Today, their secret ended for good. Before he left his house, he called his sister. "Merry Christmas Eve, Bubba." Lila sang out, as a greeting. "Merry Christmas Eve, Sissy. How are the kids?" "Oh, they're excited." "Well, V is." Willie is still too young to know what's going on, but he's enthralled with watching his sister bounce everywhere. "You'll still be coming over for a late dinner, right? Mom and Dad will be here about 5. "Yeah, but well, it won't just be me." Logan and Tillie had talked about how to play this reveal, and it included both of their families. Lila sucked in a breath. "You did it. I mean, I heard about something going down at the Christmas ball, but no one knows what it was about." "Is that what it was about?" Logan cleared his throat. "Yeah, it was." "You didn't talk to Tanner first?" "I tried, sis. I really did. He's just been so busy with it being Christmas season and the twins, he didn't have time to listen. And well, we didn't think he was making the ball, so. Anyway, he walked in on us kissing." "Oh," Lila gasped. "That must have been, are you hurt?" "What, you don't think your little brother can hold his own?" He forced a chuckle. "Oh, I know you can, but I also know you wouldn't fight back with Tanner." Logan sighed. "Yeah, you're right on that account." Timmy and Tegan came just in time to pull him off. "So, are things okay now, between you two?" "Well, no, not really. I forced a confrontation last night, and he let me have it. No fists, but I don't know if he heard anything I had to say." "Oh, Bubba, I'm so sorry. This isn't one of those cut-and-dried situations. I'm sure he'll come to his senses, though." "So what are you gonna do?" "Tillie and I are telling the rest of the Johnsons today, and we'll ride the storm, I guess." "So it really is one of those kinds of things, huh? Something strong enough to weather a Johnson storm?" "I think so, Li. I hope so. I can't see myself living without her, and I can't go back to just watching her live her life without me. So I'm in. All or nothing." "Geez, Bubba." Lila blew out a breath, causing static on the phone. "I know, but this is where I am." "I sure hope she's worth it," she said. "Oh, she is," Logan said, knowing it with his whole heart. "You'll see. We'll be there before 6. He had hoped a conversation with his sister would beef up his courage, but his nerves still felt as if he were getting ready to hop on a never-tried-before bull. Right now, he'd rather ride any bull than a Johnson storm, but it was his to do. Best to get it over with. Tillie met him at his truck when he pulled up to the ranch. She had been standing there, twisting her hands together as if she was in as much turmoil as he was. He pulled her behind the truck where they wouldn't be seen, and gave her a quick but much-needed kiss. "You sure about this?" she asked, searching his eyes. "What do you mean?" The blood in his veins ran cold. "Are you sure you want to go through this for me?" She rushed the words out, tears filling her eyes. He cupped her face and peered deeply into her eyes. "Are you willing to go through this for me?" "I'd go through anything for you." "Then why would you think it'd be any different for me?" "I told you. We're in this together, forever." She nodded, biting her lip. He drew her into his arms, ignoring the biting cold, but when she started to shake, he knew they couldn't procrastinate any longer. "Is everyone here?" Tillie nodded. "Yeah, well, even Ty. You'll flip when you see how much he has changed in such a short time." "I've missed that kid's calm presence," Logan said. "Yeah, me too." Tillie shook out her hands. Okay. Logan took one of her hands. "Whatever happens, remember that it will be all right. We'll figure it all out, together." Together, she said, repeating it like a mantra. They walked into the house, the warmth hitting them like a welcoming hug. He hoped the Johnsons held some of that warmth in their hearts. "Is that you, Tillie?" Grams called from the living room. "Yes, Grams. We'll be right there." A murmur broke through the crowd in the living room, but the moment Tillie and Logan arrived in their sight, holding hands, the room went silent. Somehow, even the babies knew something was going on and stopped their sounds as well. The silence was eerie and heavy, and sat on Logan like a 2-ton bull. He sucked in a breath, feeling like the air was too thick to breathe. The Christmas decorations blinked on and off as if the world hadn't stopped, and he hoped their news didn't ruin the Johnsons' favorite holiday. Tillie squeezed his hand and opened her mouth, though her lips trembled. Before she could say anything, he cleared his throat and stood taller. It should be his to endure, his reasonability. She was now his to protect. He glanced at Tanner, his back to them as he stared out the window. His best friend gave him no sign of what kind of reaction to expect from him, so Logan had to focus on everyone else. These people had been his second family for so long. People who had shown him love, enough to reprimand him when he did wrong and comfort him during rough times. He loved them, and he hoped that love came through his words. "Tillie and I need to share something with you." His words felt like sandpaper in his mouth, and at once he wished he was more poetic like that guy Drew, or even the way he heard Timmy talk with Ember. The Johnsons remained silent though. They met each other's eyes in question, and glanced down at Logan and Tillie's entwined hands. "Logan and I are together, it just happened, and well, now here we are." Tillie looked at him, her mouth screwed up in a wry expression, as the Johnsons broke out in an uproar of loud murmurs. "It sounded so much better when I came up with it," she whispered, though her eyes stayed on her family. "I'm not sure there was a good way to say it," he said. Gramps and Pop frowned and muttered. Grams and Mom stood there with mouths dropped open, murmuring behind their hands. They all glanced at Tanner, but he remained staring out the window like the world wasn't shaking behind him. Finally, Gramps and Pop came up to them. "Son," Gramps said, "we've known you since you were knee-high to a grasshopper." The entire room settled down to listen, and Logan gave the man who he looked up to most after his dad the respect of looking him straight in the eye. "Yes, sir." "You were a wild, reckless boy," Pop said, the furrow between his eyes deepening. Logan gave him a sharp nod, knowing that he had been that. "These last several years, you stepped up when we needed the help, even when it put you in a bind with your own endeavors." Gramps drew his attention back to him. "That shows growth. It shows loyalty." He glared at his son. Pops didn't pay his father's glare any attention. He stared hard at Logan. "How do we know you have our daughter's best interest at heart?" "Daddy," Tillie said, letting go of Logan's hand to punch hers into her hip. "I'm sorry, my girl, but we know this young man well enough to know his shortcomings. How am I supposed to trust him with my little girl's well-being?" "He's not asking me to marry him, Daddy." "Exactly," Pops crossed his arms like his point had been made. "That's not fair, Daddy. We only just started dating." Tillie's lip trembled. Logan's hand touched the box in his pocket, but he drew his hand away. It wasn't the right time. If he did it now, she'd think they had pressured him into it. "I know my shortcomings, sir," Logan said, rolling back his shoulders. "Tillie does too. She accepts me even with them. I know you still see me as your son's crazy bull-riding buddy, but," he licked his lips and glanced at Tanner. "Well, the fact is that your son is the best thing that happened to me, at least until Tillie and I." He cleared his throat. "Tanner taught me what being a man was all about, that it was more than showing off and proving how brave you are. It's about making commitments and sticking to them." Tanner's shoulders lowered, and he slowly turned to face Logan. Hatred didn't fill his eyes anymore, but more of a curiosity. "You see, sir, everyone? Tanner gave me not only his friendship, but a second family. I see you all as my grandparents, parents, sisters, brothers, but no matter how hard I tried," he turned to Tillie. "I couldn't see Tillie as a sister. There was always something deeper there." Tanner adjusted his stance, and Logan stared at him. I couldn't tell you. I thought you'd hate me, and I thought that one day I'd outgrow my crush. He cleared his throat, glancing down at Tillie, who watched him with wide eyes. I didn't. I couldn't. He looked back at Tanner. So when Tillie started showing signs, when she made it clear that she saw me as more than just your best friend, brother, it completed me in a way I didn't even know was possible. Tillie squeezed his hand, her eyes filled with tears, and as he glanced around the room, he noticed that all the ladies had tears in their eyes, and even Pop's eyes had softened. Only Tanner still watched him, unmoved. I should have told you first. He swallowed. I was a chicken. Me, your crazy, fearless friend, chickened out. The room stayed silent besides a few blowing their noses, and they all watched Tanner. Logan held his breath and blew it out slowly, still Tanner didn't move. Finally, the smallest movement twitched at the corner of his best friend's mouth. So you admit that I'm braver than you? Everyone turned back to Logan and breathed as if air suddenly returned to the room. Yes, Logan said with a chuckle, relief bubbling through him. I admit you are a much braver man than I. Tanner strode up to him. Good. Then you'll know that if you hurt my little sister, I won't use restraint when I grind you into the dirt. You have my word I won't hurt her, Logan said, stepping toward Tanner, and he opened his arms to give him a slapping man hug. Logan pulled away and rubbed his stinging eyes. Man, the last few days have been the longest bull ride of my life. Don't get saddle sore yet, cowboy. We still have a long way to ride. Tillie wrapped her arms around him, pure joy on her face. Who said Christmas miracles didn't happen? Not me. He bent down to kiss her lightly on the tip of the nose before everyone surrounded them, asking how it happened and who kissed who. That day was the greatest Christmas miracle he had ever witnessed. He was so happy to no longer keep his Christmas secret. The sky out the window had barely pinked when Tillie stretched awake in bed. She drew her robe around her soft PJs and shuffled in her slippers to the window. Darkness drew down from the sky, lightening as it reached the mountaintops which glowed faintly pink and soft. She wrapped the robe tighter around her body against the chill, coming through the window panes, as the light slowly ate away the dark. The pink deepened into a full-blown sunrise, set to beat out its rival sunset. A pristine white blanket covered the land, but even that gave in to the soft pastel of the sunrise as the sun rose higher beyond the mountains. Tillie's mouth watered as the scent of Grams's Christmas cinnamon rolls snuck under her door to tendril around her, coaxing her to leave. Just one more minute, then the sun would peak above the high mountains. The blazing light sprang forth, first coming as rays slicing through the pink clouds. Then the glowing halo, as if an angelic being was rising from the mountains. When the first ray pierced across the land, coming directly through the window to hit Tillie directly, she closed her eyes and sighed. Today was going to be the best Christmas ever. For last night, she had been the one to receive the Christmas miracle. Logan's loyalty resonated within her like a magnetic hum. It was because he was willing to give up his ego, let go of his need to outdo everyone, give Tanner, more credit than he probably deserved, and to stick by her side even when times had been rough. That's why the miracle happened. Even Tanner's stubbornness couldn't fight against it. She opened her eyes to the brilliant sun, said a quick prayer of gratitude, and floated down the steps toward the kitchen as if the scent alone carried her there. In fact, she hadn't felt like her feet had touched the ground since she and Logan had told everyone yesterday. Part of her had to constantly remind the other part she wasn't lost in a beautiful daydream. Merry Christmas, Grams, she sang as she came into the room and wrapped her arms around her sweet-smelling grandma. There's my little lovebird, Grams said, kissing her on the cheek. I keep thinking about you and Logan, and wondering if I'm losing my touch. Your touch? Tillie stepped back and asked, as she dipped a finger in the icing Grams had been whipping. Grams smacked her hand away without missing a beat. Yeah, I didn't see that one coming. I knew something was going on with you, but with the Cooper boy. She shook her head. How I didn't see that is still beyond me. Well, I guess we just are good at keeping secrets, Tillie said, pulling out plates and napkins. Man, waking up to the smell of your cinnamon rolls is the best part of Christmas. You're sweet, dear. Grams finished up the frosting. Well, all we got to do now is wait. I haven't heard the kids yet. Oh, I bet Caden is champing at the bit over at Tanner's and won't be long. Grandma? Caden yelled, running into the kitchen, his Santa cowboy hat falling to the side. Merry Christmas. He grabbed his hat and righted it on his head. I tried to delay him, Tanner said, holding Claire in his arms. She wiggled and kicked in excitement, her blue eyes following Caden everywhere he bounced. Merry Christmas, Graham said, pulling them all into a hug. It wasn't long before the entire family had piled into the kitchen, talking and laughing over Graham's cinnamon rolls. Dad and Mom showed up with Tegan and Ty, bleary-eyed but smiling. She couldn't stop staring at her shy brother. His shoulders seemed to have grown by inches, and he no longer looked like the littlest brother. Tillie listened closely for the sound of tires on the gravel, but over the raucousness of her family, she didn't hear them. In fact, she barely heard the deep voice shouting out Merry Christmas from the entryway. She pushed out of her chair and ran into Logan's arms as he had just hung up his hat and coat. He caught her easily, and she planted a Christmas kiss right on his lips, not caring if anyone had followed her from the kitchen. Well, Merry Christmas to you too, Logan said with a chuckle as he set her down and then fanned his face. Every day will feel like Christmas if you greet me that way. I like the idea of having Christmas every day, she said. Oh my goodness. Is this how it's always going to be? Tanner said, strutting up behind her. Joy. He called back toward the kitchen. Get me the puke bucket. Joy came out, holding a fussy Cooper. You feeling sick, my love? It took her a moment to gauge the situation, then she smiled and hit Tanner on the arm. Leave them be. How many times did we put Tammy through that? As always, the mention of Tammy sobered everyone for a moment. Well, I think Tammy would approve of these two, don't you? Tanner draped an arm around Joy. But unlike her, I'll give them space to do it in privacy. He laughed and turned Joy around to head back to the kitchen. So, it's really all okay? Logan asked as they disappeared. Yep, Tillie said. I told you you worried too much. She gave him a quick kiss and hugged him again. This is real, isn't it? If not, don't wake me up. Logan breathed in the fruity scent of her hair. Let me die a happy man in my dreams. How about we live a little before talking about dying? She knocked into him. Come on, I saved you a cinnamon roll. You really are the best, he said, pulling her up for one more long kiss before letting her go. You sure you can deal with me for a lifetime? She lifted a brow. Are you asking or are you asking? Logan pulled at his collar and grinned. Just thought I'd double check. He led them into the kitchen then, and after he had his cinnamon roll, the party moved into the living room, where Caden eagerly bounced around in anticipation of opening presents. The next few hours were spent in laughter and gratitude, with presents being opened and hugs given. Caden intently looked over the directions of the leather-working kit she had given him. It was to make a satchel for him to take on his wanderings outside. He was always collecting rocks or sticks and the occasional bug. Ember gasped from across the room, and everyone looked up, including Tillie, to see Charlotte take a tentative step toward Timmy, and then another and another, as if each step gave her more confidence than the last. The entire room held their breath, but as she fell into her daddy's arms, the cheer that went up made her blink and look at everyone with wide eyes. Then she clapped her own little hands and cheered with them. It seems that your little gal is going to need more space to roam, Gramps said, clearing his throat as the celebration died down. Yeah, I guess we'll have to look at getting some land, Timmy said, staring with adoration at his daughter. Well, Gramps said, we want to help with that. Tillie held her breath as she watched her big brother's eyes widen and fill with hope. She memorized the moment, holding it close to her heart. What do you mean? Timmy asked, clutching Charlotte to him. Gramps and I want to give you that section of land past the tree farm, Gramps said. Tillie calls it Timmy's Meadow already. Gramps smiled at her. Timmy, struggling for words, ended up gathering their grandparents in his arms instead. Tillie wiped her eyes and sat back against Logan. This is the best Christmas ever. Don't you always say that? Logan asked before kissing her temple. Oh well, maybe, but I don't see how anything can top this one. She smiled at him, still in wonder that he really was her man. He shifted his weight and stepped away from her, his face looking ashen. You feeling okay? She reached up to touch his cool forehead. Too much sugar? He cleared his throat softly. No, it's just that. Well, I had wanted to do this yesterday, but then, your dad said, and I didn't want you to think. But I can't wait any longer. Logan Daniel, I swear you have done more stuttering in the last few months than I have ever heard from you. Don't you know by now that you can just tell me what's on your mind? She crossed her arms. As cute as the bashful side of him was, she hated that he looked like he was making himself sick over whatever it was he was working himself up to say. You're right, he said, a semblance of his color coming back and his dimples peeking out again. You're right. I know I am, she said, then giggled. When he went down on one knee though, she swallowed the giggle as her face went numb. Her first instinct was to kneel with him, but she froze when he tugged a box from his pocket. I'm going first this time, he said, breathing out a breath. Tillie Johnson, he said, his voice only slightly wavering. Gasps filled the room. Logan's eyes only slightly jerked at the realization before pouring into hers once more. Why is Uncle Logan kneeling like that? Caden asked, only to be hushed by everyone in the room. Oh, is he gonna do that propose thing like Daddy did to Amma at the airport? Shish, the room said again. Tillie continued staring at Logan in disbelief. Wasn't this too soon? But why didn't it feel too soon? Why did it feel like it was always meant to be? I know it's moving fast, and I'm not pressuring you to jump into a marriage right this instant, but man, Tillie, I've waited since the day Tanner and I taught you how to dance. You've been asking, so there it is. The moment I fell in love with you was that night. It was the hardest thing I had to do to watch you dance with other guys, and then watch you go through the ups and downs of dating, and then leave for college. Really? That long? Tillie asked, her fingers covering her mouth in shock while tears filled her eyes. I've waited for what feels like my entire life, and now, well, I don't want to wait any longer. I want you to know where I see us going, where I want us to go. It doesn't have to be tomorrow or next month, or even in the summer, but Tillie, will you continue to make me the happiest man for the rest of my life? The entire room stared at her, and the longer she stood there, the heavier their stares were, and the more Logan shifted and lost color, the more frozen she felt. Geez, sis, don't make the guy suffer anymore, Tanner whispered hoarsely. Oh, Tillie sucked in a breath. Of course I'm supposed to say something. She giggled nervously. I know you all know how bad I'm at making decisions. Then she kneeled next to Logan. But this one is easy. Yes? She said the word, loud and clear and confidently. There was no doubt in her mind that she wanted to spend the rest of her life with the man before her. Her family breathed out, their breaths creating a sweet breeze of coffee and cinnamon roll scents. She looked up at them. Did you really think I wasn't going to say yes? Well, Logan said, drawing her attention back to him. I can't say you didn't have me worried for a moment. He took her hands and squeezed them. I know it's soon. But as you said, we've been waiting for a lifetime already. Why wait any longer? She leaned in and kissed him, a long, slow, sweet kiss that filled her heart as much as it filled the room with groans and giggles. Maybe it was better when we kept it a secret, Logan joked. At least we didn't have to hear from the peanut gallery. Oh, I don't know. I enjoy making them squirm a little, she said and kissed him again. When she pulled back, she searched his eyes. I was wrong. About what? He drew in a breath, as if readying himself for bad news. This Christmas did get better, she said, wrapping her arms around her secret crush, knowing that from now on she could shout about their love as loud as she wished, and somehow she doubted she'd ever tire of it. Epilogue. Rachel wiped at her eyes, her heart full of joy and breaking all at the same time. Her crush on Logan had only been for a few weeks, but it was the end of another hope. She had tried to pay attention to her classes at college, and she did well, getting all A's in her child development classes. Most of her cohort were excited about beginning careers in teaching, or opening their preschools, or going on to become child psychologists. She didn't want a career. All she wanted was to be a mom, and for a man to look at her the way Logan now looked at her cousin. She sighed and kept herself busy by cleaning up the wrapping paper. Her family would be here late that afternoon for Christmas dinner, and she'd go back home with them. The last month with Grams and Gramps had been wonderful. She loved being a part of something bigger than her. Helping Joy and Ember with the babies, and playing with Caden had filled her heart with joy. The thought of leaving only to return to the world of adults and college didn't excite her. Grams followed her with an armful of wrapping paper, and as they stuffed it in a trash bag, Grams gave her a half hug. "I'm glad you came this year. I appreciate your help." "Thanks. I enjoyed it." "Enough to come back next year?" Grams lifted her brows. "Think those twins were handfuls this year? Next year they'll be walking. We'll need even more help." "I'd like that," Rachel said. "It fills my heart to be around the children." "Maybe you'll become a teacher like Tillie," Grams said. Rachel smiled, but it didn't feel right. She wanted to be a mom, not raise other people's children and have them go home every night. "I'll take this outside to the porch," she said, taking the bag full of crumpled wrapping paper. "Thank you, dear," Grams said, patting her hand. Rachel carried the bag to the entryway and pulled on her beanie, boots, and coat. Really, she had just needed an excuse to get some air. She left the bag under the porch next to the door where it wouldn't get wet, and walked out just to hear her boots crunch on the snow. It didn't snow down where she lived in what her father called true ranch country. The winter brought fog and cold, but no snow. She picked up a handful of snow and threw it up in the air just to let it fall again. There was magic in the snow. The crunching of wheels on icy gravel had her spinning and glancing at the sky. It was hardly noon. Surely her family hadn't arrived already. The truck that pulled up wasn't her dad's, though, and the cowboy who stepped out with a wide grin definitely wasn't someone in her family. He righted his cowboy hat and called back into the truck, pulling out a girl of about 7, as several more girls of various ages tumbled to the snow with squeals of delight. Awestruck, Rachel walked toward them. "I'm sorry, the Christmas tree ranch is closed," she said, hating to disappoint people. The man set the girl down and met Rachel's eyes for the first time. Deep, dark chocolate eyes met hers, turning her chilly body into fire. He smiled, and a dimple shone from just one cheek. The guy didn't look too much older than her, and it made her reassess her initial thought of the girls being his. He held out his hand, a large rough ranching hand gripped hers. "I'm Drew. These here are my sisters, and a couple of their friends." He didn't let go of her hand. "Tanner invited us over for Christmas lunch." "Oh," Rachel said, her voice coming out in a choke. She swallowed and tried to regain her composure. "Rachel. I'm Rachel. I'm Tanner's cousin." Drew glanced down at her bare fingers. "It's nice to meet you, Rachel. Will you join us when he shows us around the ranch?" Still holding onto her hand, he settled it into the crook of his arm, smiling down at her with a grin that she felt melted the snow at their feet. "Do you read romances, Rachel?" Rachel's hand tingled all the way to her heart. She didn't read romances, but right at that moment, she felt as if she had just stepped into one. Thank you for listening to the Cowboy's Secret Christmas. I hope you enjoyed Tillie and Logan's story of braving their love. There is something special about the miracles of Christmas. Be sure to read the next book in the Cowboys at Christmas Tree Ranch series, The Cowboys' Romantic Christmas, where Drew and Rachel finally get their own happily ever after and Tillie and Logan get married. We'll also stay caught up in the other Johnsons' lives, including weddings and babies. You won't want to miss the next Christmas at Christmas Tree Ranch.